Good evening. I'm Derek Fildebrandt, publisher of the Western Standard. You're here joining us for our live stream of the election results for today's federal election on April 28th, 2025. We have got a great evening planned. Well, I can't plan for the election results, but we're going to give you the best of it. You might not like the evening. You might like it. Who knows? But we've got a great lineup. We've got great panelists, great analysts, great reporters, and great guests. Let's just start with those joining us tonight. I've got in studio for the first time and the newest panelist for the pipeline, Erika Barootes.
Hello. How are you?
I was struggling.
It's Barootes. You don't know my title.
Barootes.
Maybe by the end of tonight.
Got the first. No.
It's been a while together.
No. So he's the head of the political management.
Do you want me to just talk about myself?
Okay. Talk about yourself.
So, department head for the Applied Politics and Public Affairs program at Macamee College. So we might have some new students based on the election results that want to get involved and be a part of maybe some change or how democracy is working. So,
all right,
we'll see.
We've got next in line Cory Morgan, senior Alberta columnist for the Western Standard, and Nigel Hannaford, our opinion editor.
Staying up late.
Yeah. Now, doing his best impression of Wolf, I'm going to call him Welfare Wolf.
There's no sound.
Well, no sound?
According to the commenters, no.
Oh. All right, studio, can we get this fixed here? People saying no sound.
Glitch.
No sound. Yeah, they're saying no sound. Still no sound. Come on, production.
There should be sound.
All right.
Okay, no, yes, there is sound, and they're saying it's tinny. It's the fan.
All right, maybe it's the fan. Here, take the camera off me for a second. Take the camera off me. Okay. All right. Now bring the camera back on me. Okay. All right. Well, introducing Welfare Wolf, our doing his best impression of Wolf Blitzer tonight in the green screen is our business. Oh, I can hear an echo back on me. That's not very good. I'll have to take my earpiece out for a moment here. We've got Western Standard business and energy reporter Sean Polzer. Let's go to Sean. Show Sean. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Say hi, Sean.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Yeah.
Out in Western Standard land.
All right. Well, so this is Welfare Wolf doing his best impression tonight. He'll be running us through the maps, giving us results as they come in. Do we have Dave Naylor on? Can we get Dave now? Do we have Dave anywhere? Okay. Well, we're going to have Dave Naylor from the Newsroom coming in. We've got Jared Yager, our reporter in Vancouver. He's going to be at the headquarters of NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. We've got Jen Hodgson. She's in Ottawa, so she'll be at the headquarters of both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre. She'll be spending some time at both of them, and she'll probably finish the night, most likely, at whichever one wins the election tonight.
Serves the most booze.
Whoever has the best booze. Yeah. Okay. And we've got Chris Oldcorn, our Saskatchewan reporter. He'll be watching things on Saskatchewan and Manitoba come to us live from Regina. We've just got a great lineup of guests. Nigel, can I have the list of our guests here?
You sure can.
Yeah,
we just happen to have a.
Actually, I should probably have one of those. Thank you. Okay. I'm very organized. All right. Well, we've got former Alberta Minister of Justice Jonathan Dennis, Canadian Taxpayers Federation Federal Director Franco Terrazzano, former BC Premier Gordon Campbell, Kevin Lacey. He's with Canadians for Affordable Energy. Nadine Wellwood, a PPC supporter. Kent Hare, a former Alberta Liberal MLA. Yes, we used to have those at one time before they went extinct. But he was also a cabinet minister for the Trudeau government and was a Alberta and Calgary MP. We've got former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall. That's going to be a very interesting one tonight. John Thompson, one of our columnists. Yaroslav Baron. What was his title in the Harper government?
He was a policy advisor, and then he was struck out on his own afterwards, and now the Pendulum Group. They're political advisors.
Yeah. We've got DB Cooper with us. That's Dr. Barry Cooper. Oh, is Dr. Barry Cooper?
No, he had to scratch on it.
Yeah. Okay. No DB Cooper. We've got Shay Anderson, a former Alberta NDP cabinet minister. Yeah, I know. He's NDP. But he's got a great beard. I got along with this guy pretty well. He might be a raging socialist, but he's actually a pretty good guy to have a beer with. And for a New Democrat, one of the more clear-minded ones you're going to meet. So I think you'll like it. We've got Ted Morton still.
Yes.
Okay, we've got former Alberta Finance Minister Ted Morton, Mike Solberg, political consultant, Daniel Dufour from the.
There's been a switch there. One of his colleagues has taken over at his request.
No Dufour?
No Dufour, Michel Renault.
Okay, well, we got a French guy. We got a French guy who will tell us about the Frenchies and how they're voting. Okay. All right.
Nothing.
And we've got Professor Trevor Tucker, a professor at the University of Ottawa, and a
Frequent columnist.
So really great lineup. Why don't we throw it straight to Sean here? We've got the early votes coming in from the Atlantic provinces. Anything from Quebec yet?
No, nothing from Quebec yet.
All right, well, we'll run through what we got in Atlantic so far.
What do we have here in Atlantic so far? Well, just let me get set up here. This is going to be a bit of a technical. Yeah.
Well, why don't we come back to
Okay, no, we're on.
Okay.
So basically what we got is most of the Maritimes. Liberals are ahead in about 16, leading. I think they're only actually elected in one, which would be this big blob right there.
That's
Labrador,
otherwise known as Labrador.
Otherwise known as Labrador. But we've got some of these other results coming in through, looks like most of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. It's a good thing I studied geography in high school.
I'm going to tell you about Labrador.
But we haven't gotten anywhere into Quebec yet.
Okay. So, but there's only a few polls reporting in each, right? These are not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. What are we looking at in terms of polls? 511 out of 75,932 polls.
For the whole country.
About 0.1% of the vote.
Okay. Well, so one thing we're going to be doing tonight, I'll mention it so we don't get sued. The CBC might not be the greatest news organization around, but it has a lot of money and therefore it has a lot of resources to build good tech or pay for good technology around these election trackers. So that's what we're using tonight. Let's put that election tracker back up on the screen so people can see it. It's that's the Elections Canada.
Yeah, I'm on Elections Canada now.
Yeah,
you want me to go back?
Yeah, go back to the CBC one.
Okay.
So CBC it's a great aggregator of the data as it's coming in. Now, where it says elected, that's where the CBC election desk has declared it. So that's not us, and that's not Elections Canada. That's a call from the CBC. And whatever you think about them, that stuff is going to be generally pretty accurate. There's no sense in calling it wrongly because it won't actually change it. You'll just have to make an embarrassing correction later. So the CBC has no incentive to call that wrong. So let's try to be fair where it's deserved to be fair. But let's zoom in on those numbers over there. The vote that's in so far, it's not a lot yet. I'd say less than 70,000 ballots counted. So it's very, very early. And the Liberals ever so slightly ahead in total vote, 48.9%. 49%. And the Conservatives at 45.2.
Yep.
NDP keeping up with where they've been in the polls, which is dead, 4.4%. Atlantic has never really been their strongest area, though, eh, Nigel?
No, this actually tends to be Liberal territory. I just have the numbers here from the previous election. This is what we've got to compare it with. In 2021, Nova Scotia elected 8 out of 11 MPs as Liberals, 3 as Conservatives. New Brunswick, 6 out of 10 as Liberals, 4 out of 10 as Conservatives. Newfoundland and Labrador, 6 out of 7 as Liberals, 1 Conservative, and Prince Edward Island, all 4 MPs were Liberals.
Yeah, like the NDP, Erika, have not traditionally been a major player in the Atlantic. Under Jack Layton, they had some breakthrough in like the Acadie, Bathurst area. They were able to appeal to some of the non-Quebec French vote. They've had some presence, but it's traditionally old school Liberal and very old school. I won't even say conservative. It's old school Tory.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I think this is, I mean, I go back to 2015.
Mm-hmm.
This is looking a lot better for the Conservatives than it was then. But you're right. It's going to be kind of a two-man race as the entire night is going to be. and you know, it might be better for the Conservatives than maybe anticipating, which is kind of nice because they close so early. We won't really have any trends to go off of until we get Ontario and Quebec.
You know, Erika, not to be patronizing to the herring jockers, but it is, I guess I just have, haven't I? But, you know, they tend to be very family orientated there. And if Granddad was a Liberal, then the odds are that the grandson is going to be a Liberal as well. We did some polling back there. I can't remember which year, but we went around saying, here are some policy positions. Do you agree with this? Do you agree with this? You know, everybody said, oh yeah, that's exactly what we think. Well, you must be a conservative. Oh no, we always vote Liberal. So that's what you're.
Yeah, you're getting a generational vote.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with back there.
With maybe sometimes no explanation why. Hey, listen, I live in Edmonton, so I get that a lot.
Yeah, actually, the Atlantic, and this was somewhat in Old Ontario as well. It was religious. You know, the Tories would be the Protestant party, the Liberals would be the Catholic party, and then there'd be some people who would switch based on actual politics. And that's who won the election, but it was very much a Catholic Protestant thing for a long time. I don't think that bears much anymore, other than that, you know, families that were stridently Protestant might tend to still be conservative, but not because they're Protestant.
Better get the endorsement from the Orange Lodge.
Well, the Orange Lodge must be NDP now. That could be the name of like a donor club for the NDP, the Orange Lodge. That'll go over the heads of some.
So what have you guys seen then as strategies in order? I mean, NDP aside, for that vote split of these generational issues? Like from your time, even with Harbour government, like what was the angle then for Atlantic Canada to try and convert generational voters?
Well, tell you what, it wasn't. It was you didn't mess around with employment insurance qualification. That one cost Mr. Chrétien dearly in the 97 election. What have you got, Derek? Look like
okay, so right now, so in the Atlantic, let's get the screen up there. The numbers. The Liberals have been declared elected in 3. Does the leading, what it says leading and elected, is the leading include the elected, or is that a separate category?
It's,
Meaning it's 10 to 12. Oh,
elected and leading and elected.
Elected, leading and elected. Okay. The Conservatives are leading in 11. Leading. Some history. When Harper won his majority, he won 11 seats in Atlantic. That is... I mean, that's not winning it, but that's a strong enough presence. I remember, you know, very early in the evening when Justin Trudeau won his majority in 2015, he won every single seat in the East, and it was immediately apparent. It was just a red tide coming from the Atlantic. And you're like, well, we don't know what else is coming, but if you won every single seat, well, that was bad momentum. This, again, still a ton of polls to close. Way too early to call most of those seats, but the Conservatives are leading in 11. That's probably a good early sign for Poilievre.
Well, they only won in 8 in 21. So if they're leading in 11, yes, a good early sign.
Yeah. I have to note for the record, our director of operations for the company, Michelle Cundy, she was sick last week. Now her mom's sick. She's staying with her. She's demanded that Michelle Cundy and Mama Cundy get a shout out tonight. So I'm going to do that, but that comes at the cost of she's going to have to, I don't know, be on coffee duty for the next couple of weeks.
I think we should just do it.
Expenses are coming up.
do it.
Yeah. All right. So shout out to Michelle and Mama Cundy there.
You know, I wanted to make one little note here, and that is that Conservatives are leading in 2 out of 3 Newfoundland ridings that they didn't have before. So
2 pickups.
Because I looked at the map over here, and I've got last map, and you can see that they only had 1 of the 4 seats, 5 seats on the main island there, and now this is all blue except for the Avalon there.
Okay.
Nova Scotia is about the same. New Brunswick we haven't seen yet.
Why don't you step out of the way so we can see them and zoom in? Stand in the
Other way.
other way. Stand in front of Quebec. No, your other way there, Wolf.
Well, I have,
Welfare
I've got a
Wolf doesn't,
pylon on the floor here that I'm
yeah.
supposed to. Okay,
There was a Timu version in it. We're gonna get
how are we doing
Here
here?
we go. Yeah, zoom in. Let's see
So
those
this
buggers.
is the last election.
Yeah.
So right now, this is all blue, with the exception of the Avalon here, which is the gooseneck, is what they call it in Newfoundland. Nova Scotia looks pretty much the same as I can recall. I guess we've got eyes on New Brunswick here, and then we're going to start heading up the Gaspé as we go along. So let's compare it to CBC. And
Stand in front of Quebec. Stand in front of Quebec so we can see the map. Yeah, your other Quebec. The other Quebec. There you go.
I'm working my way up. Okay, so these dark colored ones are the ones that have been elected, and then the other ones are leading. So you can see that the Liberals have really only been elected in a couple of them.
Yeah. Now, keeping in mind, it looks more conservative than it actually is, because conservatives tend to do better in rural ridings, which are obviously bigger on the map. Leftist parties will do better in more urban ridings that are smaller on the map. Also, Prince Edward Island inexplicably has 4 seats. Its population entitles it to maybe 1.5, but it's got it got a pretty sweet deal in the Constitution when it entered Confederation, a deal that we did not get in the West. So they get 4 seats despite their population.
Hasn't changed much.
No. Well, that'll be discussion for tomorrow, possibly.
And actually, it looks like in New Brunswick, it looks like the Conservatives have picked up this big one, Madawaska, Restigouche.
Come on.
We're gonna get better as we get west, guys.
We're gonna get better as we get west.
Say it more French than that.
Madagascar.
Madawaska.
Madawaska.
Restigouche.
Okay.
I don't know. That sounds more Italian, but
Anyway, so that's a pickup.
yeah, Conservatives have a very slim lead there. Yeah.
So Prince Edward Island, pretty much the same. Nova Scotia, pretty much the same, shaken out. Newfoundland picked up 1, 2, 3.
So I want to point out this one. Let's go back to New Brunswick. Go back to New Brunswick. I want you to zoom in on that dark red one there.
Yep.
Yeah, where they've been elected. That's Acadie Bathurst. So we were just talking about that. That used to be an NDP constituency. The NDP won that several times under Jack Layton, even before his big sweep. The NDP used to win that seat. The NDP there right now is at only 4.6% of the vote. They used to win that constituency. They're at 4.6. They're only twice the vote of the PPC at 2.2 right now. That is bad news for Pierre Poilievre, I think, Cory.
Sorry.
Okay, if you weren't listening. Okay.
Side note, I'll throw in, somebody asked about Central Nova. Sean Fraser is trailing by
Where's
30
Sean?
votes.
That guy likes to steal our guns.
And
What's
So the Conservative is
Sean Fraser?
yeah, Central Nova. Somebody had asked one of the commenters. That's why I was looking that up at the time, and it's a horse race going on in that one right now, actually. And Sean Fraser, for those who might not remember, he said he was stepping away to spend more time with his family, and then he spent some time with it. Thought, these guys are assholes. I'm going to go run for office again. Or it might have been related to the polls swinging back up for the Liberals.
Yes.
I'm not sure. One of
Which
the
riding
two.
was he in?
Central Nova.
Central Nova.
But there's a lot of people who don't think highly of him for that opportunism, and it might reflect in this poll. It's going to be one to watch, actually.
I think that's the thing that people don't care about your ideology when you're
Sean
like,
Fraser,
I'll
yes.
just get rid of you guys if you're not advantageous to me. But to your question, Derek, this is, I think, the biggest challenge for Pierre as we start to move left is that vote split. We need, the Conservatives need Jagmeet Singh and the NDP to perform better. I think we're going to see that a lot with some of the votes, especially in Alberta when we eventually get there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not a good sign.
I'm just looking across some of these, some of the constituencies that have the Liberals leading right now. So there's, I don't know how to pronounce this. Beauséjour. Okay, no, that's a bad example, but
You're just as bad as me.
I'm looking. Okay, Cumberland, Gloucestershire.
Cumberland. That's got to be Prince Edward Island.
No, that's Nova Scotia.
Oh.
Liberals are at 52, Conservatives at 40.6. The NDP is only at 5.2. Traditionally, the NDP should be strong enough that would be neck and neck, and the Conservatives could take that in a nail biter. Right now, they're 12 points behind. That's going to be a lot for them to catch up on. Still a lot of polls to close there. Maybe it could go. But based on that trend line, that should be a competitive Conservative seat if the NDP had a heartbeat at its traditional levels. Right now, they don't.
The interesting thing, though, is, I mean, last election, we saw the PPC stealing enough percentage to make a difference in some areas. And it was about like now you also see irrelevance from the PPC. So it should be naturally a more higher boost for the Conservative. But like you said, with this dying orange, it might impact some of these what should be neck and neck ridings.
You know, to your point, the Nova Scotia riding of Sydney Victoria in the last election, if you took the PPC vote and added it back to the Conservative Party of Canada, the CPC would have won that by more than 100 votes. Now, you can't always make it quite so neat. There are other reasons why people might have voted PPC and still not voted Conservative if the PPC wasn't there. But I mean, this is the area we're talking about. This is one of the seats that have all turned on an erratic vote. But altogether, I think there's probably 15 to 20 ridings that turned on a PPC, taking votes away from the Conservatives.
Just so production knows, I'm going to bring my own map in once in a while, so I don't have to tell production what to do or tell Welfare Wolf what to do.
I'm still learning.
Yeah. All right, our first guest is going to be Kevin Lacey. So Kevin Lacey's not here yet, but this guy knows Atlantic politics very well. He's the best kind of Atlantic guy because he's an Albertan now. So he's a former Eastern bastard, but knows Atlantic politics very well. He's going to be in about 5 minutes here. So why don't we check in? Is production? Is Dave from the newsroom ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Dave in the newsroom for a moment and just check in on what poor Dave is doing. Dave, what do you got for us?
It's lonely out here in the newsroom, Derek.
Well, actually, you can see the camera. You can see Dave in the background back there. Wave, Dave. There you go. Hey, Dave.
It's just me and 3 boxes of pizza. So yeah, we're having fun with our live blog at the moment. It was quite the excitement when it was all tied up in the Maritimes. The Tories obviously performing a little bit better than they did in the 2021 election. And, now the next big thing to happen is the polls closing in Quebec and Ontario. And, that'll be that's going to tell a lot. So that's the next big thing to keep an eye out for.
Okay. We also got to work on your sound, Dave. It's a bit muffled when we get back in. I'm not sure what to do about that, but it's in your hands. Okay. So yeah, Newfoundland is actually looking fairly conservative right now. Liberals declared elected in Labrador, Conservatives declared elected Central Newfoundland, Liberals in Avalon, but leading in Terra Nova, the peninsulas, and Long Range Mountains. Here, actually, let's just where's my thing? There it is. There it is. There. All right. Here's the Newfies. All right. So we'll see. I think the Conservatives had one incumbent seat?
Yes.
Okay. So they're looking at 2 pickups potentially there. Liberals leading in St. John's East here. The Liberals are leading pretty strongly there. But yeah, they're looking at 2 pickups in Newfoundland. That's traditionally strong for the Conservatives. Conservatives not been traditionally very strong in Newfoundland. It looks like only 2 in Nova Scotia, though. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 New Brunswick. This is not a bad start if these trends hold on for the Conservatives.
Exactly. It's it's too early to tell much, but everybody. Let's face it. The polls have been hanging over us like a dark cloud now for about 3 weeks. And as we came into this room, I think a lot of us thought, well, how are we going to get through 6 hours of talking about how terrible it is? The answer is it may not be as terrible as we think. And it's going to be interesting in a few hours' time to actually talk about how close the polls did or didn't come. But right now, this is not a Conservative wipeout. This is Conservatives actually looking to pick up a seat in Newfoundland, maybe in Nova Scotia as well. In New Brunswick as well. Let's give this thing a chance.
Are you coming with the optimistic tone today?
Well, I am because I have money riding on it, so I have to talk up my position. But yes, no, I've thought all along there's something really funny about the numbers because Pierre is going out there having these huge rallies And yet the polls say that he's about to lose this, where Mr. Carney goes and has tea and cucumber sandwiches with 150 people, and so there he is. That's the leader, and the Liberals are going to take this. So I just cannot imagine how this is all going to fit together in the end.
Well, this is a good time for us to get our money on the table, so to speak, with our predictions. Guys, the pollsters aren't unless it's Frank Graves, the pollsters aren't intentionally lying. Because they look bad, and it's bad for their business if they're wrong. If they cannot accurately predict the election, it's bad business. No, you don't want to hire them afterwards because they're seen as less credible. So if you blow it, you have to spend years trying to recover that in your reputation. So I don't think these guys are actively lying. The polls on aggregate are showing the Liberals ahead. Abacus has showed the Conservatives really closing it. I've generally gone into tonight before I saw any results thinking the Conservatives have a 1 in 3 shot of winning government of some form. Because I think there's people have talked about the shy Tory voter. There's also, I think, a huge enthusiasm gap here, because half the people telling pollsters that they intend to vote liberal said they were voting Conservative 6 months ago. Those people can't be burning with passion when they're flipping between parties, whereas Conservatives right now are white hot, angry, and ready for change. So I think the Conservatives are likely to outperform the polls. That doesn't mean the polls are wrong, but that I expect, you look at the rallies and then what I just said about the enthusiasm gap, I think the Conservatives will outperform the polls, but you can only outperform it so much. You might get a 2% bounce, 3 if you're really lucky.
Basically closing in on a margin of error, which the Conservatives, though, to their defense, are pretty darn close in some of the polls. I think, I am leaning into the, oh shit, tomorrow's gonna suck. But I do think that there is a lot of quiet Conservatives out there. And there's a lot of people, when I think how many phone numbers have showed up on my phone that I don't know and I didn't answer. And the people that answer on landlines are baby boomers, and they typically vote Liberal. So they
vote Liberal this time. They typically voted Conservative.
Right, but they've shifted to voting Liberal in the last little go here. So I do think that there is this quiet group. Now,
they're not quiet.
Well, yes, there's some that are quiet, but I do.
Money on the table, though. What's your prediction? Money on the table. It's still early. Money on the table now. Come on.
Like, am I just picking who wins?
Yeah, who's going to win tonight? Your early prediction. Before you even saw this, what
I thought it was a Liberal majority.
Okay, Cory,
Liberal minority.
Conservative minority.
Conservative minority.
You can think of
the little girl over there.
What does Welfare Wolf say?
I was leaning towards the Liberal minority, but after seeing some of these numbers coming from Atlantic Canada, I think
no, you can't fill that in. We didn't get to
now you get
well, just to give an update though, I'm glad somebody brought up Central Nova, because we've got an interesting one to watch, because it's a real horse race, and this is a grudge one, because Sean Fraser was considered an up-and-comer in the Trudeau government. He was a senior cabinet minister. He did that opportunistic back and forth. He should have been, though, as a senior minister, very strong there as an incumbent. 45 of 229 polls are reported. The Conservative Bryson Jenkins is leading with 47.7% over Sean Fraser at 45.9. And I don't know how much more we can read into this. The NDP is completely irrelevant. And the PPC is at 48 votes, just to throw that in there too. So this is a two-party race, and we're seeing, I think, some personal opinion or the individual candidate's value is coming out, that the polls didn't reflect that going in.
Do your numbers reflect anything of whether this is rural or urban?
This is Central Nova, so it's got I don't know the cities in there, but I mean, it's a large riding, so
it's Peter McKay's little riding.
But we're only at 50 of 229.
That's right, but it's a good trend with that many coming in.
I hope that I eat my words, guys. I'm not hoping for
it's not what you want. It's just what you think.
But it's just that one.
It was a very depressing
and
drive
Anita
on the
Nand,
too.
who did the exact same thing. She said she was going to leave to spend time with family, then bounce back in.
If I was the family, I'd be very offended.
I want those two.
You were planning to.
But this number at 3.4 for the NDP, I think is the real story here. Like even if assuming that those went to the Liberal, then I mean it's kind of neck and neck now, but it wouldn't even be close.
The NDP, the margin of error.
Actually, you say the 50 out of 29. That's it's only 50 out of 29, but that's actually a heck of a size sample. How would you feel if you were the underdog, and already nearly a quarter of the polls had reported, you'd be feeling a little anxious unless you knew something about the character of the ones who still had to come in. That's actually an optimistic look on them.
So Dave Naylor in the newsroom just sent a message. He's predicting conservative minority. Could happen. I think a minority government is going to be a really weird one tonight, though, because the NDP have just melted down. But it's still entirely possible. The Bloc is expected to have not a great night as well, but probably not facing as much of a wipeout as the NDP. The Bloc is still going to be there.
I don't think it's possible.
No.
That's why.
The Bloc is still going to have official party status after tonight.
Mhm.
The NDP, well, we don't know yet, but I mean, based on this, it's not looking too good. As Erika put it, the NDP might be the new margin of error in
Mhm.
polls.
So Kevin's in the lobby scene.
Oh, okay. Well, let's bring in our next guest, our first guest. Kevin Lacey is there. Okay, Kevin Lacey is with the Hyde Park Group, but he was also a comrade of mine at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. He was the Atlantic director, so responsible for all 4 Atlantic provinces in that organization. But making him an even better Atlantic Canadian is the fact that he's now actually an Albertan. So that's what happens to the best of them. Kevin, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for.
Oh, your sound is a little funky. Say hi again.
Hi, Derek. How are you?
There you go. Okay. I love his Atlantic twang.
I just put it on for tonight, Derek.
Come on, dance monkey. All right. So we've got early results coming in. Tons of ridings still not called, but we've got the leading elected ones. What's your initial impression on the results in the Atlantic provinces so far?
Well, look, if you were tuning in tonight to see the Conservatives fall off the map, there's some really encouraging results here early on. The first one, I look at that long-range mountain seat. That is traditionally a Liberal seat. It's Gail Hutchings was the MP prior to now. She's held the riding for 3 terms.
Sorry, which riding is that?
The riding of Long-Range Mountains in Newfoundland. It's on the west coast of the province.
Yeah, here, I'm going to bring in a map here. Kick my face off of here. I'm going to bring the map in.
Yeah. And so when you're seeing Conservatives do well here, this is untraditional vote. This is areas that the Conservatives have not really competed in the past. In fact, in about 2015, the Liberals got about 75% of the total vote in that riding. So that's one of the pickups. The second one is the one in Newfoundland, that Terra Nova seat. That's a seat that just as you cross the peninsula from Newfoundland, you get that riding. And that riding was held by Anthony Germain, the former CBC radio host, he hosted, I think, The House, if anyone ever listens to that anywhere anymore, on CBC. And he's running in that seat. So those 2 ridings are really key for Conservatives, and I think might be a harbinger. We saw in 2015 with Atlantic Canada that when Stephen Harper was wiped out, kind of Atlantic Canada kind of led the way in that election, because all 32 seats went Liberal, and it kind of showed you what was going to happen as we went across the country. But there's some really good signs here. The other one to look at, Derek, is South Shore, Nova Scotia seat where Rick Perkins, the member of Parliament, Conservative member of Parliament, is running. That riding, the NDP candidate failed to get their papers in, and there's no NDP candidate in that riding. So that's one that I think a lot of us had kind of wiped out as a result.
They're separated by just a few votes. It's 47.5 to 47.4 for Rick Perkins, the Conservative, leading by a nose hair.
Yeah, look, Rick's a former head of public relations at the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, and he's got really good marketing skill and background in that riding. But that's one where, as you talk about these splits, as we start to get into Ontario,
it just flipped back to Liberal.
Yeah,
as we're talking,
it's
it
going
just
to go back
Liberal
and forth all night. But the fact that we're even talking about that riding tonight is a good sign for the Conservatives, because traditionally the NDP score somewhere between 15 to 20% of the vote in that riding. The last one, Derek, I'd ask you to look at is the riding of Madawaska-Restigouche, and that seat.
How do you say that last part again?
Madawaska-Restigouche.
Oh, okay. I was over Frenchifying. I was like, where should go?
We had it darn near Nick.
You weren't here when I butchered that one earlier.
That riding there, you see the Conservatives doing well. That's in an area that, I mean, the Conservatives should get entirely wiped out here. So the fact that they're even getting vote in this riding is really, really good. So I think if you're watching this tonight as a Conservative early on, there's some really encouraging signs here, and I wouldn't quite. As we get into Quebec and Ontario, there's some signs here that the vote is coming in some of these areas that you wouldn't necessarily expect it to.
I want to ask you about. Oh, actually, we're going to go to our first Quebec one in a second.
I was going to say.
Yeah, but first, Acadie Bathurst. We were talking about this before you came on. The NDP used to win this for at least several terms under Jack Layton and maybe Mulcair. I'm not sure, but the NDP, despite this used to being a fairly an NDP stronghold. NDP's down to 4.8%. That does not portend well for the Conservatives across the country.
Yeah, that was a personality riding. Yvon Gaudin was the member of parliament in that riding, and he held it for 2 terms. And Derek, I think what you see across the region is that NDP vote entirely falling off. Now, traditionally, that vote goes almost entirely to the Liberals, but you even look at Conservative seats. If you take a look at the riding of St. John St. Croix, which is a renamed riding of New Brunswick Southwest held by Conservative MP John Williamson. That's an area where the NDP 2 elections ago were getting 15 to 18% of the vote, and that's continued to fall. And as it has, the Liberal vote has increased. But as you see tonight, what the Liberals are really banking on is that ridings like that were traditionally Conservative, that NDP vote would entirely come over to their side of the ledger, and that they would be competing in more Conservative seats. But as you see here in Atlantic Canada, that simply hasn't happened. We've essentially ended up with a status quo. And sure, as we count more ballots, there's going to be a little bit of changes here and there. But the Liberal hope of that NDP vote entirely coming in on their side is not playing out in the early results.
Okay, we're going to go to Sean real quickly for the first results from Quebec. There's literally 2 polls from a single riding in Quebec, but it's something new and shiny. So let's go to Welfare Wolf for the update.
Well, no surprise, the Bloc is ahead, 219 votes, 46% right here. But
sorry, this is I want you to say the name of this constituency.
Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine. I'm sorry,
List.
Gaspésie,
Les Îles de la Madeleine.
If we had a French audience, they'd be pissed off at us.
Sure. That's me. Okay.
But what's noteworthy here, I think, is PPC and the NDP are tied at 6 votes each, 1.3% of the vote. Conservatives were probably not expected to do as well there, 17%. Liberal 33.
That's hardcore Bloc territory, though, right, Erika? Like they're not. Conservatives are never winning there.
No, but I'll take the Bloc over the Liberals any day for numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go back to Kevin while we still got him. Kevin, how long do we have you for?
You can have me as long as you want, Derek.
That's what I want to hear, baby. All right. All right. Let's take a look at Prince Edward Island. No surprises there so far.
No surprises. The only the Conservative MP that has been elected in recent memory was in the far riding of Egmont. The far riding of Egmont, and that's where Gail Shea held the seat. She was a former provincial minister, but in 2015 was almost wiped out. Really, the Conservatives hasn't been in competition there at all. Now, they did nominate some good candidates. In the riding of Malpeque, provincial cabinet minister Jamie Fox is running in the seat. But I don't expect that the Liberal vote tends to come in for all 4 each and every election. So it's kind of playing out as we would expect it to.
Egmont. I said Edgemont. Egmont, the westernmost constituency in Prince Edward Island. They're in an exact tie right now. 28 out of 99 polls coming in. 99 polls because these are very small constituencies. Each vote counts for approximately 4 Albertans.
We'll get there. We'll get to that topic later.
We will. So but they are okay. No, they're no longer exactly tied. No, they were exactly tied a moment ago. But 47.5% for the Liberal, 47.2% for the Conservative. Is that a surprise for you, or do you still expect that to stay Liberal tonight?
These they traditionally go all for it. Now in this one, and a lot of these maritime seats we're talking about, and even in that one, there's quite a difference in where the polls are. For example, that's where the city of Summerside resides. So that tends to vote more Liberal than some of the rural areas, which is likely what you're seeing in that vote early on. Derek, the other riding I'd kind of point you to is Miramichi Grand Lake, which is in New Brunswick. Mike Doss, or the Conservatives have held this seat. There was a former provincial cabinet minister who was holding it. He mysteriously quit the race, and there was a internal battle between a number of candidates in that riding, and there was some belief that maybe that riding would be thrown kind of up in the air. Lisa Harris, a former provincial member of the legislature, is running for the Liberals. Early on, that one's also going back to the Conservatives. And it's ridings like this where you kind of we should be watching as we head into the bigger areas into Ontario, because you would expect that once you've lost, a prominent candidate or prominent name, and added a good Liberal candidate, that these ridings would start to slide, particularly in an environment where we're being told that the Liberals are going to do so great in the election. Again, holding it for the Conservatives one more riding. So the Conservatives are essentially coming out pretty much what they went in with, which is a pretty good sign as we head across the country.
Mm-hmm. That riding just flipped back Liberal, but by just a few votes. It's wildly close. That Gaspé incomprehensible Quebec named constituency, is that one on the Atlantic time zones because of where it's at? Or is it
is. That is on the Atlantic time zone, and it actually borders the New Brunswick border, and then it kind of goes around through the Atlantic, and that area sits in the time zone, which is why the results come in a little early.
Okay.
I was just going to note that one has got dual incumbency, so it's must have been a new riding that was comprised of Bloc and a Liberal riding. So you've got both of those candidates listed as incumbents, with the Bloc ahead now.
Nigel, you look like you're pondering something.
Well, I'm pondering dual incumbency. I think we need to explain what that is for the viewers.
Do you want to explain that, Sean?
Well, I just invented the term. No, because I looked on there. Well, I was looking at the previous map here, and it seemed to me that it was previously Liberal, at least on the tip of the Gaspé, and then on the interior it was Bloc. So, but when you switch over, and then on the list here, it says you've got two incumbents. So
did the guy cross the floor or something?
No, wouldn't this just be boundary redistribution?
I think it would
yeah.
be boundary. That must be one of the
possible.
new 5 ridings.
Dual. Okay.
That was the worst rendition of the Starship Enterprise.
Who's doing the Starship Enterprise?
Oh, you guys, the camera cannot catch Erika's doodle pad.
High school, guys.
It's a family show.
Sorry.
No comment.
Back to incumbents. For our listeners, every 10 years, Election Canada, and they'll be doing it in Alberta for the next election, does boundary redistributions based on population.
Sorry, are you on the boundary commission?
No.
Oh, I thought you. Okay, I misunderstood.
I said Alberta will
Okay.
have because of population growth.
We got 3 seats this time.
Yeah, so we got 3.
Alberta
a lot
seats,
of changes over, but yes, this is one of those new boundaries. That's why you will have 2 incumbents. No one crossed the floor.
Dual incumbents. It turned out actually, Sean, made sense.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to say the name of that constituency again?
No.
No. Right.
Especially with laryngitis.
So, Erika, if we have 3 new ridings in Alberta, is that an advantage for the Conservatives?
Federally?
Yes.
So one that I live in, like Edmonton Center, had some rejigging. There was, I would say, from that riding a little bit more advantage. There's the new Edmonton Northwest riding, and then it kind of it impacted very, very large rural ridings, which would be very hard to either campaign or be the MP for. And so, yes, in theory, it did kind of weigh fair, even though the Liberal government.
So what about the new one in Calgary? Calgary McKnight is in the northeast.
Yeah, so it kind of split up some of where George Chahal was, Skyview, which also, or that's where he was. So it does, but I would still say the challenge for the Conservatives is that they're heavier weighted in, or perform better in rural settings, where these are, because of the concentration of population, and it's about 110,000 people per riding, that a lot of it would be concentrated, like I said, the rejigging of Edmonton, and then kind of a pocket of Calgary that you saw.
Well, and it's not just a Calgary riding. It's a no better term for it. It's an ethnic riding. It's high immigrant concentration.
A lot of newcomers.
Yeah, which skews more often than not, but not always, Liberal or towards leftist parties. Like the NDP does well in Northeast Calgary. The Liberals hold one seat in Calgary. It's in the Northeast. They hold, I think, is it 2 seats in Edmonton?
2 NDP and then one Liberal right now.
Yeah, and so they'll tend to do better in areas that have a high concentration of immigration. One of the new Alberta seats is in one of those areas. So high immigrant population, point Liberal, but it's Alberta, point Conservative. So I mean, those ridings could go either way.
Well,
The MP Michael Cooper was involved, and I'll say his historical knowledge of boundaries came into play very helpful for the Conservatives.
Yes.
the Northeast too, and those ridings are hard to poll because it's based more on who connects with their community a heck of a lot more than a party line. And if you get the
Very
right
family
community
oriented.
leadership, so I mean that same riding could very well flip.
Derek, if I can add to this conversation, which
Yeah.
I think is interesting about demographics and what we're going to see tonight about demographics. We keep hearing about the blue collar vote, which has never been a strong conservative vote getter. And Erika, I'm sure, knows this too. It used to be, when I used to go canvassing door to door, if you saw a driveway, you could pretty well count on it voting conservative. And there's a lot of areas in Edmonton and other wealthier cities that, you know, I think of Rosedale and Toronto. I mean, that used to be a rock solid conservative riding. And over time, wealthier Canadians have voted more and more Liberal. Younger, hardworking Canadians have become more and more conservative. I think one of the questions tonight is, how far is that demographic going to change? We saw in the United States with Donald Trump, his demographic was largely, and he won that election largely on the blue collar working vote. And is that now going to impact on the Canadian election the exact same way? I think that's one of the things we're going to watch. And then if we look at some of these ridings, even some of these maritime ones, we go back to Central Nova, like that's a riding which has the community of Stellarton. Stellarton is a former steel mining. It also has made heavy gear in it. And so there's a lot of working people in that riding. And so the fact that Conservatives are seemingly doing better may play to that change in demographics. And that change in demographics, when we look at these riding boundaries, may also affect which ridings we're competitive in and which ones we're not. I think that's going to be one of the interesting stories as we go through tonight, is how that impacts on individual ridings.
So let's talk about where we're at right now. So Newfoundland, Labrador, I mean, that's always been solid Liberal. It's an extremely low population constituency. But there's some adjuster rules in these things. Like Labrador is kind of a self-contained unit, and it gets to be a riding no matter what its population is. Same with Northwest Territories, none of it, Yukon, etc. So sometimes there is a case to be made for it. I think Labrador probably is one, even though it goes Liberal. The Conservatives are doing really strong in Newfoundland. So pick up. Conservatives smashed the Liberal incumbent. Carol Yancey, the Conservative, has been declared elected with 53.4% of the vote. Liberals way down at 39. That's a pickup for the Conservatives. Incumbent Clifford Small from Central Newfoundland declared elected. Conservatives leading narrowly, but this would be a pickup. Jonathan Rowe picking up the Liberal seat from Anthony Germain. That one is not yet there. The Liberals have declared elected in Cape Spear and Avalon, leading at St. John East. If the Conservatives win half the seats in Newfoundland, Kevin, I think that's a good sign.
Well, that long range mountain seat is a great sign. The Liberal candidate in that riding was a 32-year newspaper journalist.
Sorry, which riding is this?
In Long Range Mountain. And so a lot of people kind of expected him to have the kind of the name recognition to allow him to win that seat, even in a tough election, let alone a good one. Now, this is a significant change, even in the old Confederation debates, Derek. Like back in the day, it was the Crosbys and the pro-Canada movement in St. John, and then it was the separatists and the anti-Confederates in the rural. And that always voted Liberal. That's where Joey Smallwood was from. He's from Gander, which is just down the road from Long Range Mountains in Clifford Smalls area. And then you always expected the city to vote Conservative. And that's, as you can see, has shifted significantly, which goes again to talk about that demographic changes that we're seeing.
I want to ask him something.
In these ridings.
Kevin, can I just interject here and ask you this? The Conservatives are very strong when it comes to housing, immigration, all of those issues that are perceived to be holding the younger voters back, and actually are part of what you're talking about there. Now, I never pictured Newfoundland as being a place where you can't find a home. So what is driving that Conservative? We won't call it we won't call it a boom, but they're doing better than everybody expected. And it's not the issues that would make the Conservatives popular in Toronto. What's going on?
That's a great question. And I think one of the things that's happening across the country is rural Canadians many of the issues that are the same for people in Newfoundland are exactly the same as the ones that are in rural Alberta. So it's affordability. It's about finding a job. It's about those nuts and bolts issues that affect rural Canadians all across the country. And I think one of the things we're going to see here is that the old way of thinking, I think it used to be that everyone would think employment insurance when it comes to Atlantic Canada. Now, employment insurance isn't really an issue because the way it's been shifted and changed over the years, it's lost its political bite. But in a lot of these seats, the issues are exactly the same, no matter what part of the country you come from. Like Nigel, I don't think, like for someone like yourself who's been all over the country and knows the country really, really well, if we were to go to a place like Stephenville, Newfoundland, which is in that long range mountain riding, it's not going to look and act, or our political discussions are not going to be substantially different than, say, if we're outside of rural Red Deer. And that's just the way the country, I think, is changing. But I also think it's an opportunity for Conservatives, because in some of these seats where they didn't really compete because of traditional voting patterns, those voting patterns are starting to move with the rest of the country. We just might be a little bit behind.
All right. Well, I want to bring in a second Eastern bastard here. We've got our replacement Frenchman, Reynaud Brassard. I know Reynaud. He also is a veteran of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. We're having a reunion here. Our Michel Kelly-Gagnon switched on us. Then we got
Daniel
Dufour.
Switched on us?
Yeah. But Nigel promised me a Frenchman, and we got one. Reynaud, thank you for joining us.
Bonsoir.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's good to see you. Good to see Kevin. Good to see everybody on the team, and I'm glad to be the token Frenchman for tonight.
Thank you. So we've only got. Thank you. We've only got.
It's just water.
Just water. This is not vodka. Yet. We'll see how the results go.
We're going to be
We've got-
cheering or crying.
Right now, I'm getting messages from James Finkbeiner, old staffer of ours, asking why did Dave just really hand you water? Why aren't you drinking beer? Are you guys okay? James, levels of alcoholism have significantly decreased since you stopped working here. We're on the wagon at the Standard now. It'll probably make for a lesser entertaining show. So if our numbers start to go down, I will start drinking.
Take one for the team.
Yeah. Okay. Reynaud, we've only got one Quebec constituency reporting so far. Not very much. We got 11 polls reporting on it. That's Oh, I want you to say. Hold on, I'm going to bring this writing up, and you're going to say the name of this constituency. Gaspésie.
Stop. Just let
I'm
go.
happy to help. It's Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, les Sigouches.
Oh, sorry, say it again.
Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, les Sigouches. But you know, I can't say it 3 times in a row without messing up.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's really all we got to work on. But 11 polls reporting. That starts to get somewhat of a decent sampling here. Got Alexis Deschamps of the Bloc leading 47.3. This is the double incumbency constituency that Sean here was talking about, because I guess the redistribution, you've got incumbents fighting each other. Those are always interesting battles. Dion Laboutier.
Dion.
Okay.
You know,
it's the woman. It's
These
Diane.
results, but these ones are not surprising at all. If you look at the writing, so the reason why you've got 2 incumbents is because the I've got a French word, the redécoupage, but the electoral card has changed a little bit, and essentially part of the writing that was very, very pro sovereignty, pro Quebec independence, got put into Madame Laboutier's writing. So this is really like it's not surprising that the Bloc would bowl ahead in this one, and that the Liberals and Conservatives would be a little bit further behind. But again, you know, it's kind of early on in the night. I think what will be interesting to see is once we start getting the results from around Quebec City, Saguenay, but also especially Trois-Rivières. The Conservatives have had a candidate there who's the former mayor of Trois-Rivières. He's been running in that riding for 3 times. Every single time he's running there has been really, really close. He's been polling very, very well. Now, recently, what we see is really a 3-way tie where both the Liberals and Conservatives and the Bloc as well are polling at roughly 30%. So this is going to be a really fun one to follow tonight. If you can, once the results start coming in from Quebec, the riding of Trois-Rivières will be one of the most closely watched, I think.
The Bloc has not fared well in this election, not nearly as badly as the NDP, but how worried should the Bloc be tonight?
Definitely not as worried as the NDP. The NDP is not sure whether or not they're still going to have official party status. I think the Bloc is not looking at a situation where we wouldn't have official party status, which is having 12 elected officials. But for the Bloc, I think this is rather hard election because a lot of the more nationalist sentiment has become a more Canadian nationalist sentiment recently, simply because of the tariff threats coming from down south. So there's a lot of people that say, maybe we don't want to be part of Canada, but we especially don't want to be a part of the U.S. So I think that's one of the things that has hurt the Bloc quite significantly. Again, it's not nearly as bad as it is for the NDP, but the Bloc is probably not having a good night tonight. They're most likely looking at a drop. The last I saw from some polling aggregators in terms of how much they thought the Bloc was going to get was 24 seats. If we compare it to last time around, they had 33. Well, to when Parliament was dissolved, they had 33 seats. So it's still a significant a significant drop for the Bloc, but it is nowhere near the apocalypse that must be going on in the NDP war room right now.
Sean, if you've got an update to make, you just flag me and we'll bring you in. Do you have you got anything?
I don't have an update, but I've got kind of a point to make. So this is let's see. Let me figure out how to get out of
Why is there a riding in Alberta reporting?
No, you know what? This is 70% of the population in Canada lives here. Here. Okay.
And
so what I'm about to say is that this is where it's going to start to get real here within the next probably 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I was like, what riding is that? Now that I see it's got
what riding is that? That's got this lower St. Lawrence Valley down into Niagara.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, whenever you've got an update, you just flag me.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay. Kevin, let's look back at the Atlantic provinces, how they're coming in. Newfoundland is looking. Terra Nova, the peninsulas, is still very close. Still polls to come in. That could still go either way. But three seats in Newfoundland. Is that about as conservative as Newfoundland can get in a federal election?
That's about as conservative.
I think that is about as conservative as you can get. And if you look at it, particularly that Terra Nova seat, that was also like Long Range Mountain, previously held by the Liberals, for a number of years. So again, these are good signs for the Conservatives that they're picking up these seats that were traditional Liberal seats. I want to pick up on a point, though, Derek, that Renaud mentioned about the NDP, because we can take a little look at some of that in this. And if we look at ridings...
Oh, sorry, one second. I want to bring Dave Naylor in here. We've got some interesting news out of Vancouver and Jagmeet Singh's headquarters. Let's put Dave. You're off the bench. What do you got? Dave, your sound is not on.
Oops.
Sorry, Dave's a boomer. There
we go. It's that pesky mute button.
He kept
The NDP have been real dicks this entire election. They haven't responded to any of our emails, haven't told us when any of their events are. Well, we find out where Jagmeet Singh's so-called victory celebration will be in Burnaby tonight, and we get kicked out. So we asked why they haven't been giving us any information, and they replied, just because you're the Western Standard. So remember, NDP, those who laughed last laughed the loudest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, two things, Dave. One, you still got to fix that microphone. Two, make sure Jared doesn't leave. He should just park outside of Jagmeet's headquarters there. Give us the best he can from there. That is some wild stuff, though. In production, we're set up to bring in the speeches from the leaders when they take the stage later tonight, right? Production.
Yeah.
Let's put a keffia on them. They'll bring them right in. And
Yeah. Tell Jared to put a keffia on and start jumping up and down around cripples. And
Jesus.
I will give him that advice, Derek.
Yeah, tell him to do that. He'll get it, no problem.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt you there, Kevin.
That's a really good segue, Derek. It's probably important we probably spend a little bit of time on the NDP, because there's some numbers in here I think also tell a really compelling story. So if you look at the riding of Halifax is, if you look at Atlantic Canada, it is traditionally the hotbed of support for the NDP. They're running Lisa Roberts. She's a provincial MLA. A supposed star candidate for the party in this election. They've held this riding, and they traditionally do very, very well here. They're running third in Halifax tonight in these early results. In Halifax West, another riding that they've traditionally competed well in. They're scoring about 7% of the vote in that seat. Sackville, which was long held by an NDP MP, Peter Stouffer, very popular in Nova Scotia. Tonight, the party's getting just 5% of the vote. So these numbers, if you're an NDP supporter tonight, you would kind of look at those ridings in these early results to see how you're doing. And as you can tell, they're not doing very good. In fact, they're doing abysmal.
They used to hold Dartmouth Cole Harbour as well, right? Was that was the lady with the glasses?
That's exactly right. And this riding was also held. There was Mayor Mike Savage from Halifax who held this riding. He lost the riding to Robert Chisholm, a former provincial New Democrat, who then turned it back over to the Liberals. But this is prime NDP territory, not just in the Atlantic Canada, but across the country. Because this was the area that Alexa McDonough used to hold when she was NDP leader back in the 90s. So they've always done very, very well here. And if you look at those early results, they're not just doing poor, Derek. They're not even competitive. You know, they're ranging somewhere between 10 and 5% in those ridings. And if we were to go look at those seats, I think we would assume that they're strong NDP ridings, and they're just not doing very well.
A second here.
So presumably, Kevin, they're going to lean more to the Liberals than to the Conservatives if they're starting from an NDP orientation.
Well, yes. In fact, the riding of Halifax West, which was close in the last election, In this election, the NDP vote has almost entirely gone to the Liberals early on. So the Liberals scoring about 62%, 61% of the vote. The NDP are scoring just 7% of the vote. And the question is as we get into Ontario, other urban seats like this one, and particularly in the 905, what is that decline in NDP support going to do in ridings that Conservatives would traditionally need to win in seats like the Mississaugas and the Bramptons and things like that? That as you were showing in the previous graph of where the election is really won and lost in those seats, that's where the NDP has always played a major role. It doesn't appear like they're going to tonight. And knowing that, how are those results going to look an hour or two from now?
Okay, I want to bring in Sean here. He has an update. Sean?
Yes. Gaspezi. However you say it.
Why don't we just
Gaspezi.
call it GIML?
Anyway,
GIML.
so it's flipped over to Liberal here. But going back to what we were talking about, the NDP, 1.5%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure who RP is. Like, is that like the Rhino Party? It's polling near
they're
the
competitive
Rhino
with the
Party.
NDP. Wow. Orange is the new green. The NDP, I mean, based on the Atlantic results so far, is essentially where the Greens are when they're having a good election. 4 to 7% is a good Green election. That's where the NDP's at right now.
And you remember, if you remember back in 2011 when there was the orange wave in Quebec, look, the NDP was polling nowhere near what it is right now. Back in 2011, the NDP got 103 seats. They got seats in places like Berthierville with Truffaut and Brasso. In Quebec, that party has gone through a complete meltdown. Even with the last election, last election they had 10% in province. They only had one riding. This year again, they're only looking at one riding, and it's not a riding where they're strong because they're the NDP. It's a riding where they're strong because their local candidate is strong in that riding. If that local candidate switched Conservatives tomorrow, very unlikely it would happen, but that riding would switch Conservative right away. Where the NDP has been collapsing in the rest of the country, but the NDP collapse in Quebec was probably the story we had from 2019 and 2021, even 2015.
Yeah. Rayno, what time do the polls? What time are we going to get results coming out of Quebec? We should be getting them soon, shouldn't we?
In about 20 minutes. Polls are closing at 9:30 here. There was one exception for Gaspé-les-Îles that closed a little bit earlier. But the rest should be, well, I'm saying 9:30, but 7:30 Mountain Time, I guess.
Yeah. And just the results aren't going to be that slow coming out in the West because the polls will close earlier out here. So we have less voting time, but most people have voted by 8:30. What time did we close here?
I thought it was 7:30.
Did we close by 7:30?
7:30 or
Yeah, like most people, you should have voted.
Well, I think it's because
Really?
when we look at the 7:15, I was running a local campaign, and it was quite depressing to know that you already knew how the election was going, and then you just sat there for an extra 2 hours. So I do think that they put a lot of the closing times a little shorter. And from everyone I hear, I don't know who you guys folks have talked to today, but polling stations are quite quiet. And I don't know if that's the case for others, but advance polls were
crazy.
Quite absurdly busy. Now it might have been the Easter weekend, but that might also, meaning that there's slower, like the quicker count and less people standing there past 7:30.
Yeah, I think the polls were something like 1.5 million in the early polls in the last election. This time it's been 7 million.
Yeah.
And so that tells you that an awful lot of people made the decision to go early. But the 1.5 was in itself a big jump on the election before that. So it's like advanced polling has come into fashion in a big way.
Have you ever voted on election day? I never have.
I have never
Never?
voted on election day.
I mean,
Well, you know you're a
campaign,
political
so-
junkie when you've never
Like,
voted
I
on
also go to the returning officer usually when you have to write the name in. So, yeah.
See, like in 2019, there was 1 million people turned out for the advanced polls. In 2015, it was only 600,000. Now it's 7.5 million.
Crazy.
So it's an incredible number.
It shows how campaigns are going to change too. I mean, as this moves into a larger voting period, you've got to be intense in that first 3 weeks now. You're not
can't
waiting
back
for
end,
everybody to
back
vote
end.
on that last day. Like, you've got to have
I hope from this we also learn, if that's the case, like parties need to release those platforms before the advance polls.
That was a conservative mistake. They released their
was.
platform a week after 7.5 million people voted. I mean, that's a bad tactical move.
Yeah. And I mean, even the debates, like, do they really need to happen that close to the end if this is what?
Well, we should have more debates, but at least have one that's not like 2 days away from, or the day before advanced voting starts, because advanced voting is both more available now, and it's become a part of people's civic habits, where it's now not I'm only going to vote on advanced polls if I'm away on vacation or something. Now it's very common.
Yeah.
For people
Well, it
to
was
do.
6 to 7% was the undecided by the debate, which ideally was more strategic for the Conservatives, and also if they'd released their platform earlier, because there has been some pretty significant policies that the Conservative Party has released, but to who at this point?
Actually to you and to us.
Yeah.
But I wonder how many people actually say, there it is. That's what I've been looking for. There is the Liberal platform. There is the Conservative platform. And now I'm going to go through them and I'm going to make a careful decision. Do you think that happens?
No.
So really,
But I think but your strategy on the back last few days, and we know like the significance of the GOTV that you're getting into, it's now like your GOTV needs to be heavier and more strategic before advanced polls.
What's GOTV?
Get out that vote.
I heard Jenny Burns say that once.
You know what?
Do not compare me to Jenny Burns.
Let's let's compare some of the results.
I'm the only woman here.
Let's compare some of the results as we have them from 338 338canada.com. That's I think
that's going to be 343 here pretty quick.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get it. He plays a real gamble in what domain names he gets. There are pretty good polling aggregator and predictor.
There go your glasses.
There goes my glasses. I generally have a lot of faith in it, but it can be wrong. But so far, let's look. Avalon, he called Liberal, is Liberal. Cape Spear, Central Newfoundland, he listed as a toss-up, leaning Liberal. That has gone Conservative. Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, he listed as likely Liberal. It is at this moment leaning Conservative, still narrow. It could go Liberal, but it's 49% Conservative, 36.8 Liberal. He listed that as as likely Liberal. So it's pretty rare when he says likely or strongly. You could generally take that to the bank. The toss-ups, obviously, more likely to go either way. But I mean, like the Conservatives are winning some things that were called in the polling aggregators as likely Liberal. That's rare.
Yeah, I was going to ask Kevin actually on that, if that speaks to what you were talking about before with the blue-collared vote, or maybe some of those demographics that are leaving their traditional vote and leaning more conservative now. That's maybe the answer. We said before you joined that, none of us answer the phone to answer a poll. So that might be part of why our conservative vote's not getting weighed properly. But do you want to comment on that, Kevin, about what you're seeing in the Maritimes and what could be attributing to the lack of accuracy?
Yeah, I think there's two things. The first is kind of the point that Nigel made, which is rural Canada is just more conservative. That is just a fact. And I think the differences between the regions as time is going on is becoming less and less and less. So I think that's the first one. And then, Erika, I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think these demographic changes are significant. And I think as we kind of look through the voting patterns and how these elections turn out, which is then what are our parties going to be all about? Because traditionally, Conservatives were always the big business, rich people party. The Conservative Party today is likely to be very, very different after this election, primarily because the supporters who will support it will be significantly different. And as we kind of look through leadership and who's going to lead and the types of things we're going to talk about, all of this is going to have a big impact. And I think this is just playing out now in the early results.
the future will be different from the one that is. Well, actually, I think the Conservative Party of the future is the one that we're actually seeing now, bringing its vote out to the table. My impression broadly is that the modern Conservative is a young working man who is concerned about his home, his family, his security on the street, all of those things that used to be the concern of the old Conservatives, but now the older Conservatives, and I'd love you to tell me whether it's the same back east, but they seem to be so anxious and fearful about the future that they're looking for a safe place. And somehow or other, they see the Liberals as safe. They see Mr. Carney as safe and reassuring, whereas the young guys kind of like that zip that Pierre Poilievre brings to the argument. You know, he's kind of sassy and puts people in their place. Young guys like that a lot. What do you say?
I agree. In fact, I'm glad Renault's here because I know he's done a lot of research and writing on this very topic. And so I'll actually defer to him on this. But I think as we kind of go through the night, we're going to hear speeches tonight from the various leaders. Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. I think two things: that if we're into a 4-year Liberal majority government, that is going to change our discussion about about conservative leaders and ideas after this. And the second thing it's going to do is, if we're going to have just a two-party system, the choices are going to be far more stark, which I think, given your conversation with Erika, is really, really important, because I think now suddenly we're going to be able to have two very distinct choices, very similar to south of the border, which I think for a lot of voters will be a lot easier.
You know,
go ahead.
To what you were saying, Kevin, you know how they used to say, there's this old saying, like, if you're not a liberal by the time you're 20, you have no heart, but if you're not conservative by the time you're 40, you have no brains. Looking at the polling numbers, it sort of feels like that has inverted. And I think a large part of this is, when conservatives talk about this lost liberal decade, not everybody has experienced it in the same way as, I believe it was Trevor Toome that wrote this not so long ago. But essentially, if you're a young person starting out in your career, you're the one that sees, the lack of wage growth, the lack of opportunity, the home ownership that becomes even more unattainable every single day. But if you're somebody that's later in your career, you've already got your assets, you've already saved up, and you're just a couple of years away from retirement. Well, the last couple of years for people that have assets, they've been pretty good. The stock market's has been going well, except the last few months. When you look at the price of housing, if you own a home, the more the price of housing goes up, the more your savings go up. If you look at it after inflation, the price of a home, the price of the average home in Canada increased by $43 every single day after inflation for the last decade. So for people that own these homes, for people that are older voters, they just don't have the same lived experience, to borrow a term from the left, than the younger folks. And I think that's why the conservative message has resonated so well with the 18 to 34, with the 34 to 55, with people that are either starting their career or right in the middle of it, is because these are the folks that just don't see this chance to advance, or this opportunity that other generations used to have in Canada, and that Canada used to be known for.
So, Kevin, I got a question for you. Kind of going back to the 338 here. It has so Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, in Newfoundland, was listed as a pretty solid liberal riding. It is now leaning. It is leaning conservative. It's not done yet, but that was listed as solid. Central Nova was listed as likely liberal. Central Nova, with incumbent Sean Fraser, a guy gun owners should be very familiar with. Okay. The Conservatives are leading in that constituency. Again, a little less than 100 polls to close. And then what was the next one? Cumberland, Gloucestershire was listed as leaning liberal. Conservatives have a healthy but not insurmountable lead in that constituency. So the Conservatives have so far won every toss-up riding in Atlantic and are leading, although haven't yet been elected, but leading in 2 solid Liberal ridings. What's this telling you?
Well, I think this is good fortunes for Pierre Poilievre early on. You'll remember in 2015 when we sat around and watched the results coming in, everyone looked to the Maritimes first. It was the first results that come in, and was Stephen Harper going to be able to keep to a minority? Was he not? And 32 Liberals were returned on that night, and it just started the stream of what was going to happen afterwards. What we're seeing here is largely the status quo. Let's be honest. And so we're not going to see the decline, but we're also not seeing, Derek, the Conservative pickups. Like, look at the riding of Fredericton, for example, in New Brunswick. That is a riding that bounces between the various parties. It's kind of a bellwether. Brian McDonald, the Conservative candidate, is a former provincial member of the legislature, and he's running against David Miles, who's a jazz musician, famous in the region, actually. and so that's one that if the Conservatives are going to have a really good night, that you would start to look at them winning. St. John as well, a blue-collar town, people that work in Moosehead Brewery or the mill. Again, that one's going Liberal. So it's essentially the status quo. I would warn on Central Nova, if you look at the kind of the area near the White, near the ocean, that's along the old number 7 highway. That area is like this twisty, turny old road with houses on it. That traditionally is more conservative. That vote, and then if you go into the towns, again, that tends to be a little bit more Liberal. So it really depends on where the vote is coming from in that riding, and you're not going to know that for a little bit. So this one tends to go up and down, my experience on election nights, because I get excited about results like this and then kind of flip a different way. That other riding, Cumberland-Colchester, the Conservatives are going to win that. That's Bill Casey's old riding, who was a Conservative, then he flipped to the Liberals. And Stephen Ellis won it in the last election. This is as close to what rural Alberta would look like. That being said, again, going back to the NDP, that is also a riding that has traditionally, in more recent history, some good NDP vote. And when you take that away, it changes the dynamic a little bit, which makes it a little closer than it should. But that Central Nova one, is going to be a long night watching that result, because a lot of those ballot boxes along the number 7 highway are going to take a long time to get them counted. Kind of a funny story. I was doing poll counting and leaders tour on that number 7 highway, and there's no cell phone coverage. And I thought we were lost to the earth one election night. And so there's a lot of people you can't even call in to get those results in.
All right. Update from Sean.
So interesting note here. CBC has assigned this riding of Montcalm, I can actually say that one because it's north of Montreal, as BQ, even though
there's 0 votes.
0 votes.
Oh, no, sorry. They haven't called it. They're saying the Bloc is ahead.
Leading.
Yeah, they said they're leading in it. They haven't called it as elected.
Okay,
For the
okay, good. Okay.
So
newbie.
Sorry,
But
that
yeah,
is not
there we go.
that is not the riding of
There we go.
Montcalm.
That is
It's the one where they've got the Bloc leadings riding of Terrebonne. Montcalm is just a little bit further north.
yeah. No, I'm looking here. That's called Terrebonne.
Yep.
Was that Terrebonne? Was that
Can
terrible?
you not say that?
Terrible.
It's close enough. It's
How do you say it?
Terrebonne.
Okay, actually, I'm looking here. Here, I'm going to bring this in.
Why am I,
There actually are some results coming in. It is one poll. Okay, so maybe that's an advanced poll.
Here we go.
It's one poll, but this is the sort of area that the Liberals were looking at consolidating. So if you look at Quebec's electoral map from the previous election, they sort of have the highlight of Montreal and Laval, except a couple of exceptions. But outside the island, that was very much Bloc Québécois territory. And this is one of those places where they're looking to make some gains. Look, the reason why this is Bloc Québécois territory, if you look at it provincially, these ridings right now, they're being represented by the Coalition Avenir Québec, the CAQ. Before that, they were PQ forever. especially the riding of Terrebonne. And now it's expected that provincially that riding, or at least a good part of that riding, is going to flick back to the PQ. So this is a riding that's been very pro-sovereignty for a long time.
Well, it's bordering Montreal, though. It's off.
Oh, yeah.
It's just on the north side of the island, but
it is. So it's on the north side, but much like we talk about, downtown Toronto versus the suburbs, you still have the same dynamic with Montreal, where the suburbs, especially the North Shore suburbs, are a lot more heavily francophone. They're a lot more heavily pro-sovereignty, typically, or at least they vote for the Parti Québécois without necessarily being pro-sovereignty. If the Liberals are to make major gains, these are the ones they're looking to flip, because they're essentially profiting from the drop in the Bloc Québécois votes. So look, this is just one poll reporting out of 208. Like, this is not a definitive result by far. But if the Bloc manages to keep it, like, this is a good this is a bad sign for the Liberals, and I would say as such a good sign for Conservatives.
And here again, we've got NDP at about 5%. They're pulling with the People's Party and the Greens.
Jeez. Okay.
Can I just point out, this is random, but I'm checking on Elections Alberta because I wanted to check what time BC polls close. They're apparently having technical difficulties. You've got one day to do your job.
Conspiracy.
Yeah. Is Talos running this thing?
Apparently.
Okay. I guess the big theme so far is the NDP. They're just gone.
And that doesn't bode well in Ontario, though. I mean, that if that collapse continues into Ontario, we know just by nature. I mean, you can't assume with votes when they leave one party and go to another. But when it's NDP going somewhere else, chances are really good they're going to go Liberal. So, I mean, things are looking pretty promising off the bat, more than we expected in the Maritimes. But that NDP collapse is something to be concerned about.
It appears that we'll see a lot of strategic voting.
Yes.
We're praying that nobody shows up. But.
We have a really interesting guest in the wings right now. Let's bring in my old friend here, Kent Hare, is a former Liberal member of the Alberta legislature, back when those used to exist. And he was a Liberal member of Parliament for Calgary Centre and a member of the Trudeau government's cabinet from 2015 to 2019. How you doing, Kent?
Hey, I'm doing great. How's the team at Western Standard doing tonight?
It's getting a little sticky. They tend to turn off the air conditioning after regular work hours here, no matter how hard I beg them. But
well, you just gotta go grease the landlord a little more there. Try and be that guy. But hey, nevertheless, I roll by your office all the time. Maybe I'll go talk to him, Derek.
Okay, I appreciate that. You can put in a word. So Kent, have you been watching the results as they're coming in out east so far?
I actually just got back doing some last-minute campaigning for the Calgary Centre team here with Lindsay Lunau. So I haven't been privy to those results, but I heard that the NDP are struggling mightily, which it is not surprising to me and the like. But if you could refresh me on the other stuff, I think I can give some opinions.
Yeah, here. Well, let's we'll throw the map in here. So the Conservatives are they're winning the toss-ups in the Atlantic provinces right now. The Liberals stand to, they're still leading with the most seats. It's a strong Liberal region, but the Conservatives are leading or elected in 3 in Newfoundland. Looks like 3 in Nova Scotia, 1, 2, 3, 4 in New Brunswick. They're holding every one of their incumbents. They're picking up some of the swings and even picking up some that were not considered to be swings, but it's certainly far from a blue wave. But the big thing we're seeing is the utter annihilation from the NDP, polling some ridings as low as 2%. The highest I think I saw them was 7 or 8, and the very highest, maybe I'm wrong, but the highest I can recall seeing them in any Atlantic constituency so far was like 7 or 8%. Why? I mean, by perception and kind of narrative, Mark Carney is thought to be a less hard left leader than Justin Trudeau. Yet he's completely folded the NDP vote in. How the hell did he do that?
Well, I think for the better part of the decade, the Trudeau Liberals pushed Jagmeet so far to the left that he was falling off a cliff. And then when Mr. Carney came in with the NDP weakened to the point they were, he was able to pivot to a more centrist or even slightly right of center campaign that I think the country sort of appreciated that approach and saw it as real change, not just window dressing. I believe also that Mr. Carney, with the issue being national unity and Donald Trump, that's an issue that plays into Mr. Carney's strengths more than it did to Pierre Poilievre's. And I think with the NDP rendered nugatory almost right from the start, or right from Mr. Trudeau leaving, I think it gave them a lot of room to the right for them to pivot to. And I think that's why you're seeing them, the NDP, fall off the cliff.
Okay.
We'll jump over and then
Do we have an update from you, Sean?
Yeah, we do.
All right.
I'm standing in front of it. Battleford Lloydminster Meadow Lake, something I can pronounce, and it's on the Alberta border, as we know.
How is that
Lloydminster
possible?
split. I know, it's just an outlier, but we got, no surprise, 85% conservative, 12% liberal.
No,
But
10% liberal. I'm looking right now.
well, I think that's lower than what people were even expecting. I think they were expecting maybe a higher number.
Yeah.
But here again, NDP, 1 vote.
That's from Rosemary Falk.
Wow,
Yeah.
0.2% for the NDP.
Yeah, and we've got actually here. I'm going to bring the map back here. I'm going to bring in Raynaud. Raynaud, we've got some of the Quebec results starting to trickle in. Again, a lot of these are just one poll. We've got LePage, then Hot, Liberals with a big lead. Again, one poll in.
really small poll.
Yeah, like there's like less than 30 people who have voted. Can't really read anything into that. This one, yeah, like, okay, well, this one's actually got some numbers in. Saint Marie Champlain, Liberals with a commanding early lead, 3 of 296 polls in. Liberals at 53.8, the Conservatives 22.6, Bloc 20.1, Lac Saint Jean, Bloc ahead, and this one's got some more. Chicoutimi La Fjord. I don't know if they say fjord like that in French, but what are you taking from this, Raynaud? Well, forget the ones that have a single poll reporting. That's
honestly, it's still kind of early. The only one with more than a single poll is Saint Maurice Champlain, and that one I could have called for you 6 weeks ago. It's François-Philippe Champagne's writing. It's one of the writings where Liberals are very strong. If they're not doing well in Saint Maurice Champlain, they're not doing well anywhere else in the country. So this is not exactly a surprising start. I think the interesting races to follow. So you alluded to Chicoutimi La Fjord. So that's Richard Martel's writing, Conservative. He has been hammering the Liberals for the handling of the woodland caribou fowl for a certain time, and so have the Bloc Québécois as well. So I think this one will be quite interesting to follow, to see which of those two parties actually ends up on top, especially with there's always this perception that Quebec is a very liberal place. I tend to disagree. I tend to say that there's sort of two different conservative parties, but that appeal to two different conservative demographics. And the Bloc would appeal more to nationalists, whereas the Conservatives would appeal a little bit more to economic and fiscal conservatives. So I think this will be an interesting one to follow, especially because the Bloc has been putting a lot of effort into trying to take that riding for a long time.
All right, Kent. Turn this thing off here. What is it? So the polls have just closed everywhere from Quebec to Alberta. BC is the only place still voting at this time. Well, maybe Yukon. What do you think? How are the Liberals going to do in Alberta tonight? It's never been obviously the strongest place. You are a bit of a unicorn, the first Liberal elected in Calgary well, in my lifetime. What are you expecting to see tonight for the Liberals in Alberta?
You know, I think they've run some strong candidates. You know, our good friend Derek Cory Morgan, who's been the communication director for two premiers, two very different premiers. Premier Notley and Premier Kenney is running in Calgary Confederation. I think he's got a great opportunity. I think Lindsay Lunau in Calgary Centre has a real opportunity. I think they can win up to 7 seats here in Alberta. That's where 7. And
that's your ceiling. What's your floor for the Liberals in Alberta?
What's your
floor? I'll go 4. I think they
won't win less than 4.
They won't win less than 4. No, I think.
All right.
I
you
think
got to be optimistic for your own team. I get it.
No, no, it's not even that. I actually think Confederation and George Chahal's riding, Calgary McKnight, are locks. I think
you think Confederation's a lock, eh?
I think Confederation's a lock. I think Confederation's a lock. I was door knocking there over the course of the campaign. The NDP vote has cratered. You got to remember when Matt Grant almost won that riding in 2015.
He worked like a mofo.
Mm-hmm.
He worked hard for like 2 years to do that.
But the NDP got 8% of the vote that election. I think that's going right down to. I think the vote for the NDP and the Confederation will be 2, Slim and none, and I think Slim just left town, Derek. So I really think Confederation goes. I think Calgary Centre has a chance to go, but I think because Lindsay's a strong candidate, lives up in her riding and done a lot of things at City Hall and community building. So I think that one's on the edge. It could be close, 1,000 votes either way. And like I said, I even think Skyview can go in Calgary. If you look at the demographics there, it was a riding that George actually was in and then switched over to McKnight. And if you look at Sohi and Edmonton Centre, there's 6 right there, and I could probably find one more. That's why I'm getting a 7, but I'm having a little bit of a brain freeze here. I think they win 7 tonight.
Kent, if I can challenge you, because at first you kind of came at it from, it's because of Carney's message and quote unquote real change. But do you think that that's actually because people support the Liberals, or do you think it is the disastrous decline of Jagmeet Singh, who might be neck and neck for unpopularity close to Justin Trudeau? So, and maybe how that applies to Alberta as well, that it's actually not an increase in Liberal support, it's just a dissatisfaction with the NDP, and how you think some of those ridings, even Strathcona and Griesbach, are going to play out in Alberta?
Well, I think Albertans had largely been conditioned, at least center-left voters have been conditioned to vote for the party that's best able to beat the Conservatives. This has been even a provincial strategy. When the provincial Liberals did well, they galvanized more of that vote. When the provincial NDP did well, they galvanized more of the progressive vote. So I don't think this is anything new, but the NDP federally weakness, I don't think Mr. Singh has resonated in his now almost 8 years in politics, or really been to stake out some territory, because the Liberals under Trudeau were very center left. I sense that Carney is change enough. Okay.
Change enough. That's actually not a bad slogan.
Yeah.
Change enough.
He's
I refer to it as Jekyll and Hyde, but I'll let you keep your line.
Change enough, and simply put, this election may have been a lot closer. Should have the American president not said making Canada 51st state, or making it part of America, the United States. I believe that was the big issue, and let's face it, the media then showcased Mr. Carney's response to Mr. Trump. And it was very difficult for Mr. Poilievre to break into that, to change his messaging from what it had been for the last 4 years. And frankly, it sort of took him off his game and gave the Liberals some wind in their sails. And when it comes to the national unity issue and things of this nature, the Liberals are the warm blanket that Canadians, rightly or wrongly, crawl back into.
The Conservative Party.
Yeah. Hold on. We're going to go to Sean for an update here. There's a lot of results starting to flow in. Okay.
Okay, we got a lot of results pouring in, but because we've been fixated so much on the NDP, they're finally on the board, folks. They got 27 votes in Kenora.
That
Riding trading before we start these.
Hey, Renaud, can you do that one?
But I think the interesting point here is that the Conservative is the incumbent, and he's only got 4.
Yeah, but that that's one poll in a constituency.
Oh, NDP just scored again. Leduc Wetaskiwin.
Oh, yeah.
Catherine Swampy.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to win there. Yeah, they're also
Catherine
reading
Swampy
like
ran Edmonton Centre last go.
yeah, they're also leading in the arguably most. The Liberals are leading the most, arguably most conservative riding in Ontario, Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. That is the Ottawa Valley. For those of you who do not know, that's where guys like Randy Hillier are from, or where I'm from. It does not elect Liberals, at least once the party unified.
The gun buybacks happening there as we speak.
Yeah. That's Cheryl Gallant. Cheryl Gallant. There were only 2 Canadian Alliance MPs elected east of Manitoba in 2000. Both were from the Ottawa Valley. Scott Reed and Cheryl Gallant, and they're both still there. But let's put up the big national map here. Okay, see now it's conservative, but it was briefly listed as Liberal. Okay, so results coming in. My constituency, Yellowhead. That's where I get to vote. Yeah,
itty bitty thing right there.
Western Calgary, all the way up to Jasper. That is one hell of a riding. It goes from well south of Calgary to well north of Edmonton. Big chunk, mostly mountains and cattle.
Mostly moose.
And moose. Mostly moose. A lot of moose voting there.
It's got both national parks,
yeah.
I believe.
I don't know how this has not been called by the CBC yet. Like literally, as soon as the first one comes in, the Conservatives at 80%. Call it. We got Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. The incumbent there is telling the Liberals to falk off. That's Rosie Falk. 80, almost 85% of the vote. Bow River, back in the area I used to represent, Conservatives are at 87. Those numbers are not likely to change much.
This is where it becomes the battle of Conservatives of who can have the higher percentage. And 2 of those, what is it? Damien Curricks is another one that's up there for how high can you get of support?
Yeah. So actually, Bow River here, that's David Bexey. That's the father of Cian Bexey of Counter Signal and Juno News. Yeah, there's really nothing that interesting in Alberta yet. We're really going to have to get into Calgary and Edmonton with a decent number of polls reporting in some of those either hyper urban constituencies or heavily ethnic constituencies where you could have some battle. But we're seeing lots in Quebec. We're seeing lots in Ontario.
I was just going to say.
All right, let's go to Sean. Let's go to Welfare Wolf.
Welfare Wolf. I guess what's striking me about what's going on in Quebec is how well the Bloc is holding up. They're leading in about a dozen seats, and looks like the Lower St. Lawrence is becoming a real battle between the Liberals and the Bloc.
Okay, so let's bring in Renaud. He knows about Quebec, I'm told. Renaud,
having lived there for most of my life, yeah, I think that qualifies.
You sound like you know Quebec. You're watching the results as they're coming in.
Absolutely. Okay. In a lot of those cases,
Quebec?
So in a lot of those cases, we're still looking at ridings with only 1 poll reporting. So it's still very, very early on. But really, if you want to know whether or not the Liberals are having a good night tonight, look at the ridings around Montreal. So not Laval, not the island of Montreal, but everything around it. This is where Liberals tend to make some gains against the Bloc Québécois. If they're having a good night, this is where I'll go. So far, there's not a lot of results coming from there. Otherwise, what we're seeing in terms of results are from ridings where we know roughly what to expect. In Quebec City, Gérald Deltel's riding of Louis Saint-Laurent, it's not hard to know how that election is going to go. It's most likely going to go conservative. Same with the Beauce riding where Maxime Bernier used to be. This is likely going to go conservative. Is some ridings where the Conservatives stand to or are hoping to make some gains. The first one would be Montmorency-Charlevoix. So this
Where is that?
This is right in between. A little bit further to the northeast, mostly east. Yeah, there, this one. So
yeah, nothing there yet.
There's a lot of if you want to understand where the Conservatives get elected in the province of Quebec, is the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area, is the Quebec City area, and is the Beauce area. And the Montmorency-Charlevoix is one riding that that Conservatives have had in the past. They haven't had it for a couple of elections now, but there's a possibility that they could get it. Whether it is over there or in Chicoutimi-Lafiard, the whole issue around logging around the woodland caribou has been a significant issue because that's a significant employer for that region. The Liberals came in with a plan where they sort of, to try and save the caribou, were threatening up to 2,000 jobs in those areas. These people have been concerned about these regulations, the effect it would have on their livelihood. They've had a couple of rounds where whether it was the feds or the province that imposed some limits that have had some effect on their livelihoods, that have caused some job losses. So maybe that's having the effect. The other part, though, is that these places, there's a lot of softwood lumber that's being cut down in those areas. So it'll be good to see whether is the woodland caribou issue and all the environmental green regulations killing jobs that matter most to people, or whether it is the issue of the tariffs and softwood lumber issue with the U.S.
Yeah. All right. Let's bring Kent Hare back in. Kent, former Liberal MP and cabinet minister from Alberta, one of the few who have ever existed, especially from Calgary. Let's see. Do we have any results in from Confederation yet? I'm interested in Confederation.
It's my writing.
Okay. That's Sean's writing. I'm interested in that one. It's urban. It's a central urban constituency. So, you could the NDP is competitive in it provincially. So there's definitely some leftist voters there. I think Cory Morgan is a strong candidate, but he hasn't late
to the game.
He's very late to the game. So is the Conservative Nixon.
Yeah.
They're both late to the game. So I just don't think the local candidate is going to play a huge role there because they just haven't had time to spend a year knocking the door.
It does overlap with where Jeremy was, though.
In
the northern part. So he does have some of that riding, a little bit more name recognition, probably some good data.
Go ahead.
Here's what I'll do. Yeah, well, Cory being who he is, he has chops in the NDP and the Liberal Party. He ran that Canada's best well-known podcast. They're The Strategists, and I've been out. Sorry, okay? Then second best. Okay, nevertheless, he had a huge following in that regard. And if you look at then the number of people that came out and volunteered, the number of ID'd votes they had in a 30-day campaign, I was very surprised at the total that they had, and they were running up the good numbers. And I just think with the strength of his resume, as well as the lot of volunteers that I saw, and when I door knocked, there was a strong NDP candidate there, Kiera Gunn, and she had been out campaigning. She had signs all over the riding at the start of the campaign. Every door I knocked that had an NDP sign said they were voting for Cory or already had this weekend. So that's where I look at really the cratering of the NDP vote. Matt Grant almost won that riding, and I get it. He did work for 2 years in it. But I think it's also a more progressive riding possibly now than it was almost a decade ago when Matt run there.
So there's someone you served with. Here, I'm going to bring the map up back here. This is okay. So Erika was just talking about how, conservatives, especially rural Alberta and Saskatchewan conservatives, they're all competing. They're running against themselves and each other just for bragging rights about, how insanely conservative can your riding go. Funny enough, the first constituency in Alberta actually called as elected is in Calgary. It's Michelle Rempel. Michelle Rempel.
She's a door knocking machine.
She is. She can't get the same numbers as someone in Yellowhead or Bow River. It's not that kind of insanely rural, hyper conservative riding, but 60.1%. Sean, can you check on what she got in the last election? That might be indicative.
She's competing against herself.
She is, and she
Sean,
campaigns like nuts.
Sean, can you check too on what the NDP vote was in that riding last time?
Okay, what was the name of the riding?
Calgary Nose Hill.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Yeah. Now the NDP in that riding are at 2.3%. Wow. They are in fringe party territory at this point, Nigel.
How many has the PPC got in there?
PPC actually is being beaten by the Marxist-Leninists and the Rhinoceros Party at this moment. Actually, I'm not sure if they have a candidate. I can't tell if they have a candidate, but the Marxist-Leninists are at 0.1% of the people. And Vanessa Wang of the Rhinoceros Party, 0.3. I've never voted Rhino, but I've voted for some smaller parties and things in time. One of these days, I'd like to vote Rhino. If there's a conservative candidate I don't like, I'm going to do something. I'd like a Rhino candidate.
I love that you just answered my question. It's if you vote PPC
you vote
or
for the
conservative.
Rhino. I haven't voted federal until this election. I have not voted conservative federally since 2011.
Right. That's why
it's been a long
you said
time
that you did vote conservative.
This time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's been over a decade.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Sean, you got something?
Got some results. Okay, so this is a riding that has been redistributed. So in the 2021 election, Michelle Rempel got 55% of the vote, Liberal 21, let's say, New Democratic 17. And then on a redistributed basis, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, and you'll see that with a lot of Calgary and Edmonton ridings where by 10 blocks or whatever it looks like, you're going to see some reorgan.
I want to bring Kent in. Kent's time is ticking with us here.
Yeah, but so if you take a look at that NDP vote there, you're talking it was 17% in 2021 and you're down to 2% now. That's a cratering of epic proportions that I think carries the four seats in Calgary and 3 up in Edmonton. The numbers the math doesn't work for conservatives in those areas if the NDP craters to that extent, which I think it will.
I think what's interesting here too is Rempel Garner, the incumbent, spent about $100,000. The NDP spent nothing.
Yeah. Well, there's no point in them spending money there.
People's party spent $5,000.
Well, here, I want your reaction, Kent, to some more ridings. We got some early results coming in from Edmonton. Edmonton Southeast, Jagmeet Singh, he is going to hold that for the Conservatives. There's only one poll in, but it looks like a fairly big poll. He's at 65. He's going to hold that. Edmonton Northwest.
That's a new one.
That's a new one. But there is a Conservative incumbent because it's been redistributed around. Billy Morin. Again, only one poll in, but fairly big poll, 55.5. Edmonton Center. That's obviously one we need to watch.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Syed Ahmed.
Syed Ahmed.
A former mayor of Edmonton.
No,
Or the
Syed
current
Ahmed.
mayor, is that?
No, that's
No.
Amarjeet Sohi.
Oh, there's a communist there. They've got a communist.
Yes, they do. I went and voted, and it's quite
Do
a
they have a
long.
Marxist-Leninist too? Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
There's a communist
they're
and a
gonna split
Marxist-Leninist.
them.
This is the one, if you guys were watching Twitter, that there was an individual that showed up with like a half bottle of booze. Now the type of liquor is going to escape me, but he showed up with half a bottle, and then the moderator had to ask him to take it out because it was not like a licensed venue. So they've been making it. I have his brochure of 150 policies. Like this one, when I went to vote, is like Like, it's quite a robust. It's no Pierre Poilievre 95 candidates.
Kent,
Eric, there's
so
probably a
looking
lot
at-
of people who would like a bottle of booze when they go vote.
Yeah.
Lots here.
Kent, I'm looking here. So Edmonton Center has both a communist and a Marxist-Leninist candidate. I think that goes back to the old split between Stalinists and Maoists and the Leninists and all these things.
It sounds like a kind of mirror image for the Conservatives and the People's Party, doesn't it?
So my question is, are the communists and Marxist-Leninists splitting the NDP vote? Is that why they're losing so much?
Well, it could be close. That could be part of the reason up there in Edmonton Center. But I'm actually surprised. I don't know how many polls have been reported in there.
Just one. It's a big poll, but just one. It's a big poll.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Look, if you look at the NDP vote there, it's held up to that extent, and that's a good number for them. And if the NDP vote continues at that pace in Edmonton Center, I think it might be a tough night for Eleanor up there. I would be surprised if it sticks in at that number, but that's a big number. That's a big hurdle for that candidate to get over.
Yeah, I will give a little context. I was the president of that riding for 6 years, so I do know this poll inside and out and ran the 2015 campaign. This was the former riding of both Randys, Boissonneau, and then Eleanor Eleanor came over from Edmonton Strathcona, and so she was a late drop-in. As if you live in this riding, you got a mailer for re-elect Randy Boissonneau on day one of the election. So he didn't know what was happening. She moved over on the Saturday, I think, before, like the day before the writ dropped. Saeed Ahmed ran in Edmonton Decor for the United Conservative Party in the last election. He's a door-knocking machine. I hit a lot of doors, and some of the polls were actually more favorable for the Conservatives than I thought. But this is a prime example to Tricia Esterbrook, who is also a public school trustee and has been campaigning for 2 years. This is probably the one where we'll actually see a vote split on the left, and she will probably get a very high NDP vote in comparison to, I think, what's Kent saying is some of those Confederation and maybe even some of the more northeast ridings in Calgary.
I want to point out, if you look along the top here, you'll see whether the different parties have candidates leading and elected. The NDP has only one leading, and that one, I guarantee you, they have a 0.0% shot of. Leduc Wetaskiwin. There's just 3 small polls in there. The NDP are,
and they have, what is it, Mike Lakes, right?
Is that Mike Lake?
Yeah, because they got redistributed.
Yeah, Mike Lake. There's a 0.0% chance of the NDP winning there. So in reality, the NDP is not leading in a single constituency across Alberta, Nigel.
Really?
No, across the country.
Just before I bolt, guys, I just want to I want to hear your numbers, each of you, on who you think, how many seats in Alberta you think the Liberals are going to get. Start with you, Derek.
1 to 3.
Okay,
I'm going to
that's
go.
a range.
I'll go. I hate prime numbers and odd numbers, but I'll say 3 because they'll hold the 2 that they have plus 1.
Okay. I'll stick with 3 as well, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 3 as well, Ken, because I'm an optimist.
I'm an outlier, but there we go. Hey, but I've really appreciated my time here with you tonight. All the best in your election coverage, and we'll see. I'll see if I can talk to your landlord for you, Derek. Next time I'm rolling by your office. Okay. Hey, you got it. Take care, guys.
All right. Thank you, Kent.
Thanks, Kent.
Yeah. All right. Now, just got a word for the newsroom. Polls have just closed in BC, so we're going to start to get BC results soon. Let's bring up the big map.
Just so you know, Renault's going to bounce. He was putting that up.
Oh, okay. We're going to go to Renault before he has to go, because there's lots of results in Quebec. We should be getting a pretty good idea of how that is shaping up. It appears to be looking pretty good for the Liberals in Quebec.
It appears
right now.
Wow. It appears like that. For a lot of ridings that the Bloc was hoping to hold on, it seems like they haven't been able so far. Again, still early on in the night. But if I may take you to one riding that I think is of particular interest, is riding of Trois-Rivières. so sort of like midway between Montreal and Quebec City. So that riding, based on the latest polling aggregators, this was one of those ridings where it was really, they were polling at 30% for the Liberals, 30% for the Conservatives, 30% for the Bloc. The Conservative candidates there has been trying to win it for 3 elections in a row. And so far, there's 14 polls reporting. So we're still early on, but we're starting to get an idea. It seems like the Liberals are very far ahead in that riding. The story there is, so the Bloc candidate, René Villemur, who's the current MP, found out he had cancer a little bit before the election and was not able to campaign. Yves Lévesque from the Conservatives has tried and has been campaigning. You know, the last couple of times around, he managed to get within only a couple of votes from winning. But now, like the Liberals have a significant, like a 20-point lead on the both the Bloc and the Conservatives. So, you know, when we say that the Bloc vote doesn't seem like it's holding as much in Quebec as they were expected or as they were hoping, this is one of those ridings that's showing that.
Okay. All right. Anything else that's standing out in Quebec for you right now? I'm looking around Quebec City. That's kind of conservative territory. Montreal, lower Montreal on the island, liberal. If the Liberals are not getting wiped out in Quebec, they're going to hold that. North Shore of the island, leaning Bloc so far. Let's look at this one. Not enough votes there to really say.
It's leaning Bloc so far in a couple of areas, but if you look at every single one of those ridings, not a lot of them have a lot of polls reporting. So that's why it's still very early. Right now, a lot of those are advanced voting polls. They're not necessarily they're not E-Day polls. The advanced voting seem to be going very well for the Liberals. So maybe the Bloc is going to do a little bit better than what we're seeing right now. But if I was with Bloc right now, if I was at their party watching the election, I think this is about the time where I'd be switching to hard liquor right now.
Ooh, that's a way to finish it.
Were you talking to us to do that, or?
Not yet.
Okay, just checking.
Okay.
But thank you so much for having me. This was an absolute pleasure, and best of luck with the rest of your election coverage. And fingers crossed. Let's hope we get a good result.
All I wanted is a block for the West, so I don't get to have that. That's not in the cards, unfortunately. Renaud, thank you very much. I really appreciate your insights, helping to explain what's happening in Quebec for us.
Happy to help. Have a wonderful day.
All right. We're going to come back to Kevin Lacey soon, but we have another great guest. We're going to bring in Franco Terrazzano. Franco Terrazzano is the federal director of the Canadian Taxpayer Federation. Even more importantly, he was also the Alberta director before that, which, in my opinion, is the more senior of the jobs because that's the one I held. Thank you for joining us, Franco.
Derek, did you just have to look down on the piece of paper to remember my name?
No. I was seeing if there was anyone in the line before you because we've got some other guests. I was just seeing if that other guest is before or after you. You're first in line. So they were actually first, but you're just so pretty that we had to put you on.
Oh, guys. Well, hey, it's really my pleasure to be on the show with you tonight. I think we're going to have a fun chat.
Right on. Okay. I know the caveats for you. Your group is nonpartisan. But right. holds fiscally conservative views, but isn't affiliated with any political party. So I know the rules around you, but we're gonna get you to play. I know your boss Scott doesn't like you playing pundit, but I'm going to make you play pundit because that's what we're doing tonight. Let's look at the Ontario results. I'm going to pull up the map here. We're starting to get quite a few results coming in from Ontario. Some of it's still early, some of it's not, but we're getting an idea. Anything standing out for the Ontario results for you right now?
Well, before I go to Ontario, let's actually go back to Atlantic Canada for just a quick sec. The last I checked, I don't know if it's been updated, but were the Conservatives winning, 10 seats out there? Is that correct?
Looks about right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they're leading or elected in 10. So some pretty good pickups. They're winning all the toss-ups. They're even picking up 2 ridings, the 338 Canada had predicted were actually pretty solidly Liberal.
So that's a 2-seat gain, but also like drastically different than many of the polls were showing, right? So look, if that trend holds and if the polls are wrong, well, why is that? So if that happens, it's because people are ticked off, right? Over the last 10 years, the Trudeau government doubled the debt, made the necessities of life more expensive, where people struggle to get groceries. For how many years now, people wanted to wince every time they went to a gas station or saw their heating bill. Right. So if the polls are off, it's because people are fed up with the cost of living. Like that's going to be what it is at the end of the day. If all the mainstream polls, what they're reporting, which showed a Liberal majority or a Liberal minority, if they're off, at the end of the day, it's just that people were fed up with a government that printed money like crazy, like hiked taxes and ran crazy deficits. So I guess we're still early in the night, so to speak. But if the polls are wrong, that's why.
Okay. Well, the results in Ontario, you got something?
Yeah, I got
Okay, we're going to quickly switch to Sean here for an update.
Well, I'm just looking at some of these border ridings in Ontario. So here we got Essex, which was a Conservative riding incumbent who's down. Mind you, again, it's still pretty early. But
The NDP used to be competitive there.
Well, and these would be the ridings that would be affected by tariffs. So here again, here's another Conservative that's down to the Liberal. In the heart of the automaking territory. Here's another one, Conservative incumbent.
Oh, okay. Okay, we got to actually go back to Sean.
And we've got some BC as well.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get the BC soon, but we have a limited time left with Kevin Lacey, our Atlantic Albertan. Kevin, the numbers in Atlantic are starting to firm up. There's still some that are not yet called, but we're getting a pretty good idea of things there right now.
Look, just to pick up on what Franco said, I think if you were tuning in tonight, you're expecting to see a large Liberal victory with Pierre Poilievre's numbers going significantly down. The Atlantic numbers really don't tell that story. And in fact, I think the big story tonight is going to be about the NDP. And Derek, I'm going to actually steal an Ontario riding to kind of illustrate this. If you look at the riding of Toronto Danforth was the riding that Jack Layton held. It is his seat. Tonight, the NDP are running third in that seat. And that is changing the map. But even despite that, the Conservatives are hanging on. So for all the wexing on Twitter by Conservative pundits and others criticizing Pierre Poilievre, tonight he's hanging on so far. And I think that's when we look at the election and a lot was discussed about what's going to happen after this election. Poilievre's numbers remain very, very strong. And I think we're going to see that as this election plays out, that we're going to essentially hold. The second thing we're going to see is we're going to go back. Canada's going to go back to a two-party system. And when it goes back to a two-party system, that will also change the political dynamics and the discussion. And I think in a good way, because we'll have a very clear division on issues and people will be able to easily see, which side of the fence that they're going to sit on.
All right. Anything else before we let you go? Let's just maybe a bit more on the Atlantic itself, because we're going to start to turn our attention away from there as things settle in. Again, Conservatives, I think it's fair to say, have won all the toss-ups and have even pulled off, but not confirmed yet, but are poised to pull a few 1-2 upsets in Atlantic. Anything big stand out in Atlantic before we let you go?
Yeah, the big one is that Central Nova seat. So that's Peter MacKay's former riding that he held during his time in office. It was held by Sean Fraser, largely on the cult of personality, to be fair. Peter MacKay threw every hour he had into that riding to win it for the Conservatives. And if they hold on tonight, it's a bit of a retribution for Peter, because he's put so much effort into holding that one for the Conservatives. And also, as you look kind of across where the Liberals are going to have their support, they need to win these seats. This is where in order to grow their mandate, they need to win Conservative seats, and they're not doing it anywhere. The only seat they've won that I can see on this map so far is South Shore St. Margaret's, and that's a riding that didn't have an NDP candidate. So when you kind of look at the how this is playing out, These two storylines are going to be significant in how we look at the vote afterwards and how politics is going to look in this country afterwards, because I think the debates are going to be significantly different without the smaller parties involved.
Okay. All right. Well, Kevin Lacey, thank you very much for your insight. Atlantic has given us a few surprises. Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for having me, Derek. You guys do a great job.
Thank you. Franco, so I want to talk Ontario. You've thus far refused. I asked you about Ontario, went straight back to Atlantic. I'm sick of Atlantic. We've been talking about Atlantic all night. Not a ton of firm numbers in Ontario yet, but we're getting a good sense. It's looking, the map of Toronto I've got here. It's got the Conservatives. Sorry, 1 second. CBC apparently has just.
So is CTV.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. And I just saw that on Twitter too. Looks like CTV is saying Liberal win. I just saw that on CTV News.
Not majority or minority yet. They're not sure.
Yeah, it says, well, they report 123, which I have no idea how they got there on CTV, but you only have 108.
108. I don't know. I'm not seeing it yet. I'm not seeing a Liberal majority in these numbers yet. I mean, it could be pulled off because they're going to, it depends on what kind of gains they make at the expense of the NDP and the Bloc.
Well, you're not going to tell much from Quebec because the NDP only ever had one seat there in the last parliament, so there wasn't a lot of NDP votes to like 8 or 9% of the. So that wasn't going to tell you much. I thought that what was happened in the Maritimes is very interesting, and if that actually held through Ontario, then I think CBC may be regretting giving their result so quickly.
In fairness, CTV says they won, not a majority.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're declaring Liberal victory, like Liberals win.
Could be a minority.
Yeah,
it's
I just got
that threshold.
Yeah, I saw I see you guys just posted it on this chat too. It says CBC and CTV now. But yeah, I haven't seen online if they're calling anything more than just that.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the map. I mean, it's the most likely scenario, but it might be a bit premature. So, like looking around Toronto here, it looks so far as it predictably does, except it's not going to have a single orange seat in Toronto. I think probably safe to say at this point. But the Conservatives are leading Mississauga Centre. That would be a pickup. Etobicoke North. That would be a pickup. Again, not enough. There's not enough yet in on these polls, but the Conservatives do appear to be advancing inward on Fortress Toronto.
Skirmishing in the suburbs.
Yes. Newmarket Aurora is kind of one of the must-win for the Conservatives. That is razor thin right now. 49.2 for the Conservative Sandra Coben, and for 49 for the incumbent Liberal Jennifer McLaughlin. I don't know. Nigel, is it a premature call yet? Or they have a bigger staff than we do. Maybe they're seeing something that we're not.
Well, we'll tend to see what we want to see. I mean, anybody who's watching this program knows that we tend to favor the Conservative outlook. So we're hoping for a Conservative win. In the CBC, they have every good reason, actually 1.6 billion of them, to
plus 150 million.
Plus a little more coming to anticipate a Liberal win.
Okay, but it's very embarrassing. I mean, calling it doesn't mean that doesn't affect the actual result. It'd be very embarrassing for CBC and CTV to have to call it back. It's not very pleasant to. So they must have a fair degree of confidence in doing so. It's sticking your neck out there if you're wrong, especially when you're the CBC.
I think you can see enough now, though, that there really isn't a good path to a Conservative win. I mean, they're kind of, I think, doing it in a reverse order in a sense. Not that there's a big bunch of Liberal strength, but now with the way things are lying out in Quebec and Ontario, it's hard to envision how, especially when it's those more dense urban areas that we're waiting on the results for, they're taking a pretty safe bet.
Hey guys, do you guys have where like the seat totals in Quebec right now among leading and expected to win?
Yeah.
Like how many are the Bloc at? Because they were at 32 heading into this election.
Sitting at 15 right now.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you, Bloc and NDP, for showing up.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
And I mean, that's like where the story, I think, really
Mhm.
lies, as Kevin was kind of saying, right? Just the absolute collapse of the NDP from being like so close to the polling with the Liberals back in the fall session to just being completely decimated, right? Like orange crushed. You know what I mean? So,
Mhm.
I think that's probably the most obvious place to look right now is what happened to those secondary parties.
Yeah, I think even, I don't know what CTV has it, but they have the NDP at 3, which is even lower than every poll. I think every poll I saw had them at least 6 as halfway to party status. So like this is, and if you talk to any NDP pundit, they were like, they're going to at least have 6 because they show up more and they've only focused on holding their seats. So
They need 12 to be an official party within the House of
yeah,
Commons.
yeah.
Well,
So they
like-
were saying 6, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so they're
Math is
leading.
hard.
They're leading in 3 nationally, but look at what they are. Like some of them are ones that they have a 0% chance of winning, and there's just one
Yeah.
random poll in, like Leduc Wetaskiwin, 0% chance.
Oh yeah.
Battle River, Crowfoot. The Conservatives are going to get like it would be a terrible election for Damien Carrick there if he got 75%. He will be humiliated if he only gets only 75% in that riding. That is a mega conservative riding. So take that out of the cards.
Mhm.
Churchill, Kiwetinogaski, that's an incumbent seat, Liberal NDP, Nikki Ashton. Yeah, they got a chance of holding that one.
Mhm.
Maybe. Then who knows? Territories, those are weird elections up there.
But I mean, they have 2, which I was thinking Strathcona they're going to hold. Griesbach, I think, will probably go conservative because I think both them and then Edmonton Center is a toss up. So,
Hey, I got a question for you guys. I got 2 questions. Now I get to be the interviewer. Hey, so 2 questions. Are you guys, with your data that you're seeing, are you guys seeing the same thing as CTV and CBC? And now the only question is vote share and if they get a minority or majority. Is that what you guys are seeing with your data?
Well, it's got the Liberals leading in 108. Now, that does not mean you can look a lot further because it depends where you're leading. Like if the Liberals are leading strongly
in Saskatchewan.
in Saskatchewan, well, that means it's probably just a good night for them. If the Conservatives are leading in Toronto, it's going to be a good night. So you don't actually have to have all the results in to be able to predict because you can build out on your model. It's even easier to do in American presidential elections because these ones are predictably here, these ones are there. If this state goes this way, then there's a good chance that state will go that way.
And do we have any red in Alberta showing yet? Like, is there any? Because I saw some polling
Riverbend
suggesting there
had
might
it.
be some pickup.
Edmonton, Riverbend, but there's only a single poll out, less than 100 votes.
Yeah.
So can't put much on that reliably.
Well, that's Matt Genereux, who even with the boundary redistribution, he got heavier into conservative territory.
Yeah, he
lost
they're not
some of the
gonna pick it.
champagne socialists
They're
that
not.
he had before.
If the Liberals win that, they're looking at mega majority
Yeah,
government.
oh for sure.
And we're not looking at mega majority government. I don't think
These are just low polls coming in for the colors that we see.
Yeah. We should get some of our reporters in here. Dave, if you're listening, why don't you queue up? We don't have them in the stream yet, but let's get. If you want to start getting some of our reporters lined up to come on in here. In the meantime, let's bring in Nadine Wellwood. Nadine, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think is from Cochrane or the Cochrane area. Am I right about that, Nadine?
You are indeed.
All right. Cochrane, for Easterners watching, is a lovely little town west of, just northwest of Calgary. Is that a part of the Yellowfoot? Which riding is that a part of now?
That is the Cochrane. So Banff used to be Banff Airdrie. It is now Cochrane Airdrie.
Okay. So it narrowly missed out of being a part of the Yellowhead riding, which goes from south of Calgary, south of Banff, all the way up to Jasper. It includes part of Rocky View County, west of Calgary, and things like that. All right, so Nadine, I don't know if you still are, but I've generally always considered you kind of a People's Party supporter. So we wanted to bring in for your perspective tonight. It's not the greatest night for the People's Party. I'm looking at Beauce, that has been called for the Conservatives. Maxime Bernier running fourth at 5.3% of the vote. I think some of us, from the regular pipeline panel, we've been kind of operating under the assumption that the last election was probably the high watermark of the PPC. You had a very left-leaning conservative leader who was running on vaccine passports, who was running on a carbon tax. It really, then you had the outcry against COVID restrictions, those kinds of things, really playing to PPC's strengths, and then the Conservatives running on the least conservative platform in the history of the modern Conservative Party since its unification in 2004. I don't mean to sound indelicate, but do you think, was that the high watermark of the PPC? Is it kind of looking like the party's over?
Well, I don't know if it was a high watermark for the PPC, but I certainly know this election, and I knew this going in, that it would be the low watermark for the PPC, because the Conservative Party is so strong in mimicking some of the policies of PPC. I mean, if you wanted to look at the PPC and you want to do a comparison on parties, just on policy, like take the emotion, the party politics out, and just look at policies, the PPC has the ideal platform for Albertans. But unfortunately, for better or for worse, people don't vote for policies. They vote for people, and they vote their party. So, I think I wouldn't say that necessarily the People's Party is out. I do agree that this candidacy and this campaign all the way along was a two-pony race. This is a two-horse race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. Have always been a strong advocate for the People's Party of Canada, their policies, but they didn't stand a chance in this election.
It's I'm sympathetic with suicidal fringe party runs in a two-party race. I'm highly sympathetic to the situation.
But the PPC is not the only one losing in this. The Bloc is down. NDP is gone. I mean, they're wiped out. And if you want to look at the numbers, before I came on here, I snuck over to CBC to see what they were saying. And they made up a very interesting point. The Liberals only had to pick up 18 seats for a majority win. So I think tomorrow morning in the Alberta legislature, we need to be discussing Alberta pension plan, police force, collecting our own taxes, and we need to get on with it. I'm tired of the roller coaster. And I think a lot of Albertans are going to be very, very disappointed, I think, with the results of tonight's election.
I have a feeling we're going to be talking about more than just pensions. I didn't
know if I was allowed to bring up that.
The time when bringing home our pension plan would placate Albertans. I think that time has passed significantly.
I'm really hopeful it is. I think Albertans are going to take a very strong stance. I mean, Carney is not going to be a friend of Alberta. Mark Carney is a globalist. I mean, you look at what he did with GFANZ, his net zero UN envoy. This is going to be a disaster for Albertans. So I am truly, and I know there's some people on your panel and yourself probably included, but I think separation is going to be on the minds of an awful lot of Albertans tomorrow morning.
Well, I mean, you put it to you directly. Is it on yours?
It is. There's a reason I did not run for the PPC this time around. I'm a big advocate. It wasn't about winning or losing. It was about holding the space for the ideas. But my heart wasn't in it. The more I looked at it, the more I realized that honestly, and being a chartered investment manager, somebody who follows the economics, who's now been involved in politics for a very long time, the only thing that I think Alberta can honestly do if it truly wants to have a secure future, not only for, you and I, Derek, but for our children, is to separate.
All right. We're going to bring you back, but we're going to, do we still have Franco?
Yeah, Derek, I'm here, but I gotta jet pretty soon on to the next thing. But
I want to get you in before you've got to go. You're watching this from Ottawa. I know you're an Albertan, but you've been exiled to do duty
out to Mordor.
You're doing God's work out there, but you're living in exile right now. Maybe let's talk big picture. If we're looking at another Liberal government tonight, this would appear to be the East. Disproportionately the East voting to double down on what we've been doing for the last decade. I think there are grave implications, not just for taxpayers, but for the fabric of the country itself at this point.
Well, look, I mean, for a long time now, Albertans have been, the cash cow of Confederation. What is it now? Like probably more than $20 billion every year leaving Alberta, not coming back, right? You have politicians calling Alberta's economic engine dirty energy, right? How many, like the No More Pipelines law, the discriminatory tanker ban, right? The government rejecting the Northern Gateway pipeline, moving the regulatory goalposts on Energy East. I remember the winter of 2015 when people were leaving their offices in downtown Calgary in droves, cardboard boxes in hand, right? So I remember the devastation firsthand. And then add on top of that disastrous government policies that kicked Albertans while they were down. And look, like we talk about all these different energy policies. Another thing you have to remember is like who's going to be paying the overshare of all this government debt? Well, the Carney government or the Carney platform wanted to add more debt than Trudeau, right? Carney's talking about $225 billion of extra debt over the next 4 years. Well, guess who's paying a large share of that? It's you guys. It's Albertans. It's my family. It's my friends back in Calgary. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's no surprise that there's going to be many people in Alberta and the prairies that are going to feel pretty awful right now. There's a lot of work to do. And as I mentioned, $225 billion in extra debt from Carney, right? He's supposed to be the banker. But, the banker's budget was worse than the drama teachers, right? Carney's going to add almost $100 billion of more debt than Trudeau.
Well, who's going to love this debt?
It's the
Bankers.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not an economist.
The
bond fund. The bond fund managers on Bay Street.
Yeah.
That's who's going to be happy.
Mm-hmm. It's just wild to me that the East could do something this stupid this
I
time.
just have a question for Franco. Do you have a book?
I do, yeah.
What a sales plug.
Yes,
You're good.
yes.
You're good.
Well, and you know what? It's timely now more than ever, Axing the Tax, the rise and fall of Canada's carbon tax. And it details the fight ahead, right? Because as everyone knows, Carney doesn't want to scrap carbon taxes, right? He wrote essentially a 500 book praising carbon taxes. He wants to change the carbon tax. He wants to hide the carbon tax and hit our businesses with it. And he hopes you won't notice when your life gets more expensive and when it pushes Canadian businesses and jobs to set up shop south of the border. So thank you so much for that plug. Axing the Tax, the rise and fall of Canada's carbon tax. And also, folks, thank you so much for having me on your show today. I do have to jet, but it's always fun talking to my friends back home in Calgary.
It's a pleasure. And I know who else has a book that might be in high demand tomorrow.
I'll be talking about my book a little bit, I suspect.
All right. Thanks,
Franco,
everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay, I can see some of our reporters standing by. Let's see, what time is? Actually, we have before we go to our reporter, some of our reporters around the country. I want to bring in Yaroslav Baron. He was, I think, the senior policy advisor for Stephen Harper, at least some time of the government. I guess you would have worked with Nigel when Nigel was the Prime Minister's speechwriter in his day.
Those were the days. How are you?
For sure. Nigel and I go way back. Yeah, I was running comms for Harper through 3 elections, and I remember Nigel's silver-quilled speeches very well when he was back when he was the speechwriter.
All right. Well, you know what? Since you guys are old chums, Nigel, why don't you take it with Yaroslav?
Well, Yaroslav, I mean, every month or so I have you on the Hannaford show, and I say, well, how are things going in Ottawa? Tonight, I'm afraid to ask. CTV has apparently called it, and Apple News, not necessarily the first place I'd go to for an election prediction, but they've called it CBC. So what do you think? Are we in for another Liberal minority?
Well, nobody's called it a majority or minority yet, so fingers crossed. I mean, we've still got a little bit of time before it comes in. But you know what? There's still a lot of unknowns. I was just doing some checking, and a whole bunch of cabinet ministers you'd think would be a shoo-in. They haven't even started reporting on their ridings yet. So we may be in for a bit of a long night still, and there might even be some surprises. Like the Conservatives had a pretty strong start to the evening in Atlantic Canada, at least bucking the predictions from the polls, and a whole bunch of results are still trickling in. Some of the ridings where we're seeing declared for the Liberals, or frankly for the Conservatives for that matter, are based on 3 or 4 polls having reported in so far, which really means nothing. So it's a little bit early. It's a little bit early to be making out of a call, any kind of a call.
Well, that's certainly what I've been quietly telling people who are just
Good.
Texting in and saying, "Is it really this bad?" And I said, "Well, not yet. But,
Don't jump. Don't jump.
Don't jump off the building yet." But if the numbers didn't change much, and we go back with the same Liberal people led by a different Liberal leader,
yeah,
are we going to get the same policies, or is Mr. Carney going to take things in a different direction?
Well, look, let's hope that there will be some change in policy. I'm going to be an optimist here, Nigel. I'm going to be an optimist. The Liberals know that if they were still running Justin Trudeau and running the same platform, they would have been nosediving off of a cliff right now. They know that. They're not dumb. They get that. They changed leaders. They got a centrist leader, somebody arguably, a red Tory leader type. And they ran a much more centrist, they would argue center-right platform. Okay. So they realized that they needed to do that to win. So it's really risky to pull on a full-on bait and switch to present something in the lead up to the election and on election day, and to go right back to the way it was before. So here's me being the optimist, that they recognize that the public didn't want to buy their KRAP anymore. So they needed to change up the menu. And I would like to think that they're going to continue with the menu that they now served up, because they want to stay in the public's good graces, right? They don't want this to be the last election that they won. So that's me being an optimist, that they recognize the public has shifted and that they're going to continue to shift with it.
Well, obviously we want to say, Yaroslav, we hope you're right. But Mr. Carney has made his whole career, certainly the last 20 years, has been all about climate change all the time.
Yeah.
And he's been that's one of the few things that he has been forthright on the campaign trail. And as Franco said, I think, were you with us? Well, Franco Terrazzano from the CTM, yeah. And starting off with a $250 billion borrow, I mean, Mr. Trudeau must be thinking, well, why wouldn't they have let me do that? That's amazing. It's outrageous.
Yeah. Actually, remember, Nigel, back in 2015, do you remember what a big gamble it was for Justin Trudeau to say, hang on, folks, hang on. I know that we're all supposed to be fiscally responsible. We're all supposed to be running balanced budgets. I'm going to run a $10 billion deficit every year for 3 years, and then I'm going to rebalance the books. And that was a heck of a gamble for him. And it paid off. He won, but it was risky. I mean, a whole bunch of Liberals were freaking out because they were proposing to add $30 billion to the national debt, right? Yeah. And how things have changed since then. That he can run a $250 billion deficit platform or debt, out of debt platform, and the public went for it. I don't know.
Hey, sorry, I want to bring Nadine in just one last time before we let her go. I just kind of want to wrap up the talk around the PPC here. So as we discussed, this is obviously not the PPC's night. Maybe I think last time was probably the high water mark, because they had such a great set of issues to go on, and they had such a great foil in Erin O'Toole as this faux conservative. But the party is Max. It's both the policies, but it's also around the personality and figure of Maxime Bernier. Do you think it's time, if not, either to kind of fold the party, or at the very least, is it time for new leadership?
Well, it's definitely time to have a discussion about that. For me, the PPC party was never really a part of this election process. To Yarrow's point, Yarrow, I do believe, point here, he's being optimistic about the Liberals. I am a chartered investment manager. I work in the world of finance. Carney is a centralist. He's a global banker, and he is going to a $250 billion. Let's get out of the billion language.
Mhm.
He is going to print, because we don't have the money. So he's going to borrow, $250 billion. Just this year in his budget. And it's this money that we don't have. We're already at 1.2 trillion in debt, and that's unsustainable. We're printing out $50 billion a year in interest payments. We have a small population of 41 million people. And the reality is Carney is who he is. He's never been shy to explain, even in this campaign. He's told Canadians what he's going to do. And he's told Canadians in his book Values that he is going to make life harder for Canadians. Expect a drop in your standard of living. Expect things to get more expensive. Expect taxes to go up, more regulation, less free speech. Firearms, he's already after saying he's going to come after, guns. How is all this going to affect Albertans? And he's been very honest about that already in this campaign. So imagine what he is going to do when he wins a majority government, and he has 4 years to execute on this. It's really, for Alberta, this is a very, very it's kind of interesting. It's going to be a great opportunity for the separatist movement, I think, to really kind of fight for what is right for Alberta, and an opportunity to either get something that is an appropriate representation and or get out. I'm quite excited. I think it's going to be a very interesting day come tomorrow. And I think we're going to have some interesting conversations moving forward here over the next few months.
Nadine, thank you very much for joining us.
No, my pleasure. Anytime. I'm always around and happy to share an opinion, as you very well know. And I'm glad to see, Derek, that the political correctness has not changed at the Western Standard. It is so refreshing.
That's kind of our policy. Thank you.
Nadine, it's just a different political correctness.
Reports from the other side.
Can I just come back to Yaroslav? Yaroslav, a pendulum group, which I think is what you've called your group. Your business is advising politicians. Now, when I look at the way that the Conservatives have conducted the campaign, they were basically on message with the things that people care about: their jobs, their security, their homes, all the things that, and yet it didn't take, or at least it didn't take in sufficient numbers. So would you advise them to do something different for the next campaign, or stay the course because people will come round?
Yeah, well, these are good questions. There's an ongoing debate inside the Conservative camp throughout this campaign. Was it, do we stick with the message that's been working for us? Cost of living, cost of tomatoes, cost of bread, cost of rent, availability of houses, all these issues that propelled the Conservatives into a strong lead over the Liberals. As we watch the Liberals implode finally after 9 years of Trudeau. So do we stick with that because it works, or do we jump on the new bandwagon, which is, oh my goodness, Donald Trump, and who's going to protect us from the big orange menace, right? It was genuine debate. And what we saw in the end was something of a hybrid. For the first couple of weeks, Mr. Poilievre stuck to his original script. He eventually started to hybridize his message. He didn't let go of the cost of living stuff, but he started to talk about defending Canada against aggression from the South. And he kind of stuck with that hybrid right through the end. Some people are going to argue in the end that he didn't pivot enough and he should have gone full on against Trump. Others are going to say you watered down your message. You should have stuck with the stuff that really works for you. In the end, probably what happened here, it's a little early, and there's going to be a whole bunch of tea leaves to read over several months. But what probably happened here is that we didn't have one ballot question supplanting the original ballot question. We ended up with two ballot questions. For some people, it was still a cost of living election right through to the end. And for other people, it was, oh my goodness, Donald Trump, and who's going to protect us, right? And on one of those questions, the Liberals had a big advantage over the Conservatives. On the other one, the Conservatives had a big advantage over the Liberals. And it's a question of the relative weight of those two ballot questions. Which one of those two issues motivated what proportion of the public? So some of this is really just kind of act of God, force majeure, came at you sideways, and the best laid plans can't really prepare you for everything.
Okay, sorry, we'll come back to Baron, but I want to check in with Jared Yager, our BC bureau chief. He is coming to us from Vancouver or Surrey. Jared, are you outside of Jagmeet Singh's headquarters there?
No, I'm actually in North Burnaby right now at a campaign event for Mauro Francis of the Conservative Party. So when I got kicked out of the NDP event, they made it pretty clear that they didn't want me anywhere on the premises.
So we should make clear here. The Carney campaign started off during its leadership campaign by refusing admittance to Western Standard reporters. They got some bad press on that. They reversed course, and actually Mark Carney would take questions from Western Standard reporters. They were tough, but we tried to keep them fair and reasonable. And so good on Carney for that. But Jagmeet Singh is a bit of a princess, it seems. And they refused to send us news releases. They wouldn't tell us where events were. And if we got to events, they'd toss us. So, you were, Jagmeet Singh had you escorted out of his campaign headquarters, I guess.
Yep. And they said it was because I didn't have media accreditation. And then I pointed out to them that I tried to get in touch with them numerous times throughout the campaign and never got a response. And then they admitted, it's because Jagmeet Singh doesn't want to engage with the Western Standard. Yeah. And it's only the NDP that I've had this problem with. I've covered events during this campaign, the Conservatives, the Liberals, and even during the provincial election, the BC NDP, they were fine. The BC Greens, the BC Conservative. It's only the federal NDP where I've had this issue.
The NDP leader in Saskatchewan takes our questions. Even Naheed Nenshi, the Alberta NDP leader, takes our questions. Jagmeet's just a bit made of more sensitive stuff, I guess. What was the mood for the brief time you were in there? The NDP are facing very possibly their worst election in the history of that party. You'd have to go back to maybe early CCF. Right now, they're not declared elected in a single riding in Canada. Nada one. From the New Democrats you were talking to when they weren't trying to escort you out, what kind of vibe were you getting from them?
I was there pretty early, so there weren't too many people there yet, but the ones who I saw, they had smiles on their faces. So I think they were optimistic. And there's some ridings here in BC that I think the NDP might pick up, but not nearly as many as they did last time, for sure.
Yaroslav, I want to come to you on this question. We could talk in a second about the implication of the NDP collapse for the Liberals and the Conservatives, and there's a ton there, obviously. But the NDP, I think it's safe to say, the one call I'll make confidently right now is that they will not achieve official party status. They're going to get annihilated. I'm hesitant to put a floor on it yet because there's still some of their core constituencies like Jagmeet Singh's own riding in Burnaby that have not yet reported. But that floor is looking like a basement right now.
Yeah, you got it. Look, 12 seats is a magic number to be officially accredited as a party in the House of Commons. And you're right. The way things are tracking for the NDP right now, it does not look like they will be a recognized party in the House of Commons. This means a couple things. First of all, pretty brutal times ahead for the NDP. They're basically going to have to live off the charity of their provincial parties just to, pay the rent, keep the lights on, keep a little bit of core staff at party headquarters. So it's not going to be pretty for them. It's kind of like back in 1993 when the progressive Conservatives were wiped out of the House of Commons. They basically had to live off the charity of their senators to sort of share some of their budgets to try to cobble together a little bit of a pool for head office. So that's the internal politics consequence of it. So it's going to be tough for them to rebound when that happens. Electorally, ultimately, frankly, you know, a long-term collapse of the NDP is not great for the Conservatives, because like the last time that we saw an election where both the Liberals and the Conservatives were coming in on E-Day like around 40% or more in the polls was something like 1930. So the presence of that junior third party gobbling up a bunch of center-left votes tends to help Conservatives get elected. You know, there are a whole bunch of ridings where the Conservatives get elected on the splits. You eliminate them, and it provides a whole bunch more ballast for the Liberals, which means it's tougher long term for the blue team.
Oh, noisy where Jared is.
I thought there was a raccoon in the garbage can. Yeah.
Oh man.
All right, Barrett. I think no matter what, even if he wins his seat, Jagmeet Singh is done tonight. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any scenario where this guy stays on. You know, the speculation will begin quickly about who's to replace him. But what path forward? How the hell did Mark Carney consolidate the NDP's vote when he is perceived, at least, to be a more centrist than Justin Trudeau? How he moves right, at least in appearance, and maybe not in substance, but you know, he moves right perceptually, and the left follows him. How the hell did he do that? That's magic.
It's one of the big mysteries of this campaign, and you know, frankly, my theory on it is this: that they successfully spooked the public into thinking that this was an existential election. The future of Canada hinges on the outcome of this election. So, is the people of Canada, the poor peasants of Canada, is your champion going to be this guy or this guy? Because we know it's only going to be one of these two that's going to be prime minister. So they successfully spooked the public into thinking, oh my God, Canada's in jeopardy unless, you know, we get this, you know, globalist banker to represent us and face off against Donald Trump. And that really seemed to have spooked a whole bunch of NDP voters who, ironically, counterintuitively, fled the left-wing party and moved to the left somewhere party. It's really ironic. I think that's the explanation.
Well, I think the existence of Canada as we know it was on the ballot, just not in the way that the Liberals are describing it right now. Nigel, do you have anything?
No, just it's the whole business of what do you tell the Conservative Party to do next. But I guess there'll be time enough for that discussion.
Yeah.
It's do you think that they're actually going to lose? Like, I just got the numbers here that in the last election, the Conservatives had 5.7 million votes.
Yeah.
The Liberals had a whole 5.5. Obviously, the Liberals are going to pick up the NDP slack. Do you think that the Conservatives are going to come out a little ahead on this? They're going to pick up votes that just won't translate to seats?
Well, right now, the way it's tracking, it doesn't look as though the Conservatives are going to win the popular vote as they did the last two times. Last election, 2021, the Conservatives won the popular vote narrowly, but they won the popular vote. Same thing in 2019 when Andrew Scheer was leader, they won the popular vote. I'm not sure we're tracking in that direction this time, but it's still pretty outstanding. You know, to have a Conservative Party finish an election at 40% in the polls, like normally Conservatives are popping champagne corks and celebrating because they've just won a majority government if they pulled off 40% of the vote. It's pretty astounding to see this kind of a, by any normal standard, successful outcome and still not form government. That's going to be the really frustrating thing.
Yeah. What is it about the Liberals and what is it about the Conservatives? Because we know what it is with the Conservatives. They're very strong on traditional values.
Yep.
What's the Liberal voter think like?
The ethos of the Liberal voter.
Well, I don't know. Maybe not. It's like I'm wondering with some of the people that I've met around here who tell me they're voting Liberal. They don't think about much.
Yeah. Yeah, Nigel, there seems to be a pretty significant difference in the generational spread in this election. And with no disrespect to the boomers, the baby boomers cut Liberal in this election. At least that's what all the polling before today was telling us in the last week or so. The baby boom generation, which normally is pretty solidly conservative, they went Liberal under Mark Carney. Why? We can analyze that. We can speculate. We don't have the data yet, but I'm speculating it's because this is a generation that's already built up its assets. They've already built up their nest eggs. They're invested in the market, whether it's their pension fund or their RSP or their tax-free savings accounts or whatever it is. It's tied in the markets, and they see this kind of market volatility, $1 trillion of wealth globally being wiped out because Donald Trump sneezed and whatever. So they're freaked out. They want to protect their assets. They want a banker type to try to, neutralize this chaos that they're seeing in the markets.
This banker type is likely to bring in a home equity tax.
Yeah, I mean that's you being rational, Nigel. That's you.
Sorry, I can only.
But this is fear, right? This is fear. But the millennials, the people who have not yet bought a home, the people who want to get married but are freaked out thinking I can't afford to, the people who want to have a first kid and think, can we afford to do this? They have tacked conservative. Like that demographic, the millennials, the Gen Zers disproportionately are voting conservative. So it would appear according to the polls leading up to today. It's a really interesting phenomenon. Normally you get old people voting conservative, and you have the young people voting NDP, and everything seems to be topsy-turvy. Like Mr. Poilievre really struck a nerve with young Canadians, worried about the future of this country and worried about their own well-being and worried about having a standard of living that's less than what their parents enjoyed. And so those young Canadians are voting blue, and the older Canadians are kind of out of fear, again, to your earlier point, existential fear of Canada may not be the right fear, but they're voting for the banker guy to give them some stability.
So the Conservatives are the party of the future as these young people move up through the demographic pipeline.
So, all right. Well, Yaroslav, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
See you soon.
I just got a text from my dad. Hey, Dad, saying CTV has just called it as a Liberal minority government, so not a majority. Minority. I actually don't. That calling it a minority is a tougher call right now because we don't know what the NDP. We know it's going to be terrible, but it'd be a minority government.
It's going to be the Bloc.
But the third party would be so damn small, so it's going to rely on the Bloc. Watch it. Carney is going to try and bring the Conservatives in coalition. I know it's my craziest thing I've said. It won't be the craziest thing I say tonight. But watch it. He's going to declare he wants a national unity government. And they're going to try and bring the Conservatives in. And the Conservatives would be mad to take it.
New Reform Party.
No, that was the West wants in.
Oh, I know. No,
this time it's going to be the West wants out.
Just going to deal with the West. We've wasted enough.
Yeah, I think we've spent enough time trying to.
Okay, back in a good time.
Maybe I have got. I see Ted Morton in the stream, but we're not scheduled for Ted for quite some time. Does this mean we get extra TED talk?
Give him a try.
TED talk.
Do we get some TED talk? Okay. Yes.
I don't think
Is that a no? That's a no. Okay.
He's just watching.
Okay. No TED talk for now. Ted's just enjoying watching for now, I guess. Let's go. Okay. Let's check in quickly with Jared. We'll let Jared get back to work, and then we're going to go to Jen Hodgson in Ottawa. All right. What do you see? Are you safe? Have you been? Who's that guy staring in our camera right behind you? Who's that guy?
Oh, just an attendee. It's quite packed down there at the pub.
Yeah.
At the pub.
The NDP headquarters is a pub?
This is Conservative.
No, this is
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Up in northern Burnaby. Yeah.
Okay. So the CEDC site is updating less fast than the CTV site.
Elections Canada is down.
Yeah, Elections
It's
Canada.
been down for a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen any updates.
You have one job, guys.
One day you gotta do stuff.
Your website really just needs to work for one day every roughly 4 years, and you couldn't do it. Do we know how Jagmeet's doing in his riding yet?
I don't think there's any results yet.
No results?
Nothing from the Lower Mainland yet.
Any bets on if he keeps his riding?
I think he's gone.
Gone?
There's a
Honestly, I think he's done too.
Third place, yeah.
Sorry, what's that, Jared?
I think he's done. You know, he was polling third for quite a while, so.
Do you guys
We've got a
think,
couple Lower Mainland ridings.
but they're like low, aren't they, in polls?
Yeah.
Do you guys think that he just doesn't care? Like he was like, I got my pension. Like
think
he
he
actually
got his
wants to
pension.
lose his seat,
I
so he
think
has
he
to get
resigned himself to losing it. Like this last 10 days, or even since the debate, it's just now, let's run the clock and do what damage I can on the way out.
Right.
I mean, that was not a debate performance trying to win support. That was a debate performance trying to drag somebody else down.
Yeah.
That's not somebody
Like
trying to win his
Sling
seat.
Mud.
That's somebody who's given up.
See, I got.
But like, do you think he just wants because he doesn't want to sit there? He's got his pension. He
Oh
can
yeah, it'd be a
walk,
Murphy. You don't want to win it.
Like,
And then he's
good day. Yeah.
Is he in a Surrey riding?
Burnaby.
he's
No,
not.
Burnaby.
Oh, Burnaby. Okay, that's what I'm fucking.
He'll end up in the corner of a law office somewhere and
Burnaby.
independently wealthy, and
Is he?
drive his Maserati and look at his Rolex. And,
Oh yeah, he'll be fine.
He's a nice kid.
No, go back.
Peter Julian, long time NDP MP, losing, although not too many in yet. Pardon?
Go back to Central.
Early Central. Jagmeet Singh.
That's his right.
Yeah. Okay. So there's only 3 polls reporting. Still pretty early, but Jagmeet Singh in tied for second and third place with the Conservative, but still way too early to tell from those numbers. That's not very reliable yet.
He was polling third for the last.
Well, that's based on aggregators. They're not polling in the actual riding. The NDP itself probably has internal polls that would be much more accurate to the to the
I've
right.
been
But
working liberal on the campaign, and
Well-
they were.
now, when we're talking about polling in a riding, we're talking projections, and it's.
Mhm.
I mean, they're normally in the right neighborhood, but they're not
Yeah.
very accurate.
That's fair.
but you know you've lost.
Yeah.
You know you have lost when you come in behind the guy who always used to be third and is
Mhm.
now second, the Conservative. That is the judgment on the NDP. I don't know. How long do you think how does a party come back from that?
another cycle or two, they'll be back.
Yeah,
Well,
they don't go away.
There's a
because they've
natural
got
place
there.
for the NDP, like so they'll be back.
They'll be back, but they're not
In a
going to be
while.
back in strength
Yeah.
for a long
They're
time.
going to go through a rebound. I mean, they're going in May 1st here in Alberta to decide what they look like as a provincial versus federal party at their convention that they're very hush hush about because they don't want to draw attention to their potential divorce with their federal partner. But so we will see that, but then they'll have to rebuild of what does a federal, I mean, Trudeau basically became a communist himself. So now that if you have Carney, there's probably more opportunity, to Cory's point, in the next 2 election cycles to truly take up the socialist part of the spectrum.
I want to actually go to the CTVs right now. I'm going to bring this in. This is
Liberal
Carleton.
minority.
Yeah, Liberal minority.
Polyev is behind.
So this is the riding of Carleton. Pierre Poilievre's riding. Still fairly, only 266 polls in, but roughly just a little over 1,000 votes counted. Liberals are leading in Poilievre's riding. I mean, if you're going to be the leader of a party that wants to reduce the size of government, it's not good to have a lot of bureaucrats living in your riding.
Right.
But I mean, he has held this riding since the unification of the Conservative Party's first election, 2004. He took it from a Liberal cabinet minister,
David Pratt, defense minister.
Yeah, it's a fairly traditionally conservative riding. Ottawa might have a lot of bureaucrats and whatnot on the outside, especially as you push towards the Ottawa Valley. It starts to get actually pretty conservative. But Ottawa's growing. The government has ballooned massively. So I still expect he's going to win tonight, but it's not a good start.
Well, you know, when that story first broke, I thought that was just the mainstream media trying to create a story out of rumors and very little else. But it does seem there was some merit in their argument.
Something to it.
Yeah. So, as you say, I think he'll win in the end. But
Yeah, I'm not going to bat an eye on 2 out of 266 polls.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from you, Jared, before we let you go?
We have some Calgary results.
Jared, anything before we let you go?
Nope, that's it for now.
Okay. We're going to go to Welfare Wolf Blitzer here.
Welfare Wolf.
Welfare Wolf for some updates.
Okay, I'm just looking at some Calgary numbers. We got some Calgary numbers coming in. So Calgary McKnight, George DeHall, still pretty early, only 6 and 196 polls, but he's hanging in with about 48%. Calgary Confederation, which is the one that Kent had mentioned, Cory Hogan. I'm kind of surprised because this is my riding. I've never heard of this guy ever.
Did you vote?
I did vote.
Probably
I'm not going to say who I voted for, but I did vote. But Jeremy Nixon, provincial stalwart under Ed Stelmach, or not Ed Stelmach. Well, I guess he was.
He was
under
under Kenny. No,
he
he just lost in his last election.
Yeah, but he's down. And let's see, we got one more. Calgary Center, Lindsay. Do you know her?
Lindsay.
Lindsay. Let's just call her Lindsay. We're on a first name basis here.
Luanu? I don't know.
Edmonton's looking. I'm kind of surprised here at Edmonton because Edmonton's looking fairly solidly blue. Edmonton Griesbach, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Edmonton Center, surprise. This is kind of a big surprise. Heather McPherson. Well, maybe not.
No, she's going to win.
She's been in before.
You think she's going to win?
Yeah.
I mean, she's pretty close right now, but there's only 13 of 200.
She's not losing. I think the only one that would be Blake up in Griesbach to unseat them.
I think the one that everybody was looking at though was Amarjeet Sohi.
How many polls?
This doesn't. I mean, we're only 5 of 159. He's in second, but he's trailing.
Amarjeet Sohi is
former mayor of Edmonton, or the current mayor of Edmonton, who's running.
Yeah.
So he will still have a job after tonight.
Well, this is odd.
October, which is a shame for democracy.
Yeah. So okay. So
a win for democracy. Yeah. Depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at Alberta here. It is a bit odd. I mean, it's still the Edmonton and Calgary numbers are still up for grabs. Everything outside of that, painted blue.
That's no surprise.
Of course, yeah.
But 3 who? Oh no! Now we're down to only 2 Liberals.
2 Liberals. Okay. Well, yeah, it's looking. I mean, like pretty good for the Conservatives in Edmonton. It would be odd for there to be more leftist MPs in Edmonton than in Calgary, though. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't lived in Calgary for 12 years now, but I did live here for about 8. And the difference, I think, for when we're looking at Edmonton and Calgary is that Edmonton is very blanket conservative. So there's not an area that doesn't have conservative support. And so why a lot of them, even I remember door knocking, years ago, where you'd have a federal NDP or a provincial, NDP or Liberal, but you'd have them go conservative federally. And again, I think that's just the way that kind of the cookie crumbles with larger electoral districts that you saw in Edmonton, with those no true pockets, like with the exception of Edmonton, Strathcona. But even then in the 90s, it was a conservative riding.
I want to check in with, have we still got Chris Oldcorn here? He's been waiting patiently here. Where is Chris? So we got Cold Corn. Okay, let's bring in Cold Corn. I want to talk about,
where's the Green candidate?
So do we have
Jonathan Dennis is on.
Jonathan Dennis is on. Okay, you know what? We're going to talk to both Jonathan Dennis and Cold Corn, because one is a former Saskatchewanian who's an Albertan, and the other is a former Ontarian who became a Saskatchewanian. So we're going to talk about Saskatchewan. We just haven't.
Yeah.
You guys are just so awesome in your voting that you're just not interested. You're the new Alberta. Where it's just not that interesting.
It didn't always be. It wasn't always like that, Derek. It wasn't always like that.
I'm aware. Okay, so right now the Conservatives are leading or elected in every single riding in Saskatchewan, with the exception of Desnethi, Missinipi, Churchill River. That must be a new name on that riding. They keep on making the names weirder.
Let's just call it Churchill River because that's what everybody calls it because they can't pronounce the other words.
Yeah. Okay, that's an agreed policy for tonight. Okay, so for that riding, 48 of 88 polls. good for Liberals, but it's still pretty low.
What's actually interesting there, Buckley Belanger is a longtime political figure in Saskatchewan. He was elected in 1995 as a Liberal, then went to the NDP. He served with the NDP until a few years ago. That's the second time that he has run there. I think he has quite a personal following. I think he's probably carrying that more than the party brand.
Yeah, and Jim was a Sask Party MLA up until the fall election when he lost the seat there.
So Saskatchewan, there's really no surprises. Let's take a look at the more urban ridings. We've got Regina.
That's where I grew up with, Derek. Right, you're zooming in right at my old home.
All right,
Warren will win that
Google
riding.
here.
That's my riding.
Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, Regina,
and Wascana.
Oh, Wascana. That just flipped.
Wascana.
Now,
if the
Walters
Liberals
was up.
So that was what's his nuts? The Liberal Ralph Goodale. Ralph Goodale was a very, very long time Liberal who held that. He held it until
2019.
2019.
And then Michael Cram, who I grew up with, you took him out, and he's still there.
Yeah. So he's in the lead still. Still quite a few polls to come in. Are any of these Regina or Saskatoon ridings looking interesting to you guys? Could the Liberals pick any up?
University, I thought Saskatoon University. I thought Liberals were only said to be there.
But they're close. Liberals are close there.
It's close. The more interesting one is the Regina Wascana, due to the fact that Jeff Walters is very well known. And him and Cram have actually been as close as 3 votes apart at one point. They were 44.1% to 44% about 10 minutes ago. And that one's flipping around, but it does look like it's going to stay with Cram. But all the big names in Saskatchewan have held their seats. Andrew Scheer, Kelly Bloc, Kathy Wagenthal, all the big ones have firmly won their seats.
We're going to bring in another Saskatchewan boy, John Thompson, Western Standard columnist extraordinaire. Thank you for joining us, John.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Well, right now we're talking Saskatchewan, which has become a very uninteresting political place in a good way, I think. Right now, all of the rural ridings except for Churchill River Plus are trending conservative or have been called hard conservative.
Yeah.
So that one in the far north, I mean, that's a different kind of beast as a far north riding. It's huge. It's bigger than many countries in the world. It might be part of its own soon. Then we've got 3 Saskatoon and 2 Regina urban seats, all leaning conservative, but not yet called. Your thoughts? The Conservatives going to take all of Regina and Saskatoon, and your thoughts on Churchill River trending Liberal, at least at this moment?
Yeah, I guess I think with Churchill River, that's probably a shoe-in for the Liberals at this point. Like it was previously mentioned, Bucky Belanger is super popular up there, and he is carrying that win based on his reputation, I think, more than the party brand. And Jeffrey Walters, same thing, super well-known individual here in Saskatchewan who, did yeoman service for the Sask Liberal Party before it changed names. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him carry that riding as well. And I think, it'll be interesting to see what Mark Carney and the government does with those 2 ridings, if they get them both, in terms of allocating cabinet positions to one of the 2 and having more representation in Saskatchewan to offset what's likely going to be a surge in, independence movements.
So I want to note here, there are still 0 New Democrats declared elected in all of Canada, anywhere. They are leading in 10 constituencies. And we're starting to get more reliable numbers at this point. They're leading in 10, but they have not been declared elected in a single constituency. So
this is embarrassing for the NDP.
Embarrassing is losing a few seats.
Like this is egg all over
I
their
don't know how to describe losing nearly all of your seats when you've been in a de facto coalition government.
Well, Derek, the one thing I would add to that is traditionally in Canada, the junior partner in a coalition loses their identity. But there's a caveat here. As much as we don't like the NDP on this podcast, me included, I will say that the last two Conservative majorities, 1988, there were 43 NDP seats. 2011, 103 NDP seats. It would seem that as much as we don't like them, that without them, we don't form a majority government as a Conservative.
Yeah. I want I need one of you three can jump in on this.
Can we also maybe bring in the former premier of this lovely province?
Oh my God, we're talking about Saskatchewan, and we've got sitting in the green room former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall, and we have not. We're just kind of talking over him. Let's make Brad a big head. Big head for Brad, not just one of the little ones here.
Talk about a successful Conservative who's right here. Mr. Wall.
All right, former Premier Wall, thank you very much for joining us. We're just going through Saskatchewan right now, and it's looking pretty solid. Your initial reactions on looks like it's all going Conservative except for Churchill River in the far north.
Yeah, I think Patrick Bélanger's leading Liberals in that seat. If that was my last bit of information. Of course, I sat in the legislature with Patrick. I think he first ran as full MLA, and then former Premier Romano got him to cross the floor, and he became part of that 1990 government. That's when I was first elected. Anyway, so yeah, West was for a while, but that was just very early, maybe one or two polls, and I think it's okay now. So pretty interesting evening. I heard what you guys were talking about with respect to the NDP, and what a remarkable collapse, and pretty much entirely self-inflicted.
I'm going to give you a bigger picture question across the West. Primarily the East has doubled down on, I guess, the last decade of Liberal rule. They've voted for more of this, backed in large measure by NDP voters flocking to the Liberals. But the East has doubled down here. Preston Manning wrote a piece in the Globe and Mail saying that, if Canada votes, a vote for the Liberals is a vote for Western secession. I know you're the former premier of Saskatchewan. I think few people have a better read on the situation than you. I'm in Alberta, and my idea of Saskatchewan mostly comes from Chris on a daily basis here. But what's your sense of how are people in Saskatchewan or the Prairie West, maybe more broadly, going to react to this tomorrow morning?
Well, it really depends what the Carney minority government. And although if you take a look at the board now, I've been down here in your green room. By the way, there are no
148.
I want to point that out. But I was watching the board just before I came down here, and it was tightening at the time, I would say. And you have you put the Bloc and the Conservatives together, you get a and the NDP leading 10. But the answer to your question, I think, is this: it really depends what if it's Carney, if it's a Carney minority government, minority parliament, what he does. If he does what he said he was going to do in the campaign, and prior to the campaign, when he's writing books and making public comments, that could answer your question about how intense Western unrest or Western alienation. And I say that because he talked a big game in the campaign about Canada being a superpower. When you dig down into the comments, I'm not sure he was thinking fossil fuels, because the rest of the Liberal policies they were proposing were things like C-69 stays, the ban stays, the emission cap stays, the ban on fossil fuels, starting with a quota next year and then banned completely in 2035. That stays. The clean electricity regulations probably stay. And these will be, and they are antithetical of the Western economy. So it really will depend on what a minority Carney government does.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith met with Carney soon before calling the election, and She presented him with a list of, I think it was nine conditions or demands. Said if they're not fulfilled, Canada will face an unprecedented unity crisis. Some in the press said that was a threat. You could also interpret it as a warning, I think, that maybe you want to do some of these things. But, her list of demands actually struck me as pretty low-hanging fruit. We're not talking anymore at all about structural reform to the Federation. We're not talking, I'm sitting beside a senator-elect right now who's not
waiting
sitting,
a lot longer.
yeah, who is not sitting in the Senate. I mean, it's a pretty low ask that, the people we elect to go to the Senate go to the Senate. Instead, they elect, I don't want to get sued. I'm just going to say real weirdos.
We're not going to get sued for that, Derek.
Yeah, I'm not, that's because I'm using the term weirdos. I'm not saying what I really think. But we're not talking about, reforming the Senate so that, a province like Alberta with twice the population of all 4 Atlantic provinces, which has just barely more than half the senators of just Nova Scotia or just New Brunswick. We're not talking about fixing that. We're not talking about fixing equalization. We're not talking about big structural change anymore. These are pretty low-hanging fruit asks from Premier Smith. I don't know. Do you take it as more of a threat or more as a warning, what she said?
I think the Premier was doing her job. She was making what she needed from the whoever the next government of Canada was. I think she was doing her job when she was engaged with her contacts and others in the United States during and since the inauguration. So those structural things weren't on the list of demands because they are not possible, folks. This is the problem we have. What we're witnessing tonight, the challenge of this federation, where the seat of the federal government in the federation is de facto a unicameral rep by House of Commons, because the Senate, even if you get there, the Senate is not a thing in terms of.
I know how you feel about it. I called you when I was running.
Currently constituted.
Brad, didn't you pass a motion when you were Premier to abolish the Senate?
We did.
I thought so.
You did. That's why I said I know how he feels.
Anyway,
I've always thought that a functional federation requires a functional upper house to function. But I mean, if the two options are the status quo feudal Canadian Laurentian Senate versus no Senate, of course, no Senate is better.
Under the current state, I think we can all agree it doesn't operate in the way it's intended.
Yeah.
I hope we don't get distracted by the Senate because my point is this: it can't change. It requires a constitutional amendment.
That's never going to happen.
And the constitutional amendment is another notional rep by pop process that needs either Queen's Park or the National Assembly, and it not happen. So for Western Canadians who have I would say a disproportionate economic interest or a contribution to the country, certainly that they do a political influence, what is the remedy? Get it in the House of Commons, unless you just get lucky and get a government like we hope to got tonight. That might be benevolent.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That does not happen very often in the country. Equalization can't change; it's hardwired in the Constitution. So the remedy, the reason that 35%, according to Angus Reid in Saskatchewan, more than Alberta, were expressing Western alienation a few weeks ago. 30% in Alberta. The reason that the number is that high, without a campaign, without a leader, without answers to tough questions about how did this sort of end, this Western alienation, without any of that, it's 35 and 30.
What do you? I mean, okay. The networks have generally called liberal minority government here, probably. But I mean, leading and elected, the Liberals are 154. The Conservatives are 151, and the popular vote, the Conservatives are slightly behind, but that's because the West is reporting later. The Conservatives actually do have a chance at winning the popular vote here still. I'm not sure if there's been a case. The last two elections, there's been liberal minority governments where the Conservatives win the popular vote. I'd have to look back and see if it's ever happened that someone has won a majority government without the popular vote. That's a trickier one to pull off. But the electoral math is just completely out the window since there's a weakened Bloc and a completely devastated, if not annihilated, NDP.
Well, I just got a text that I saw on the top of the tablet here from my former senior advisor, who made the point. I was talking to him earlier tonight about the very thing you're talking about, which is this call even a bit premature. And his comment at the top was they're in the game and they're scoring the score at the bottom right now. And so if I didn't know it was 151, it was in the low 140s when I came down to jump on the show. That's very close, and I don't still out there. So, very, very, very interesting numbers. If it's 154, 151 right now, and I'm guessing the Bloc's still in the low 20s, and the NDP are at 10.
No, the Bloc is at like 17.
25.
Oh, leading and elected in 25. Elected in 17, but leading and elected 25. Yeah.
Well,
Elizabeth May won her riding, or is on the way.
Did she?
Yeah, she's got 43%.
Sorry, go ahead.
Pierre's actually still behind in his riding, so if he flips
yeah.
that one over, guess what? We're pretty.
There
much
are only 2
5.
polls reporting there, so there's a long way to get
Canada
there.
has 5 polls in Pierre's riding right now, 72 to 657. Now that's still very early days.
Yeah, but if that flips, because it's in their numbers right now, that shows as a Liberal lead.
It does show us a Liberal lead.
Yeah, so that's going to take the Liberals down 1 and the Conservatives up 1, and then all of a sudden we're basically tied now. I mean, this is the closest election we've had in a long time.
Sorry, which Surrey? Oh no, I was looking at the
Burnaby is what you're looking at for Singh.
You keep thinking Surrey.
So, Mr. Wall, can I ask you this? If we end up with something that close, what are the alliance possibilities to form a government?
That's a great. That's a really question. And Blanchette is going to have a lot to say about that, obviously. And then the Conservatives would have a decision to make. Let's say, for instance, the Conservatives move into, maybe it ends in a tie. And so then it's an open question as to make the best case to the Governor General about forming a parliament that has the confidence of the House. But Conservatives and the Bloc, because there's no way the NDP are going to support the Conservatives in a new parliament. So the new party would be the Bloc. And what would they demand? What would they want from the Conservatives? What concessions?
No pipeline.
Concessions
might be better with the Liberals then.
Yeah.
If it is a tie number of seats, the Constitutional Convention is that the party that was the governing party before will have the first chance of forming a government. The last time I believe that happened was in Nova Scotia in the late 1990s.
No, it's not even if it's a tie. You can govern from second or even theoretically third place as long as you can hold. An independent could technically be the prime minister if that independent can hold the confidence of the House. So technically, it doesn't matter where you rank.
Formation.
I think what he's saying is they would give it to the party in power.
They would have the first chance.
Yeah.
If they'll formate, the first chance goes to the party that won the most seats.
Yeah. I want to note here, 9 out of 200 polls reporting Burnaby Central. So we're getting a sense of where it's going, but still a long ways to go. Jagmeet Singh is running in a fairly distant third place right now. Liberal.
Bye-bye.
Wade
Bye-bye,
Chang is at 38, Conservative. James Yan at about 35. Jagmeet Singh is at 25%. That is tough shit.
But like I said in the chat that, Nikki Ashton is the bellwether for the NDP. She's been an MP for, the Northern Manitoba for 15 years. And she's trailing the Liberal candidate by, I think, 1,500, 2,000 votes at this point with 50 polls reporting. So, I mean, if she can't hold her seat, there's no chance that Singh can.
No.
Mr. Wall, so, I mean, I'm not 100% sure the Liberals actually get a minority here. I think I lean that way, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not ready to completely call it, but I think that's where things are leaning. If that's where we're headed, though, another Liberal government, primarily propped up by the East and then lower mainland BC, what does Saskatchewan and Alberta do? Are we just hunker down again, or what do we do?
Well, it really, as I said off the top, it really depends on what the Carney government does or doesn't do. He moves on all those things I said off at the top of this. Then we've got some choices to make, because these things are really material to our ability to make a living, to have the kind of economy that we want to have for the families that here in Saskatchewan and the families that live in the province of Alberta. So it's a hypothetical question that begs an answer after we know better what our government would do.
All right.
Yeah, I think what we could best hope for in a scenario with a Liberal minority in order to hold the confidence of the House is that, like, Quebec gets, he changes some of these policies, because he's talked from both sides of his mouth on, I want to be an energy sector. He gives us a corridor, but that corridor goes to BC and doesn't go, and what is it, Port of the Churchill up in Manitoba, but we're not getting a pipeline to Quebec. And I think that's the only way that he can try and appease this Western alienation by getting our product to market, but while not pissing off Quebec and the Bloc through a pipeline out east. I think that's the only scenario where he can actually dance between keeping the Bloc on side and giving Alberta and Saskatchewan and those prairies and not a reason to leave.
I want to put
Jabot got reelected.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, great.
Oh,
I want
to
put a wilder potential governing scenario, following up on Erika, then Nigel's question to you earlier, Mr. Wall. It's going to sound crazier, but the temperament of Carney leads me to think that if he's got a minority here, he might try to form a so-called national unity government with the Conservatives. I saw Jonathan Dennis look like he bit a lemon when I said that. I think it'd be
Lemon was
crazy.
sweeter than that comment. Okay.
Yeah. But I wouldn't put it past them to try. What are your thoughts?
I don't see it, Jonathan. I'm probably eating the same like Jonathan is. I don't see him doing that. I don't know how the Conservatives can do that if these policies are going to remain unchanged. If they're going to continue as I expect them to continue, I don't see that happening. And then I'll go back to what I said earlier. Remember, that Angus Reid poll was stark, and to me, and should be for everybody, in Alberta and Western alienation or more, something more intense than that, at 35% in Sask and 30% in Alberta. If a Carney government proceeds as he says he'll proceed, that number is going to grow, and it will grow with the support of a more organized campaign, with more organized leadership, dealing with some of the objections you hear to what the West really could do if it was on its own, and that number will grow. It will absolutely grow because it's at the highest base I can remember in contemporary history in our two provinces. And again, that's without any organization, that's without a spokesperson, that's without a campaign or spokespeople or any kind of a process that maybe consults with Albertans and Saskatchewan people. But it'll depend on policy. It's not. I don't think none of this happens if Carney has some sort of Damascus Road conversion about fossil fuels and modern age, the way we and mining. If he doesn't, then I think all bets are off. There's one other thing that I would want to point out from a Saskatchewan perspective: the hidden carbon tax that he wants to, that he's going to basically continue with, even as he's at least temporarily paused the public-facing carbon tax, is potentially the greatest risk to our economy, much greater than just a tax on fuel, a direct tax on, basically a tax on fuel, because of what it would do to our resource sector. Think of the potash mines in Saskatchewan, uranium mines in Saskatchewan, the large-scale industrial projects that are going to pay this hidden carbon tax. And it sounds like, there was hints that his view is that can be ratcheted up, and that's another thing to add to the list of potential Carney actions that will result in some sort of reaction, I believe, in the West.
And one thing further to Brad's point, the hidden carbon tax, guess who pays that? It's all passed on to the consumer anyways. So it's just a shell game.
It gets passed on to the consumer, and if it's high enough, those job are at a lot.
Absolutely.
So I want to break in, just note here, in Jagmeet Singh's writing, the Conservatives have now taken the lead. Jagmeet Singh's share of the vote continues to fall. Now it's still 15 out of 200 polls, a lot of room to grow, but Singh is down to 22.5% in his own riding, trailing the Liberals at 37, the Conservatives at 39.
Singh.
Yeah, Pierre Poilievre actually falling behind a little in his riding. 59% for Liberal Bruce Fanjoy. Poilievre at 38.3. I think it's only 10 polls reporting there. So again, a lot of room to grow, but there's a decent sampling size now. Looks like for a bit over 6,000 votes. That gets to be a pretty good sampling. But again, yeah, it depends what part of the riding is it from. I don't really know. I haven't seen the breakdown yet.
There's a really good rural portion to that riding. The thing is, something that said earlier, quite correct. There are a lot of civil servants in that area. So that is just by way of self-interest is going to be a bit of a drag.
It's a weird riding. It's got bureaucrats working in downtown Ottawa, and it's got farmers and gun nuts. It's a weird kind of L-shaped riding.
The closest that he's held that riding since 2004. The closest that he's come before is in 2015. It was about 3,000 votes there, and that again was when the NDP were a little bit lower. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Now you're also pulling up Calgary. Calgary actually has really only elected a couple of Liberal MPs in the last 50 years. We're seeing the Northeast could flip, but also the Calgary Confederation and Calgary Centre. Greg McLean has been a very good MP. Unfortunately, in some of these cases, the local candidate doesn't really factor much into it, more than plus or minus 5 points.
Yeah. Actually, right now, the Conservatives are leading in both of the Northeast Calgary ridings. One of those, Calgary and McKnight, there was a big redraw there. It's kind of funny because
most of it's former Skyview.
Yeah.
George.
Yeah. So George Chahal, the incumbent, is trailing there.
That surprises me, honestly.
Yeah,
the Conservatives are really mucking around with the nominations there. That actually matters up in those ridings. Of course, I'm hoping for a Conservative victory there. I was kind of expecting the other, that you would have Conservatives leading in the center ridings and maybe the Northeast, the opposite with the Liberals. Looking down into Calgary Centre, for example, there's a 300 vote margin between Greg McLean and the Liberal challenger. In Calgary Confederation, there's about a 500 vote margin. You may very well see some recounts here.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, those margins are tight. And how many? So 75 out of 230 polls.
Yeah. And the Conservatives are looking to make major gains in Edmonton. Liberal wipeout, possibly there is still votes to come in. Heather McPherson leading the sole NDP seat. Oh no, there was Edmund Griesbach. Yeah, the NDP have lost Edmonton Griesbach down to 30.
I call that, it was a very close race between Kerry Diott, who ran again this time, and the NDP challenger there. Yeah, reality is, with the NDP dropping off, we were going to take that riding. Interestingly enough, that it doesn't seem that political, because in Kerry Diott's nomination, there was maybe only 400, 500 total membership votes cast. It's kind of interesting.
It was a late nomination too, and Karen Principe, councillor, was running against him, but the Conservatives held that one for quite some time. I'm not surprised on that one either. No. The interesting one, selfishly, is coming back to Edmonton Centre, where I live, and it's looking like the vote split. Yeah, but the vote split is looking stronger than anywhere else in the province for Tricia Estabrook. She's probably going to be the reason that Saeed Ahmed can pull it off as actually being the highest percentage we might have seen of NDP.
Look at how close that is, though.
He's amongst the strongest in the country.
100 votes between Syed Ahmed and the Liberal challenger there. Like that isn't over yet. That riding has flipped quite a bit, because Anne McClelland always would win that 20, 30 years ago by very small
margins. Laurie Hahn,
Laurie Hahn ran twice and took her out in 2006.
So I want to bring the conversation back to Saskatchewan for a moment here. Conservatives are declared elected in all the rural ridings except for Churchill River. I was going to call it that for ease.
Those are really low total numbers there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really low population riding. It's like 3,500, 4,000 people voting there. Really low. 62 of 88 percent.
That would be a really tough area to
riding. Is that part of the redistribution? Has that affected it?
I'm not sure, but maybe Brad Wall has something to say. The Conservatives have taken all the rural ridings except for Churchill River. They've swept Saskatoon entirely. And looking down at Regina, the 2 urban Regina seats are yet to be called, but the Conservatives have got very strong lead in Regina, Louvain, and a pretty decent lead in Wascana. Maybe thoughts from Brad Wall.
Well, and in the northern riding where the Liberals are going to win, as I talk with Bud today, he was a cabinet minister with the NDP. He used to be a Liberal MLA when he was first elected, and he's got a good, he's liked, and he's got a history. And I know, we would tell our candidates back in the day, a really good local candidate might count as high as a really good one. Buckley's higher than that, I think. Plus, that riding, that northern riding wouldn't be predisposed to voting Conservative in it. So it's not a surprising result up there.
Yeah, the provincial NDP does well up there, Saskatchewan.
Jeremy Harrison held that riding. He was part of your cabinet, Brad. He held that riding 2004 to 2006, and then it flipped over. There was all sorts of allegations then, but for the most part, I do think that the local candidate matters in that area, particularly when you see such low numbers voting.
Well, it's the least populated riding in all of Canada, I believe, and I think it's also the 3rd largest outside of the Northwest, like the Northern Territories.
Okay. I got to ask you guys about this weird riding. I actually have not nerded out enough, I guess, on the redistricting, but this looks to be Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. That's a non-contiguous constituency. Are they allowed to do that?
Oh,
apparently.
Look at that. That is a non-contiguous constituency.
That is incredibly rare. I actually have never seen that before.
Brad Wall, have you ever seen a non-contiguous constituency? I've seen some funny ones in America where they really gerrymander it, but I have never seen that.
We used to joke about how it might be nice to have that happen if some of our had ballpark
What in the hell?
way. But no, I don't think I've ever seen that.
That is some very advanced gerrymandering there, Derek. Like that's next level.
But not going the way of those that probably gerrymandered it.
Well, and then you've got a contiguous riding from Banff.
Okay, let's see. Do we have James standing by? Is James here? James is here. Okay, we're gonna bring James in. Where James is coming to us from Edmonton. James, where are you in Edmonton?
Derek, how's it going?
Good. Word is Amarjeet Sohi just bid it.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually quite surprised. Obviously, he is a high-profile candidate, being the mayor of Edmonton, so a significant disappointment to him.
Slaughtered.
You know what's the more disappointing part is he's going back to be mayor for his last 5 months, and I got to deal with him still. Yeah. So that's the more disappointing public service announcement.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are other surprises too at Edmonton Greensbach. There is Edmonton Centre, with the former riding of Randy Bossino. So,
both Randys. Both Randys were there.
It was the other Randy.
No, the Randys split the vote. There was 2 Randys running.
The other Randy.
That's right.
Good Randy and bad Randy.
Yeah.
I'm going to bow out here. Thanks for having me on tonight. Thanks.
Bye.
Oh, who did we just lose?
You got me?
Premier Wall's leaving.
Oh, okay. Is he gone?
Go and check out Carleton. I'm on Election Canada's website. I know there's only 12 polls reporting, but Bruce Fanjoy is pulling ahead with a 1,700 vote lead.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
And there's going to be nail biters in Calgary Confederation and Calgary Center. There's less than 200 votes either one of them. That's going to pop up and down all night.
Yeah. Here, let's look at. Okay, Calgary Center. Effectively tied. The Liberals have the slightest of slight leads.
No, was it 2015 when Kentera won, right?
Yeah, he held it for one term during.
Yeah, and that's when Randy Boissonnault won his first go, and I ran that campaign, and we lost by 1,200 votes. So I think these are going to be those repeats, Jonathan, that you're talking about.
Yeah, Confederation very close as well.
700 votes in 2015 that Kent Hare won by, and Greg McLean has held very, very strong margins 2019, 2021. Yeah. Again, the collapse of the NDP is the biggest factor there.
Yeah. Let's go over into the Ottawa area. There's only one riding in the entire Ottawa area, not yet called, but leaning Liberal. Bruce Fanjoy leading over Pierre Poilievre. Let me tell you, East, if you guys don't even elect him in his constituency, you're saying something.
We'll take him out here.
We'll take him back. Yeah. He can be prime minister or something else.
This is crazy. Can we just talk about how crazy these election results? I feel like I've gone through so many emotions tonight. I was like, Atlantic Canada surprised us, and Quebec was obviously like where we thought it'd be, but and even I think too many of the discussions that we'll have this evening, but like the Western vote. Like the Western alienation vote, I think is showing.
Oh, the NDP have won a single seat.
Oh, where?
No, it says 2. They've elected 2.
Oh, I'm seeing 1. Where are they?
But like we had early calls on declaration of who's going to win, and now it's pretty crazy.
I mean, there are some crazy governing coalition scenarios that could take place here.
I think yours is not going to happen.
No, I don't think so.
That would kill the Conservative Party.
Oh, it would be the end. That would be the end of the Conservatives.
Absolutely the end of it all.
Yeah, I don't think
Poilievre would revitalization of the Reform Party.
I could see an Aaron O'Toole doing that. This circumstance, Trump boogeyman, national unity. I could see an Aaron O'Toole trying to lead the Conservatives into a national unity government.
You try and pick off Bloc people and have them.
We tried that in Alberta 2014. How did that work out? It swept even me out.
Yeah. Don't do that. It's not good.
I was wild.
No, Erika, you were working with me in the building. Come on.
No, I was gone by then.
The Conservatives have now taken all the seats in Saskatoon. All 3 are now all solidly Conservative. So there's just the 2 left in Regina that are up for grabs. But both are being led by Conservatives.
They're looking pretty
Oh, there's no way my riding's going Liberal. I mean, I literally
saw. What Scan or Leuven?
I'm Leuven, and I've literally seen 3 Liberal signs. 3
We're
Liberal
both
signs.
Lakeview kids. Jonathan Dennis and
now
I.
3 Liberal signs is all I've seen in the entire election.
Park kid. Come on, Erika, don't sell me out.
Now look at these idiots. Look at these idiots. Toronto.
Why does it say Regina on the website?
Some Conservative pickups. Vaughan Woodbridge, Conservative pickup. Thornhill, Conservative hold. That's Melissa Weston. Conservatives leading pretty decently-ish in Roman Baber. That's an interesting guy to get in.
He's just an interesting guy.
He's an interesting guy.
We're competitive in that area. I wasn't picking that up. Just looking at Elections Canada, 164 to 146 is the seat count. So these are beating pundits. They're beating the 338 website in terms of seats. Liberals 8 short of a majority. The question is what happens in Pierre's riding? Like I'm looking here at 6,800 to 4,900 again here. Like that's the real enigma here. The guy has increased our seats from 129 to 146, but unfortunately, maybe Carleton's not one of them.
Like that's bonkers that his riding is actually in play.
Check Carney's, just for fun.
Okay, well he's next door. It's Canada. There's the Nepean. Carney got it pretty hard. 60 elected with 63.3%. Conservative Barbara Ball at 33.7. the west end of Ottawa, Nepean. I've got a lot of family from that area. Ottawa West Nepean, 62%. That area of Ottawa didn't used to. John Baird used to represent Ottawa West Nepean in a slightly different configuration. So it's now a super liberal majority riding. What the hell happened?
They all work for the government. That's what happened.
Yeah, or was it the hundreds of thousands of increase in public servants under the last 9 years?
That can't hurt a liberal vote.
Erika on that one.
They literally bought that riding by just throwing out government jobs like they were candy on Halloween.
Jeremy Nixon and Greg McLean both pulling ahead here, guys.
Oh, let's go back to Alberta.
Margins are razor thin.
Oh, let's bring in Peter Coleman for some fun here. Actually, hold on. First, yeah, okay. Peter Coleman's next up. Let's throw him into the mix.
Very happy with this
Peter
spin of events.
Yeah, Peter, we are seeing an absolutely crazy night here. Going to come to you in a second, and we're just going to talk about Calgary. This is the map of Calgary right now. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but northeast, that looks to be a conservative hold. I think Skyview is going conservative, but that's a redistributed Calgary Skyview. That's essentially a new riding.
Calgary McKnight.
Yeah. Still close. 75 of 196 polls reported Conservatives with about a 4-point lead. They could do it. Calgary Center. Greg McLean, incumbent Conservative, pulled ahead again. Narrow lead. Calgary Confederation. Jeremy Nixon, former Alberta UCP MLA, represented part of that riding, but lost it in the last provincial election. Very slight 0.9% lead. So that would be a Calgary sweep.
Those are going to recounts, guys. I'm calling it right now.
Okay, but when do we call?
Edmonton Center.
Oh no, go away,
Edmonton Center is back to a liberal lead, but still less than half.
There's a lot of
half the
champagne
polls.
socialists in there, so
Yeah. Peter. So Peter Coleman is the president of the National Citizens Coalition. For those paying attention at home, that was the organization that Stephen Harper led during his interregnum away from Parliament between 97 and 2001-ish. Peter, I have no idea what to make of tonight. Your thoughts?
Kind of a crazy night. I mean, at Atlantic Canada, it went, well, we're not really sure. I mean, Jagmeet Singh, pretty expensive for the country when he stayed to get his pension, and the party shit the bed, for lack of better terms. I mean, I think Poilievre's percentage of votes the highest for Conservatives since Brian Mulroney. You know,
yeah, he might. Where are we at with popular? Where's the popular vote rate? Popular vote
42%.
42. So he's beat Stephen Harper. He has beat it has been an insanely long time in Canada where a party has won 40% of the vote or more and not won a majority government. That just doesn't happen anymore.
So okay, just to that point, Derek, Stephen Harper did win 5,600,000 votes in 2015. It was Andrew Scheer who took him over 6 million in 2019. So,
but lower percentage of the vote.
You know, and then Aaron O'Toole lost a 500,000 votes. So, you know, if it's going to be interesting to see where the Conservatives end up this evening against those comparators. But from what you're saying, it would be the ultimate irony for Pierre Poilievre to lift the party back up, lose his own seat, and see another Conservative, another Liberal minority.
Yeah, Peter, let's talk about Pierre Poilievre tonight. It's not a given he's going to lose his seat, but it does seem to be in the cards. Oh, we've got Mike Solberg. Oh, no, that's not Mike Solberg. That's still just James. Okay, sorry. You look like Mike. Does he look like Mike Solberg a bit there?
Actually, I honestly thought that for a second when I looked up. You're not
Mike
on
doesn't dress that well. There's no way he's gonna.
No, and Mike doesn't comb his hair. But he is going to be on the program, so I thought that was it. Peter. All right. Well, it's a bit of a hypothetical here. If Poilievre loses his seat, does he stay on as leader? Do you think?
Yeah, that'll be crazy if he loses seat with all that's going on, because I know the people out west are always frustrated with what happened in and around Toronto, but you know, downtown Toronto is not going to vote any other than Liberal NDP. But there's a bunch of ridings in and around Toronto that went Conservative this time, and their share of the votes much higher percentage-wise than has been in a long time. So it'll be fascinating to see what happens, because if he loses his seat, then I think that's trouble for him for sure. But I mean, you know, I don't think anybody would have predicted the NDP would have fallen this far. If you'd asked me a couple of months ago, you knew they're going to be, you know, they were broke, so they couldn't call a campaign. But it's going to be really interesting too, because do the Conservatives try and work with the Bloc on some things too? Like Carney has not got carte blanche to do what he wants and behave what he wants. And you know, I've been on your folks' shows a few times. I don't think Carney's the brilliant economist that people think he is. I don't think his record's all that great. I think his hold's going to be tenuous in power. I mean, you know, the media's trying to say this is a big sweeping victory for the Liberals. It's not really. It's not really. It's disappointing if you're a Conservative for sure, but a Liberal majority government would have been an absolute unmitigated disaster.
So, Jagmeet Singh still trailing very badly in his riding, in a definite third place.
And he deserves to lose badly.
Sorry, what?
He deserves to lose badly.
I think he lost something.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, still 35 of 200 polls there. Maybe he pulls something out of the hat, but that's a big, big gap to close. He's toast. Elizabeth May, I actually thought that riding could go elsewhere. Liberals are NDP are non-existent, 3.8%.
Right.
It's the drop off of the NDP. Look at Pierre's riding, 1.5%.
1.5. Wow.
Wow. I don't know if I've ever seen bottom of the barrel of support like that for the NDP ever.
No.
Looking here, yeah. Yeah, they're barely double the Green Party in that riding. And then there's a million independents. There was some kind of
95 or something candidates.
Yeah, there's that was some. It's like a protest against the first past the post system or something.
Yeah, the ballot was 4 pages long.
Yeah, but they didn't do it against Mark Carney in Nepean, where there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates. No independents at all. They seem to be very selective about who they do this with.
Guys, I've just been called by a candidate's official agent in a very close riding here. I've got to sign off here. Thanks very much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to some interesting times.
Thank you for joining us. That's Jonathan Dennis, lawyer here in Calgary and former PC cabinet minister and minister of justice.
All the best, guys. Take care.
Yeah, be well.
All right.
Hi, Jonathan.
All right. How many? Do we know how many the NDP are elected in? Okay, NDP are elected in 2 seats, leading and elected in 8. So their ceiling right now is probably around 8 seats. Yeah.
That's best case scenario.
That's a best case scenario.
Like we're talking best case here is 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, you want to pull up the math? Find out the last time the NDP have had 8 seats or less, please.
Okay.
You just find out. Let me know when you've got that.
Yeah.
But we have to keep in mind, if you had 8 seats in say 1993, that's more like having 10 or 11 today because it was a smaller parliament. So your proportion of parliament with 8 seats, 20, 40 years ago is more.
I mean, we even have 5 more from Lasco.
Yeah. Yeah. Do we remember, anyone recall, like how many seats the NDP get in 1993? Because they got pretty wiped.
I wasn't born. Just kidding.
What are the Liberals at now?
I'm not going to ask your age.
39.
We have, I think 1993 was the previous low point of the NDP, and then they kind of slowly crawled back up. But then they had their long march that began under Jack Layton, pulling them up into political relevance all the way to a huge official opposition. Pretty big bump in the road with Thomas Mulcair, but then, wow, they really were lucky with Thomas Mulcair. They
they didn't know how good they had it. They did Thomas Mulcair.
Yeah, their record low seats was 9 in 1993.
9 in 1993.
So they're not even
9 in 1993.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a smaller parliament. So 9 then is more an equivalent of
9 out of 295 under Audrey McLaughlin.
Okay, so if you want to also just maybe do the math on that, and then let's keep going further back. We may have to go back to the CCF. I'm not positive. We may have to go back to the CCF.
How many seats were there? 299?
No, actually, no. CCF, 19, 265, 17, 265, 21, 265. This is Tommy Douglas.
Are we gonna have to go back to like the Socialist
David
Labor
Lewis,
Party or
31, 264, 16, 264, David Lewis. Ed Broadbent never had lower than 226 out of 282. Audrey McLaughlin, 9, 295.
So
Alexa McDonough, 21, 301, 13, 301. That might be close. Alexa McDonough in 2000.
Okay, so please go back in history. You may have to go into the CCF, Canadian Commonwealth Federation, predating the NDP as a predecessor party. Let's go back. When's the last time they had 8 seats? And then calculate as percentage. And that
I'm doing like long division here.
Yeah.
And we're at about 10 seats
Long division
required.
The lowest seat
It
count the
doesn't go up that
CCF ever had was 1958, and they had 8 seats.
Out of a much, much smaller
Much
party.
smaller. Yeah.
8 seats.
So
still
1958.
No new
Singh
MPs.
tonight is likely to go down as the least successful socialist leader in the country's history.
Yeah.
Well, and they did a. It sounds like they did
He's
a
going
merger
out
after that
worse
election.
than Trudeau did.
Yeah.
I
Should've
guess
called
Derek-
last June, bud.
He could have been the leader of the
I
opposition
know.
right now.
In
Wouldn't
June.
be the first time that getting allied too closely with Justin Trudeau is bad for your political career.
Normally that's a woman, but yeah.
Normally.
Yeah, it's bad for most
So
people.
they after the 1958
Oh.
election.
Oh. All right, so give us your number here, and then we're going to bring in Shay Anderson in a moment.
Okay, after the 1958 election, they got 8 seats. They picked up one in a by-election. but
Sorry, 8 seats in 1958.
Right, and then they won a by-election in 1960 to give it 9, but they changed the party. They
Yeah,
changed
CCF
it,
NDP,
they
yeah.
changed it to the new party.
But Derek, one big thing tonight though, it's the Liberals and NDP aren't 172. The Conservatives and Bloc have more. It's going to be a fascinating
Yeah,
party.
so it's not necessarily a given. I mean, it'd be a weird
We should
thing.
bring in Shay because as much as we as conservatives might be upset by the loss, his party is decimated.
Yeah. Okay, let's bring in Shay. Shay, let's
159
make Shay a big head. Not we'll be small heads. Make Shay big head because he's got big beard. I've always been jealous of the size of Shay's beard.
You're working on it.
Yeah. Shay was elected as NDP member of the Alberta legislature in 2015. The time I came in, and he worked his way on up to become minister. He might be a New Democrat, but he's among the least crazy ones I know. You can at least understand what he's saying, and always got along with him. Thanks so much for joining us, Shay.
Derek.
Never mind that he looks like Karl Marx with a shaved head.
Derek.
All right.
You didn't. Yeah.
right.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you just fine.
Right
Thanks.
on.
Thanks.
Right on. You didn't need to make it a big head. My head's big enough.
All right.
Yeah.
Shay, you're a longtime New Democrat. Tonight, it might not be a great night for the Conservatives, but it is a devastating night for the NDP. It would appear that the high watermark, based on the results we're seeing right now, the best case scenario for the NDP is probably 8 seats. And we're trying to run the math on here, and that would probably be the worst record result for the NDP / Canadian Commonwealth Federation since possibly the Second World War, maybe even earlier. I don't know.
How does that make you feel?
How does that make you? How do you feel about that? Oh, we can't hear you anymore, Shay.
No.
Oh, there we are.
I'm getting like double. I'm getting a repeat of you talking, so it's kind of hard to pick it up here. Just a second.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously it's not great. Jeez, I mean, that's an understatement. Oh, yeah.
Where did the party go wrong, or Singh? I mean, if Singh had, he said he's ripping up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, but then didn't move. Did we just lose Shay?
Yeah, he went out.
We just lost him? Yeah.
No, he disconnected.
He disconnected. Okay, let's bring it back in a moment. Okay.
So that one elected seat is in Edmonton, Strathcona.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Oh, is that declared elected now?
That's declared elected, yes.
Okay.
Which was, I think, a given.
Yeah, I mean that was Rachel Notley's seat. Like,
Let's try. Yes.
they will vote for Carl.
And Heather has been there forever.
She's been there a long time.
Yeah.
Stalin could win that riding.
Perhaps.
Could.
Liberal
That's
Edmonton Center.
Edmonton Center.
It's not called though yet.
Not called.
Not called.
Still a fair bit to go. Could go. Okay, we've got Shay Anderson
Hey.
back. Hey,
Sorry,
Shay.
I had another tab open, so I was hearing double. It was my fault.
Okay.
Technical
I hear double all the
issue.
time. It's okay. All right. So the NDP, its best case scenario based on the numbers we're seeing right now is 8 seats.
Mhm.
Probably going to be lower. We've got Sean running some numbers here. We're going to get a better sense soon. But if so, that would be the worst result for the NDP or its predecessor, the Canadian Commonwealth Federation, since the Second World War, maybe going back even earlier, getting close to the First World War. This
wasn't around.
I mean, like, I don't know. How does that make you feel? Like, or what are your thoughts?
Mhm.
Like, where did it go wrong?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, it's not great. It's not what anybody wants ever. You know, it's when you look at it and you look at the polling beforehand, you look at some of the things that were going on with let's say center left voters and what their thoughts on Poilievre were. You understood we were going to lose some seats because, you know, people believe in strategic voting. And so you saw a lot of that out east and say, right around Edmonton, maybe where we thought we might have like Blake's seat, which is unfortunate. I think he's a good MP. But I think we lost a lot of that vote to the Liberals, unfortunately. People were worried. You look at some people down here on the south of the island right now, and we got a couple Liberals. I think they're going to be winning seats, which is, I think it's been 17 years since the Liberals won a seat on the island. We're usually staunchly NDP. And so, yeah, it's not great. I think, you know, people count us out all the time. They've counted us out over the years. You guys were crunching the numbers there and seeing what was going on in the past and how we've come back and gone up and down. And I think that we'll come back from it. We have to. We don't give up. We're stubborn. You know what I'm like, Derek. So, you know, most of us staunch NDPers are pretty stubborn that way. But it is hard to take, obviously. I mean, who wants to lose seats? And especially there's some good MPs that lost seats, regardless of your political affiliation. There's going to be good people that are losing seats that bring a good, strong voice to the legislature or to the parliament. Sorry. And so, yeah, it's not great, however you slice it.
So where do you think the NDP went wrong here? I mean, if Singh, before we got cut off, I was saying, you know, back in the fall around October, Singh said, "I'm ripping up the deal. It's over," but then didn't seem to change anything. Continued to vote confidence in the Liberal government. If he had voted to bring down Trudeau at that time, he would have stood a very good chance of becoming the leader of the opposition at least. And then now he is on track to come in third place in his own seat and bring the NDP down to its worst result by far in the party's history, including its predecessor parties from before. Is this mostly on Singh?
Well, who
should wear the blame tomorrow morning in the NDP for what's happened?
Like obviously, I'm not going to talk on behalf of the federal party or our provincial counterparts, but you make a good point. Like in the fall, when the agreement was there, and he had said about possibly ripping it up, and you know, you see what he said in the campaign. The reason why he didn't is because the fears were that Poilievre was going to get rid of pharmacare and dental care, which has helped millions of people across Canada. And traditionally, the NDP is the one, like I was listening earlier and you guys were talking about, or somebody was talking about the social voice. And they have traditionally been the voice of working people and the social voice. And he didn't want those programs to go away because people like us that, you know, for example, that have benefits and can afford benefits and things like that, we don't notice these things. But people that don't have benefits value those types of things that the NDP fights for on a day-to-day basis in a big way. And so he didn't want to lose that. But your point is valid as well. And I think that you're not wrong that in the fall, if he had to rip that up and they pulled, you know, they pulled the rug out and there was a vote, I think Poilievre probably would have had a majority, and I think the NDP probably would have had more seats by doing what he did, and maybe some people not understanding it in the party, maybe they pulled their vote to the Liberals as well. You know what I mean? Like, hard to say, but I think that's probably part of the case.
Okay, we're going to go to Nigel in just a moment. I just want to check with production. Are we standing by to bring on Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, Jagmeet Singh when they take the stage? We're set up for that?
I can do it.
Okay, when they come, make sure you interrupt me.
Yeah, Shake, we haven't met, but anyway, hi. The expectation is that the NDP will not do well on Vancouver Island. Now, to what extent is David Eby responsible for the fortunes of the NDP in British Columbia generally, rather than Jagmeet Singh?
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, I think that, the provincial NDP did very well here. We have had a lot of change in population. People come from different provinces and things like that over the last few years. So I think that's partly to play with it. When I moved home 5 years ago to Duncan, I was working up island, and there was a lot of mainlanders, a lot of people from Alberta, northern BC, that were probably traditionally conservative. So I think part of the vote has changed as well. We've been pretty staunchly NDP for a long time, for the most part, but it's getting a little more diverse now. So I don't think you can say, oh, it's David Eby to blame or it's Jagmeet Singh to blame. I think that things have changed, and I think that, in my opinion, but this is just me, and Derek and I have talked about these things before, is sometimes, for example, the Conservatives, I find, take the voters for granted in Alberta because they mostly just vote blue. Well, the NDP has done that sometimes with working people as well, and union workers, and taken that for granted, and I guess not spoken to them, and allayed their fears and laid out a plan, a logical plan for them sometimes. And I think maybe that's part of it as well, because I have union workers here that I know that were voting Conservative. And that used to be unheard of, right? Like,
yeah.
So.
Well, I got a buddy who is a union leader, and he's voting Conservative. He voted Conservative because he hunts. He works with his hands, and all parties are coalitions, and you have to stitch them together. But you come from the more union labor background wing of the NDP. There are other wings. There's kind of the environmentalist, kind of hardcore environmentalist wing, and then there's kind of the downtown. You have to forgive my probably pejorative terms. I don't know how else to describe it. Kind of the woke, urban, yuppie, and that seems to have captured kind of progressivist parties across the West. But the NDP has not been immune from that. The NDP, it's still got that union wing, but at least to me, it seems to have become overshadowed by the environmentalist wing. The kind of social progressivist wing, that kind of thing. I don't know. How would you respond to that analysis?
No, I totally understand what you're saying, and I could understand why it looks like that, obviously. And it's part of what I was saying is I think that the NDP has a lot of value for working people and union people, but we have to make sure that we lay that plan out there a little more coherently. To be honest, I think that sometimes we did this when we were in government. We were doing a lot of good things, we thought, and we're working hard, and we had some good things for working people. But you sometimes think, oh, we're doing all these things, so they must realize it, or they must read it, or they see what we're doing. Well, everybody's busy. They have families. They're paying their mortgage and their bills, and they don't have time for that. So you have to keep things pretty simple and straight to the point. And that's where Conservatives actually do a very good job of you can make fun of slogans and all these things and acts attacks and whatever, but people hear it and they remember it, right? And so I think that we need to do a better job of outlining what we're doing for people and how it actually affects everybody on a day-to-day basis. Because really when it comes down to it, you're looking at what's going to be better for you and your family and how you take care of your kids and the people around you, right? And so, if somebody's speaking to you and empathizing with you and showing you a way, even if you're not sure if it's actually going to happen or it's just a promise that you don't think is going to get there, you know, it speaks to you sometimes, right? And so I think we need to do as NDPers a lot better job of that. We have some very good leaders and some very good speakers, and I think that people can do that, you know, but I think we just need to do more of it.
Okay. I want to talk about Polyev and Singh right now. So I'm going to bring in Peter Coleman as well. We're going to start with Singh, so we'll stay with Shay for a second. Jagmeet Singh, it's not called yet. It's only 55 of 200 polls in, but he seems to be dropping further and further behind. 19.4%, trailing both the Conservative and the Liberal in that constituency. I would imagine even if he were to miraculously come back and win that riding, I think the only reason it's not been called is because it's between the Conservatives and the Liberals. I think Jagmeet Singh's out of the race at this point. But even if he were to win his seat, do you think he's toast as leader tonight?
You know, like I've heard a bunch of people ask me that before this, and it's not really my place to say yes or no. I mean, it's up to him.
I'm asking for your opinion.
You're
not speaking on behalf of anyone.
There's different ways. There's different ways to go about this, and the way I look at it is, there's something he said the other day, and I heard another NDPer talk about it too. About he was talking about some of the things that we were working on, and he was okay with losing some seats or power. I'm just paraphrasing here. If there was going to be good things and good wins for Canadians, right? And so I look at it that way, and he is principled and he stood by that, and I appreciate that. And he's done some really good things as party leader. Now, the membership is going to make this decision. I'm not going to do it on here, and I'm not going to speculate because I don't like to do that. But yeah, they're going to have to, you know, we as a party and Jagmeet are going to have a long look at the results and obviously go over them and see where we went wrong and figure that out. And it's going to be a tough conversation no matter which way you slice it. So
I don't know, Erika, even if he won a seat, and I don't think he's winning a seat, I think he's on track for third. Even if he won a seat, I think he's toast. He has led the NDP to the worst result in its history, and even the CCF's history. Like, we probably got to go back to possibly between the First and Second World Wars to
1932.
Okay, here, let's go to welfare for a second. We call him he's our wolf blitzer on a budget. Welfare wolf.
Yeah, welfare wolf.
Okay. All right. So when is the last comparable election for the NDP or its predecessors?
Well, the party was founded in 1932.
We're talking CCF, yeah.
CCF. And even back then, it looks like they had about a dozen. You have to go back to 1958.
58.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's
okay.
still,
58, they won how many seats?
8 seats.
8 seats. Okay, and that's their
high
water.
CCF won a seat in 1960 to give it 9.
Yeah. Okay, but hold on.
Which would surpass what they're on track for tonight.
8 seats is their best case scenario tonight. It would seem. So even if they won 8, as I was saying earlier, that's out of a much smaller parliament.
It's 299, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
not even.
So that is proportionately a lot less.
That's about
that's
11
a lot more.
seats.
It's higher.
So
it's proportionately
yeah,
higher.
it's proportionally higher. So
and then in 1962 they became the NDP.
Okay, so I want you to keep going back through history because 8 seats out of a small parliament. I want you to try and find it where it's proportionate as a percentage of seats in parliament.
Oh my God, you're going to ask me to do some math.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to come back to you in a moment. I'm going to keep scrolling.
Okay.
Keep scrolling and get us an answer here.
Oh, the Regina Manifesto, 1933.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to. So now,
can we come back to another hypothetical that I just had in a texting conversation? Was the advance polls?
Yes.
So those haven't been counted.
No.
Don't they?
Oh.
Well, you're
Likely not yet.
not yet.
They're usually among the last to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and this is the thing. So Pierre apparently has like 43,000 in his riding.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
let's if we're looking at the numbers, like I mean, in Alberta, I don't know what they are everywhere else.
Here is
But
fairly
we're
right
about
now.
110,000 votes per EDA in Alberta, give or take 100 to 110,000.
So right now, in his running of Carleton, Polyev is trailing about 6 points. but only 64 of 266 polls reporting at this time.
Yeah.
And it apparently
So let's say you got 20,000 votes.
Well,
There's a long way to go.
yeah, and it had a record for all of Canadian history for advanced voter turnout.
Yeah.
Now that could be
So advanced
maybe it's
also
both.
counts for special ballot, all of that. We last election in Edmonton Center had to go 2 or 3 days after to count all those. And
Yeah.
that confirmed Randy. Now, like advanced polls
Mhm.
typically actually do favor the Liberals over Conservatives. However, there's also a significant, what did we say, 7 million votes?
7.5 million compared to 1.5 million. That is a huge
Yeah.
increase.
Also, remember
That's
that
like 40% of the total vote.
And remember, last time it favored leftist parties because leftists, progressivist party voters tended to be more worried about COVID.
Yeah.
You know, you want to vote in the
Yeah.
mail, all those things. They were more worried about it than conservative-leaning voters. Same with the United States for the 2020 presidential election.
Yeah.
Favored Biden.
So that's why I think it's so interesting that a lot of these places are being called early. Like some of them I think are early without this caveat, but now we're looking at even early with a bunch of advanced special ballots, all of that being
Oh, you mean so
done.
the advanced ballots are
basically I'm saying that I think a lot of this is BS. Until
Across
those
the country, there were
Well,
7.5
my sense is that
million.
there's not a
advanced
bunch of
ballots.
NDP votes in the early ballots, but there could be a bunch of conservative and liberal votes.
and
in it.
like I said, typically
Everything
got a
could
number
just
for you.
change.
So in 1958,
Oh, hold on. We're gonna get
you want me to get
Sorry,
up?
I cut you
get
off.
Wolf up here.
Get Wolf. Okay, now I got my my
Oh, and Stephen Guilbeault and Sean Fraser have both been reelected.
Sean Fraser too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's ought to tell you what Carney's going to be doing in terms of environment. Okay, so doing my scrolling, 1958, CCF, which was founded at the
Scroll to
1933
58. Scroll to
convention.
58 here.
Well, I can't get it. It's on two separate pages.
Okay.
Because the NDP started in 1962, but they got 3% of the seats, and then today they're on track for about 2%. So they've lost about a third, relatively speaking.
Compared to what year?
1958.
Okay, so
but they went down a percentage.
yeah, so they're down. So I want you to keep going backwards until you find a worse result than the NDP
This
is
is
on
like
track.
beating a
for.
dead horse.
Yeah, but
like
they weren't
I want to know.
I want to know. You know, this is something you talk about
There
a
was
week
only
after
two
the
parties.
election,
Yeah.
not election night.
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
It's a wipeout.
we're going back to probably conservatives, really, and on what was it, 1988,
1993 is when they got 2 seats.
when under Kim Campbell.
Yeah.
I mean, that would probably go down in history as the worst electoral.
Well,
result.
that was the worst electoral defeat for a governing party in the history of the
Ever.
World.
Well, it's got to be
There's-
one of the worst in Canadian history for any party.
It was worse than world democratic history in 1993 for the PCs.
Yeah.
All right, Shay, I'm going to operate on the assumption that by tomorrow morning, Jagmeet Singh has resigned or announced
go.
his intention to be
52
gone.
minutes ago from Toronto Star.
What?
Uncertainty and questions ahead for Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's been
I
this
haven't
whole
subscribed,
election.
unfortunately. So that's,
All right, so I'm going to go
behind
to
the paywall.
He'll be the first to do as a
okay. I want to go
concession.
to Shay here. Shay, I'm going to operate on the assumption Jagmeet Singh is not going to be here. So let's operate in this hypothetical. What's next for the NDP? They're looking at between 4 and 8 seats right now. They're going to lose official party status under any of these circumstances. The long march began under Jack Layton is finally come to an end, it seems. What's next for the NDP? What does it need to do to get back in the game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's come to an end. Like I said, we've gone up and down before, and it's,
I didn't say the party's come to an end. I'm saying the
No,
long march
but-
began under Jack Layton is at an end.
yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be a hard look in the mirror, to be honest. Like to say, like, where did we go wrong? Where did we slip up? Where did our messaging not resonate with people? Like I said before, like we traditionally have been, party of working people, union workers and things like that, and social workers, teachers, and healthcare, and we've done some really good things there, and we've pushed the Liberals to do some really good things that help people, that even a lot of Conservatives agreed with, which was great. But yeah, we got to figure this out. We got to sit down and we got to dissect what happened here and see if like where our messaging didn't resonate. Like I think it comes down to that and what we thought were the priorities and going in and what ended up being the priorities. I mean, affordability kind of is over everything, right? And housing and all these types of things, and how didn't we frame things properly? I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers, to be honest. I mean, I've been talking with people about it and trying to figure it out, and I just think there's some good things there, and we have some really good people in the party, but maybe some the inner circle, we all need to take a look at that and everybody take a look at themselves and just be straight up and honest, right? Like, you know, we can't, obviously it didn't work. So we have to sit down and be honest with ourselves and be truthful. And it's going to hurt. It's going to really hurt, but you don't get better if you're not truthful with yourself, right? Like, we didn't do well in this election. We got beat very bad. You can't say that we didn't. And so did we do some great things? Sure. Awesome. But now we're missing a lot of really good MPs in the House, and we got to fix that quick.
Yeah. Shay, I want to pick your brain about like what that means for the federal party versus all of the provincial counterparts. I mean, you were part of a probably the most centrist of all NDP parties. Like, what does this mean? I mean, even Alberta, the NDP are talking about the federal relationship on May 1st. Like, what does this look like from NDP across the board? And do you think some of those provincial that have been successful NDP parties, do they distance themselves now too? Or is there a big kumbaya moment that's coming that we just don't know about?
I don't think either one of those. I don't think there's a kumbaya moment. I really don't. I don't think we should just throw the baby out with the bathwater on this one either. But I do think that we have to look at the successes of different provincial parties like Manitoba and Wabkanu, right? Like what they did there and how well they're doing and how well people are taking what they're implementing. You look at Doug Ford for the Conservatives. When he first got in, I didn't give him a chance. And quite honestly, he's done some pretty good things over the last couple of years. And
that's why we don't like him.
Yeah.
No,
but he's like learned. A normal dipper.
Yeah, but he's learned and he's a little different than Poilievre is. And we can have those debates on the levels of conservatism and NDPers and all that kind of stuff. But like he learned in his province what he needed to do to be successful. And he's done a pretty good job of it. And so for us as NDPers, I think our federal party and the provincial and territorial parties need to really look at each other and go, okay, what works and what doesn't? Like, don't just throw it all out, because there's obviously things that do work and that don't, but it's going to be tough. Honestly, it's going to be really rough after this. And I'm looking forward to it because I think I've always been honest about that. Derek and I have had many conversations about what we did in Alberta that worked and didn't. You have to do that or else you're never going to come back.
I was on the other team than both of you at that time.
Yeah.
And it didn't end well for me either.
All right, I want to bring Peter Coleman, president of the National Citizens Coalition, into this conversation. Shay just mentioned a name that I have a feeling we're going to hear more of, Wabkanu. He's a likable guy. And he's gotten over some history that most politicians can't. He's had some stuff, but he's a likable guy. He comes across as genuine. I'm probably not the target voter for him, but but geez, does he want to take that on at this point? Like he's a pretty successful now, I think, 2-term premier of Manitoba. I think
he's just one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. First term. Yeah.
He's in his first term.
Yeah, but people like him. I talk to like liberal strategists, campaigners. They really like the guy. They thought like maybe he would be a good liberal federal leader. But yeah, I think Shay makes a point, Peter, that he's kind of a Doug Ford of the left. He's a little less hardcore. He's not a little less ideological. He's still on the left, he's probably more of a New Democrat than Doug Ford is a conservative, but he's got that people's touch. People like him as a kind of normal guy. Is this a guy we're going to see replace Jagmeet Singh, or who do you think would be the most likely candidate? Maybe Rachel Notley.
I think heaven forbid her. I think he's a very likable guy. I think he presents well, and when you're in politics long enough, you realize you just want good, competent people running. I mean, you want them to be there and be in power. And I think Singh's done like dinner. I mean, I think that he should have called it when he didn't. Everybody that has gotten too close to Trudeau, too close to the fire, has been burned. All those cabinet ministers and Singh doing what he wanted to do got too close, and his dislike of Poilievre cost the party, because they would have had a lot more seats. And I do know if I'm spending a lot of time with Harper over the years, he always would rather work with the NDP than the Liberals. He had no problem. He and Leighton were pretty good friends and could do some things together. And you wish you had that back, because we all know all the Liberals care about is getting elected. They don't care about anything else. And I think that the NDP have an opportunity to just look and do some soul searching and say, we've got to raise a lot of money now. How are we going to do that? We don't have official party status. Where are we going to go? And I don't think the party can bring back Singh again, because I think there's too many skeletons in the closet for him. So the Premier of Manitoba would be somebody, but he may not want that. I mean, he'd say, I'm going to sit this out for a bit, because you have to believe there's going to be election within 2 years, because they can't get to 172, the Liberals and NDP. And there's no way Carney can behave like Trudeau did. And just ignore the Conservatives or the Bloc anymore. So that dynamic in House of Commons is going to be fascinating.
Do we still have Chris Oldcorn? Is Oldcorn still there? We're not sure.
No.
Okay. I wanted to touch on Manitoba. Let's touch on Manitoba really quickly. Hey Shay, I just got to point this out to you. I didn't geek out on the. All right. Well, we'll bring Ted in a moment here. You got to look at this on the map here. I'm going to bring up my fun map here again. I did not notice this. Where's my map? Why is my map not showing? Put my map in. I want map.
Okay, well, that's happening.
Okay. Anyway,
induce a seizure here.
Okay. Well, let's bring in. Here we are. Okay. We'll talk Manitoba really quickly, and then we're going to bring in Ted Morton. Look at this, a non-contiguous constituency in Manitoba towards the north. Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman has this little gerrymandered piece of jigsaw. You ever seen anything like that, Shay?
No, I saw that earlier when you brought it up, and I saw that. I was like, "What? I never noticed that before." I don't think I've ever seen.
I
didn't know that was a lot.
National park or a reserve or something.
It
must be,
yeah,
but why not connect it? Why not connect it?
Yeah, I've never seen that before. Even with the American ones, where there's so many weird ones.
You get ones that just go down the highway linking. This neighborhood with that neighborhood to make strong red or blue pole. I've never seen it where it's non-contiguous. That is wacky.
That's a good point. That Erika makes a good point, though. That it's got to be something weird, like a park or something.
Yeah.
But even if it was a park, wouldn't it just be joined up?
But maybe it's just or a big gap. Like
a reserve, because you get new settlements on claims, and then they'll give individual land outside of there, and they're not going to split a reserve on two different ridings, so they would jump in.
It's got to be something weird like that.
That could very well.
Okay. So before we're gonna bring in Ted Morton in a minute, but before I let you go, I know kind of your high level thoughts for tonight. You say the NDP's got to do a big rethink. Let me just put it this way: do you think New Democrats broadly, Jagmeet Singh in particular, regrets not bringing down the government in the fall?
No, I don't think so, because of what I pointed out before about the pharmacare and dental care. I think the biggest worry was that those programs that we were trying to get pushed through in that minority government were not going to be going through to help people. And for us as New Democrats, that's a big deal. right? We don't do this. We talked, was mentioned a couple minutes ago. We don't do this for power. We don't do this for getting our name in the media or anything like that. It's to help people, right? And if you're not gonna help people, what are you here for? So I don't think we're gonna regret it in that sense. More just the sense of like maybe communicating things a little bit better. But no, man, good things got done, and I'll always appreciate that part. And I got to do some soul searching and move forward. So.
All right. That's Shay Anderson, former Alberta NDP cabinet minister, and Karl Marx beard aficionado.
Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. You guys have a good night. All right.
All right. Thank you, Shay.
Yeah, be well.
All right. And maybe just the last word to you, Peter. We're going to bring in Ted Morton in a moment, but your thoughts on just where it's looking tonight with a Liberal minority government.
I don't think they have the mandate they think they have. And I think it's going to be a much more interesting parliament because it's going to have to be a lot more give and take, and the NDP aren't going to have the balance of power. So I think it's fascinating the dynamics are going to play through. And I bet we're back in the polls within 18 months. And the Trump factor won't be a factor then. Like it won't be a factor because it definitely hurt the Conservatives this time through. And I thought Poilievre was much stronger as the campaign got longer, but he was behind the 8 ball a bit with the media and the Trump factor. And it waned as people got to know Carney, because I thought Carney actually ran a terrible campaign. Very few ideas. And we'll see that, he thinks he's going to stand up to Trump. Well, nobody can do that. We've had that conversation, even people in his own party. So when the Trump factor leaves, I think the Conservatives will be in better shape than they are now.
Oh,
all right.
Peter, how do you square the massive rallies that Poilievre was able to pull off compared to the little gatherings that Mr. Carney did, and Mr. Carney still seems to have the higher vote? How did that work out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the dynamic changed in Ontario. A lot more ridings went to the Conservatives this time, and the Liberal vote is in and around Ontario is very efficient, and I think that that's always been a problem for people. And I just, I think Poilievre came on late. If the campaign lasts another week or two, I think it would have been to his benefit more than Carney. But sometimes it's a funny game, as you know, Nigel. Hard to square those two things.
Yeah. Okay.
Answer to your matter to the writing.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Peter.
You take care. Good night.
All right. One last delay before getting to Ted Morton. We're going to go to Western Standard's Wolf Blitzer. He's just standing in front of a green screen. He's naked. He's naked. Production. Fail. Okay, here we are. Okay,
now we got the top of his head.
And now we got the top.
Now it's frozen. Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, you know what? Why don't we come back to Wolf Blitzer after? Let's, at long last, bring in Ted Morton. Ted Morton's former finance minister of Alberta, professor at the University of Calgary, and one of the men who's really helped to chart the Alberta agenda forward here. Coming to us from an undisclosed caves compound somewhere. Light on half of your face. Thanks for joining us, Ted.
Derek, I've enjoyed listening for the last hour.
Who's your favorite?
Hey. Nigel,
okay, Ted. Yeah, thanks for joining us. You've been listening for the last hour. You see the angst that we're all going in here is, how did this happen? That's one question. And the other question is, what does it mean for Western Canada?
I'll answer the first question first. Like all of you, I'm happy to see that support for socialism appears to be declining across Canada. And like all of you, I think I'm happy to see that the Liberals did worse than we feared. We feared a majority government. But I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about what the collapse of the NDP means going forward. As Jonathan pointed out about an hour ago, the Harper majorities, the two Harper majority governments depended and were built upon vote splitting on the left between the NDs and the Liberals. And if if what's happening today is the new normal and there's no more NDP, then there's no more vote splitting on the left. And Pierre or whoever comes next gets 42% of the vote. But with no vote splitting, the Liberals can win in Ontario and Quebec majorities. And what's worse, the Liberals, if they want to rescue the economy, they obviously have to embrace oil and gas and coal and make all the promises that he talked about, but none of us believe. But if he just wants to win elections, which the Liberals are pretty good at, he could tell Alberta and Saskatchewan to screw off, do what he's always done, and that would then divide the federal Conservative Party. You've got a separatist, a Bloc West, and then the Liberals, you get vote splitting on the right instead of vote splitting on the left, and things get pretty crazy.
Okay, sorry. We're going to come back 1 second. Jagmeet Singh is taking the stage. Are we ready for him yet? Production? Okay, we're going to go to Jagmeet Singh just as soon as we're ready here. But you just started to get real interesting, Ted.
You see the risk. Not only without vote splitting on the left, 42% of the vote. What Pierre did was really, really good, but he still doesn't have a majority. And what's worse is the Liberals, and certainly Carney, it would be in his instinct to use anti-energy, anti-oil and gas policies to geographically divide the Conservative vote. And then you have vote splitting on the right, and then you have a very active separatist movement in the West, but you still have Liberal governments in Ottawa. And what's the bad news for all of Canada is that all the capital, all the investment that's sitting on the sidelines right now and has been sitting on the sidelines both in the U.S. and across the world about uncertainty about investing in oil and gas and in Canada, it's not sitting on the sidelines. It's going to just go elsewhere, and the whole country will suffer.
I got a feeling that. Are we ready? Oh, okay. Geez, why did this have to happen when Ted comes on? That's getting
fine.
good.
That's fine.
All right. I hope you'll stick with us. We're going to go to Jagmeet Singh addressing his supporters right now. Hopefully, we've still got Ted when we come back.
In the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you.
Hey, put this on the TV. We can take these
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work.
Now's a good time. You got to take a week.
Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Yeah. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do it without a team, the volunteers, the staff. Thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that. So I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec, I guess. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been forward a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, could get in. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. Yeah. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this may sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus. Honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love you all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats, but I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear and optimism over despair and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
CPAC thing off there. Get CPAC out of here. Close out. Okay. So that was NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Came in a distant third place in his constituency. On track for the absolute worst result in the history of the NDP and the history of any socialist party in Canadian history, at least back till roughly around the First World War.
This is the trivia you learned tonight that you're so excited for.
I was planning. Actually, I've been talking about this for a long time, thinking this is the way it's going to go. Dr. Morton, I guess you've heard what Jagmeet Singh had to say. I mean, you have to put lipstick on a pig, but wow.
It's relevant to what I said before. The NDP's problems go deeper than Jagmeet Singh. The NDP is a party based on unions, and today that means public sector and private sector. And but there's a big gap between private sector unions and public sector unions. The public sector unions are the teachers and civil servants who all have university degrees and are pretty heavy into the DEI woke green revolution policies, and they could feel pretty comfortable moving over to the Liberals. and the blue collar wing, the blue collar unions of the NDP, who work in either small companies or in resource industries, want economic growth. They want investment. They want the economy to come back, and they can see. And that's how, in fact, that's one of the areas that it appears that Pierre made inroads tonight to get to that 42%. There's some unprecedented union support for a federal Conservative Party tonight. So I think the NDP is kind of coming apart right in the middle, which in one sense makes me happy. But on the other hand, it creates, I think, a pretty serious risk to the federal PCs going forward.
Can I ask you the same question I asked Shay Anderson just now? In British Columbia, they've had a provincial NDP government for some years now, and it is interesting the divide in the party that you just mentioned between the people, the woke people who work for the government and are teachers, and the
Public
blue-collar
sector
guys,
versus private sector unions, yeah.
It just seems to me, and I'm asking you if I'm on the right track here, I guess, is that a lot of the problems that they're having in BC with the NDP vote right now, probably to do with the administration of the provincial government, which has tended to favor the woke end of the spectrum.
So you're talking about BC in particular now?
David Eby in particular, I believe, was just the last.
I don't follow BC politics carefully enough, other than their wine and their
They
nice.
just had an election and they lost their majority, basically.
I know. I saw that. That made me happy too. But so yeah, maybe the same forces are at work there. But I think for the federal NDP, it's potentially kind of an existential threat if they're a union-based party and the unions are going in two, public sector and private sector unions are going in two different directions. Plus, they don't even like each other, right? Teachers and civil servants don't like the beer drinking, cigarette smoking, hockey yelling fans from the blue collar unions. So I think the NDP problem is deeper than Jagmeet Singh, but then that creates potential problem for the Conservatives going forward.
Aaron Gunn won. Yeah, some interesting, just a little bit on BC. Aaron Gunn has picked up North Island Powell River from New Democrat Tenniel Johnson. That was a three-way race. The NDP was still in second there, but Aaron Gunn, that's
a path to a pipeline.
But Skeena Bulkley Valley, not yet called. Still a ton of polls to come in. But unfortunately, it looks like Alice Ross, former BC Liberal cabinet minister, really solid guy running for the Conservatives. He's behind by 8 points there. Okay, I want to pick up Dr. Morton on where we were before we were so rudely interrupted by Jagmeet Singh. He had something to say about Biden.
Last time.
Yeah, we're not going to have to hear that anymore. I want tomorrow morning. I mean, there's Alberta and to a lesser extent Saskatchewan have always had nascent independence movements, but it's nearly been disorganized, lacking credible leadership, lacking money, that kind of thing. Does that change tomorrow morning?
I think it definitely does, and I think both the premiers of both provinces are well
Sorry,
placed.
Ted,
Yeah.
I'm an asshole. Pierre Poilievre is speaking.
I'm more than happy to give space to Pierre. You know that.
As we bring that up, can we just?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have we got it going? Because I was going to say, as we load it, I think it's super important to say 44,000 votes were cast in his advance poll. That doesn't usually get counted till after. That's 40% of his vote is not in yet. So
yeah,
writing still.
All right, here we go.
Spoken their voice and exercised their democratic.
All right.
It was there.
Have we got Pierre here? All I had to interrupt.
We don't have that screen on.
We need the video.
And cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you.
Cut the mics.
Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que c'est un honneur d'être votre voix, c'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté, et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort peut avoir une belle vie, une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire. C'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays, parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change. And we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything. Hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the mountains above us.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. I'm Rick Perkins, the Conservative candidate in South Shore St. Margaret's and the Member of Parliament for that riding.
I'm not sure what we are listening to. Come on, production, turn that off. Okay. Well, we're back to Dr. Ted Morton. I hope to God we have a little more time before Mark Carney comes to interrupt us again.
When he comes, I'm leaving.
Okay. God's sign that you're just not meant to get to complete a full thought on the program.
I have a
okay.
question for you. Can your numbers guy break down the how many Conservative MPs are elected? 146.
Number we're seeing is 148.
148, right? Leading or elected at 148.
I'd like to know how many are from Alberta and Saskatchewan, and how many are Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC, and how many are from the rest of Canada.
Do you want do you say Manitoba too, or no?
No.
Okay.
The west ends at Selkirk to Ted. All right. So sorry, I want you to maybe just complete the thought that got interrupted that I asked you right before Polyev came on. Does the independence movement move from the fringe to the mainstream as a real thing tomorrow morning?
Yeah, it's going to definitely move a few more degrees, and then how fast and how far it moves depends on a number of things. The big one will be whether or not Carney delivers on his commitments to undo a lot of the Trudeau Liberal damage on the energy sector. I think Danielle Premier Smith has done a good job of laying out her 11 conditions or so that she's demanding that be addressed. We'll see what he does on that. She has the Sovereignty Act already enacted, and she has already started movement on a number of the Alberta agenda items, policing, tax collection, pension. Those should move forward too. And I think you give Carney, or I think she should give Carney, Albertans should give Carney, Western Canadians should give Carney the rest of the year. What is that? 8 more months to see, is he gonna work for all of Canada, or is he going to continue what he's done for the last decade and a half and try and shut down the oil and gas industry? If he does that, it might help him win an election because it'll break the federal Conservative Party in half, but it'll send Western separatism, Western disillusionment through the ceiling. So I think to begin with, Smith, Moe, people should say, you've made these commitments. Here's what the Premier of Alberta has asked. Let's see you do it. We want to see action, not talk. Personally, I'm sort of skeptical that he'll do that. And I also worry that he won't do it, because by not doing it, if he continues down his green dream path, electorally, politically, that might be the winning path, because then it would, sure as hell, you're going to get a block west. And the minute you get a block west, then the Liberals win.
Yeah. So we're looking, if we look at the map now, there's actually kind of a path to get our product to market if the polls end up playing out how we see. So I didn't think that was going to be possible. I thought we were going to get more of just the interiors. Oh yeah, look at that. And so maybe break this down, because we were talking earlier on the show about the demands, and he has said to Premier Smith that he was going to repeal C-69. Then he said that he wasn't going to. So I think it's like, what are you expecting him to actually say and come out and commit to that would maybe diffuse some independence versus giving us all the 9 demands?
Well, I think he better give us more than just one or two, because if he doesn't, there's going to be no investment in Western Canadian oil and gas, repercussions into potash and the agricultural sector, everything, and that will push alienation and dissatisfaction with the status quo higher.
Yeah.
And the minute it gets to a certain point, so I think we should strongly resist supporting a new Western separatist party now. But I guess I've been in politics long enough, and I see the dark side, and I'm very concerned that he'll purposely try to push Western Canada out with the policies he spent his whole life supporting. And if that happens, then the issue of Western separation will be just as well. Frankly, everybody in your room, Western Canada could do a lot better as an independent nation than Quebec could, because we have what the world needs.
But I mean, if this is going to happen, don't we need to begin in earnest while the spark is lit? I mean, if we just wait 8 months, I mean, we kind of lose the spark that lights the fire. Would we not?
I think 8 months goes by real fast, and if he doesn't deliver, and plus, if he wants to get investment coming back into Canada, he has to start moving. 8 months in politics is 8 days.
Yeah, but I would challenge you on the fact that I have received texts. I'm a Saskatchewan girl. I have friends that live in BC. I don't know if anyone else's phones are starting to go off of like, do we need to move to Alberta? What does this look like? And if I'm getting those types of things, I think there's probably a lot of frustration out there and a lot of people looking for a solution now. Now, you and I have been in politics, like we all have, for a long time, that you don't want to just act on sentiment or emotion. But I think that Carney can make a pretty quick, like he's going to have to make a decision in which lane he's going to play in pretty quick, that I think, the discussions are going to happen. How do they take the right narrative about what even could this look like? And then also play out his scenarios. Like I want to challenge the 8 months, because he's going to have to, I think Alberta, Saskatchewan, Western Canada is going to be like, okay, look at this map. Like something's wrong here. What are you going to do?
That's why I asked for the breakdown between federal MPs. Saskatchewan.
So we've got him now.
Sean's got these numbers. Let's bring him on.
But there's a lot of blue on that map. I say happily.
All right, bring Sean in. You can't bring him in?
I'm mirroring.
You took that one out.
No, mirror.
Sean, hand Derek the sheet.
Okay. Well, basically what happened was in BC, Conservatives went from 17 to 26. So that's a
just give us the high level.
Gain of 9. Alberta 34-34. Sask 13-13. Manitoba 7 versus 7. Ontario 72 versus 45. Net gain of almost 27 seats.
Okay.
Even in Quebec, 11 versus 10.
So how many seats are in the West versus the East? That's
the question.
Oh, the West versus.
That's what we want to know. Conservative seats in the West, conservative seats in the
East.
East.
I'm giving you as conservative seats.
Yeah, but you're
so BC 26 seats versus 17 last time.
Okay, I don't want the breakdown of each province, just total. The East versus the West. Yeah. Okay. All right. He'll be back soon. All right. Okay. Before we bring in Mike Solberg here, actually, did you guys have anything else for Dr. Morton before we bring in Mike Solberg?
Not yet.
Good to see you.
All right, Dr. Morton. I think we're gonna have a lot to talk about.
There's going to be a lot to talk about and a lot to do in the next 8 months, and in the next 8 hours, and the next 8 days, and the next 8 weeks.
Yeah,
well, I'm just warming up.
I think that the budding new coalition between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois is only going to add grist to the mill. Thank you very much, Dr. Morton, for joining us tonight and sharing your insights.
Good night. You're welcome.
All right, we're going to bring in Mike Solberg now. Mike Solberg is a political. Well, he works in public relations, government
He's a partner
relations.
in a company. You're very bad at this.
Partner in U.S. Public Affairs. Sorry, I'm just not good at plugging.
And they also actually just launched a communication branch that, Mike, I think you should tell people about.
Yeah, well, thank you, Erika. Yeah, I also own a creative and digital agency called Shift Media Strategies, which I run with a couple of partners as well. But no, happy to be on, guys. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I would actually pick up where we were just finishing there with Dr. Morton.
Sure.
The NDP is gone. They're finished. They'll be back someday, but it could be a while. There are only three. There are technically three configurations Parliament could take: the Liberals with the Conservatives, unlikely, but technically it could happen.
Yeah.
The Liberals with the Bloc, or I guess the Conservatives technically with the Bloc would also form a majority as well. The most likely configuration I think we're going to see is the Liberals governing. Maybe not with a formal agreement, supplying confidence agreement the way they had with the NDP, but probably on a case-by-case basis with the Bloc Québécois. That seems to be the most likely scenario.
Well, I don't know.
So the Liberals... Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, Phildy. We still have advanced polls to count here. A leading elected with the NDP. The Liberals have a workable majority as well. So the NDP
do they?
can be part of
Just
another coalition.
jump to the point. The Liberals gain more seats. So actually, as long as everybody stays on the same page, they could pull off 172 exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very shaky.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like we said,
And they got to get, if they get Chris and Liz May, then they got 1 seat buffer.
Yeah.
The price to pay with working with the NDP would be a lot lower than the deal that Mark Carney would have to strike with the Bloc, I think.
Yeah. So if they can work with the NDP, they're leading in election 7. I don't know. Maybe a bare
That's a
agreement.
soft 7, maybe
That's
a
a
hard
real
4.
Yeah. And then you probably need to throw in the Greens on top of that. That comes with an enormously high price there, where the Greens literally kind of hold a balance of power in the House of Commons. That would be absolutely mad. So, I mean, there are maybe two scenarios. The NDP plus the Greens to give yourself a 1-seat margin. Oh, sorry, the Liberals plus the NDP and Greens, or Liberals with the Bloc Québécois. Which of these scenarios does not result in revolution in Alberta?
No, I think we're headed for some significant Western angst, significant malcontent, I think, regardless of kind of the options that Mark Carney has here to try and survive. I mean, of course, he'll be given the opportunity to form and govern. But if he wants to govern with any kind of stability, you're absolutely right. He's going to need to work with one of the opposition parties, and it certainly won't be the Conservatives. So, no, I don't know if there is a great scenario here for Alberta and for the West. But I think the most likely scenario here will, if the trend continues here, will be to work with the New Democrats and form a very, very tenuous parliament here. I think regardless of kind of what shakes out in the next couple of weeks in terms of kind of deal making, we're probably headed back to the polls here in as few as 12 months and probably closer to 18. But this war is not over. I think that this was a major battle in that war, but I think the war will continue.
Cory.
Well, I mean, this is the color of the map across Canada. There's going to be people who have given up on the federal war, and they're going to introvert. The strength that Poilievre drew from on the prairies, it's going to be hard to motivate them again. And I understand that that's not the ones that they need to make a difference in the election, and that's the problem. I just there's going to be a lot of complications from this election. Yeah, and we're going to see it provincially too. Premier Smith is going to have her hands full because there's going to be a lot of people calling now for a heck of a lot more provincial federal battling, and that puts again Poilievre on the spot because are you going to be supporting Smith as she's making more demands of the federal government or distancing Alberta from it, which again would it's just an ugly scenario all around. That there's going to be a heck of a lot of thought to have to go into the next couple of weeks
for sure.
100%. We're definitely seeing a fractured country, and the
you know what I'm going to be doing in the next few weeks.
Oh
yeah,
sorry.
How did I get the only frickin' Liberal seat?
Yeah, that's your fault. Okay, actually, Mike, hopefully you can stay with us. Mark Carney is coming on right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to him.
Let's do it.
Hopefully you're still here when we get back.
You bet.
Do this again.
Now we got Mark Carney. Is Mark Carney ready to go?
He's working on it.
There we go.
Hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir. Oh, quel bon. C'est une bonne soirée. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti de leur campagne et de tout le travail qu'ils ont fait. Je les remercie pour leur service envers le Canada, maintenant et dans le futur. I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Ev on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected. I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This is Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Van Joy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Van Joy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr, je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles ici ce soir et à travers le pays qui ont donné de leur temps pour cogner au port, pour faire des appels, pour échanger avec leurs voisins et les membres de leur communauté, pour nous donner un gouvernement fort. Ouais, c'est ça. You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country, but big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises m'ont ouvert leurs portes, m'ont accordé leur confiance. J'en suis profondément touché et je vous en remercie. La langue française. La langue française, la culture québécoise, elles sont au cœur de l'identité canadienne. Elles définissent le pays que j'aime tant. Et je vais les défendre sans relâche. Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois que vous venez d'envoyer à Ottawa, nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue de prospérer au sein de Canada fort. Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou une comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables à Toronto. Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'économie mondiale, le Canada leur fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. Nous allons bâtir des millions de logements, une superpuissance énergétique, de bonnes carrières dans les emplois spécialisés et une seule économie canadienne, pas 13. We will chart a new path forward because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay. Yeah. That might be important. I don't know. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada. United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. Unite and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
We call him, he's prime minister. Did mention the word pipeline once. He did say things like energy corridors.
Mm-hmm.
He did say clean and conventional energy. That's the closest he came.
To which no one applauded. From
Yeah,
his camp.
a lot of applause for everything he was saying, and then that. Yeah, just couldn't say it like it was Voldemort. Nigel, your impression of Carney's speech.
You mean the AI generated collection of
whatever bot was just
yeah,
speaking.
you know, I mean, when you're making a victory speech, there's a certain tone you have to take, and you say nice things and things that are going to please your supporters. But that was a bit heavy. That was hard to take. I was just looking at Truth Social, President Trump's thing. Right as Carney was Mr. Carney. Mr. Carney. Right as he was talking about all the good things that they were going to do, I don't know how they're going to do them. Trump was saying it just got $5 trillion worth of investment announced in the United States, 465,000 jobs. We don't have the ability to do that kind of thing, but I'm not too sure that we have the ability to do even a tenth of that. And then he moved on to talk about the sacrifices. And then I thought about the butter that's $10 a pound, that's going to be $11 a pound, and the gasoline, they won't call it carbon tax, but they'll make it more expensive. Yeah, there'll be sacrifices. And all this purple prose is going to seem very inadequate. Just give it a month.
So very soon we're going to go to Jen Hodgson, a reporter who we have at I think what looks like probably Pierre Poilievre's headquarters. As soon as she gets her camera ready there, I've seen her fiddling with it for hours. I'm not sure
It's like
when it will
Blair
work.
Witch Project over here.
Yeah, we're getting some Blair Witch vibes from there. Okay, Jen, are you ready there? Stand by, Jen.
Hi, yes, I'm ready here. And in fact, I've been moving my camera around so that I can access your text and things like that. I have been here the whole night.
I'm aware, but every time I look down at your feet, it looks like you're setting up your camera. So that makes sense. All right, so you're at Poilievre's headquarters?
Yes, I'm at Poilievre's headquarters. We now have the cleaners coming around and people picking up the chairs. So we have nothing left to show you here tonight.
We have been rather booked.
Commitment, though, to stay till the better end.
Yeah, you're the last there. Well, we've had a lot of guests. We really haven't had a lot of time to get our reporters in. What was it like in the room there tonight as Poilievre gave his concession?
Yeah, it was quite emotional near the end. You could see his wife, Anna, on the stage. She was visibly emotional, proud. His family, Poilievre's family, was in the front row. His mother was weeping. It was quite an emotional moment just because of all the hard work that you could see that he put in over this past election campaign, and much longer than that too, since he became the Conservative leader in 2022. So a lot of mixed emotions. Poilievre put on a brave face, got on the stage, and said, this isn't the end. We're not done working. We're going to keep going with all of the values that we've put forward throughout this campaign.
Cory?
I guess, did you get a chance to talk to many people in there? I know it's a real difficult time. It's a little premature. We don't know if he's going to maintain his seat or if he isn't. But do you think there might be a mood, for change? I know they made gains. They did well. When you crack down all those numbers, but really when you look at what people expected 2 months ago, this was not what they anticipated. This is not a victory for them tonight by any means.
Yeah, Cory, you're right. There is definitely that sense of disappointment. As you mentioned, the Carleton riding seat is still up in the air. So I think the last time I checked, it was maybe close to half the polls have been submitted, and Poilievre trailed by about 5.5%. So it's not looking great, but also there could be a lot of factors for that. He very well still could pick up his riding. He didn't mention that in his speech, but that is definitely something significant to look forward to hearing about probably tomorrow now. It's already tomorrow here in Toronto, in the Toronto time zone here in Ottawa. But we'll be able to get a clear picture of what is happening in that Carleton riding, I guess, in the hours to come.
Yeah, Jen, did anyone mention something that we kind of flagged earlier, was that 44,000 votes were cast in that advanced poll, and it's about 40% of the total voter count for Carleton. So was there any talk on the ground that there was no sense of worrying because of maybe some GOTV they had done around Easter weekend?
Yeah, his supporters still seemed confident that the seat belongs to him, that he has that support in that riding. So among the supporters, yes, Erika. However, among the other media, there was a lot more skepticism. Especially, I spoke to one journalist who has focused specifically on the Carleton riding, and she was rather doubtful about how things are playing out. We speculated about those advanced polls, and it's not really known that Liberal voters go out to vote in advance, and that's why those results are coming out already. So it is a bit of it's a bit confounding, and it's a bit of an upset, really, that he hasn't secured his own riding. The election night has come and is now gone. There's chairs being set up, taken down behind me, and the cleaners are going around, and the journalists are unplugging all their computers. So it's really winding down here tonight, and there's still that unknown factor. So I did not see that coming.
I just got a message from a buddy of mine. He's actually not very political, but I guess somehow he ended up working as a poll counter for Elections Canada. He just said they just finally finished the advanced poll counting. That's somewhere in Calgary. I want to find out what riding that was, but because we've still got Calgary Confederation as a toss-up. And then
Edmonton's understand. Oh, what was the other one you were thinking
of? The other Calgary one in the northeast, Port Guy.
McKnight?
Yeah, McKnight.
Okay.
Yeah, McKnight's pretty widespread. Yeah, Conservatives are pulling up a bit there. Jen, I mean, you're in Carleton, you're in Poilievre's riding. He's going to have a lot of fans there. Did you get a sense of how genuine or not support was for him to continue on as Conservative leader?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, Derek, it was very genuine when I was last night at the Carleton rally, his last rally of his campaign. It was held out at a farm in a rural area in the Carleton riding. And I went around and spoke with many people in the crowd who said that they vehemently support Poilievre. And, many of them actually said that they've watched him grow up, that they've known him personally, they've interacted at some level, and he's actually had widespread support. I've never really seen anything like it at the rally last night. The enthusiasm and just the heart for what Poilievre is trying to accomplish. A lot of people said they were eager for that change that he's promising. And young people, I spoke with several young people, and some of them even still not old enough to vote, but they're already so involved. I think we're getting our video compiled there so we can release it to our viewers to see what the people of that riding actually are saying, because there's a lot of faith in what Poilievre is going for. So that is actually another reason why I'm a bit confounded that he hasn't secured his seat in his own riding. Now, notably about that is that there were 91 candidates on that ballot, which is just absurd.
There actually is.
Well, yes.
Long ballots.
That is exactly
multiple pages.
That's right. That is why it's taking so long. And so you can ask, is it just a coincidence that there's that many names on the ballot, or is there some kind of agenda or angle happening there? But yes, that is why it's taking such an absurd amount of time. And I've been told that the Carleton riding, they started counting that in advance for that. They got special permission for that specific reason, is because there were so many on the ballot.
Yeah, you can, by rules, I think it's an hour or 2 hours, you can start 2 hours of advance polls counting before that. But even that, I can't imagine is going to be an easy task for anyone.
It's a lot to go through.
The staffers are earning their money tonight.
That's right. Or maybe they're the volunteers. I don't know, but whoever is doing that hard work, yeah, it definitely wouldn't be an easy task.
All right. Anything else you've got for us from Poilievre's headquarters there?
Yeah, just the mood in the room when Poilievre was giving his speech, it did tug on the heartstrings a little bit, just because you saw all the hard work that went into it. But there is still a hope for what's next, which is difficult given the fact that the riding is still up in question. So there's just a lot of factors that went into the mood in this room. At the beginning, it was very energetic. There were cheers that went out whenever a candidate won the seat and they got that check mark, right? Because you see, as the votes are being counted, it's projected winners of the ridings. But then when they got the check mark, like Jamil Javani in the Durham riding, he got his check mark. I got a quick story up about that because he really just ripped into Ontario Premier Doug Ford for supporting Liberals, basically.
It was 3 minutes of him crapping on Doug Ford. I think it was brilliant.
It was, yeah. It really got a lot of attention in the room, especially among the reporters over at the media desk.
Yeah.
So definitely a notable evening.
Right? So
that's right. Yeah. And the CBC pundit said, "Oh, well, you worked with him," as though why should you be criticizing him?
Yeah.
And Giovanni said, "Yeah, I know. I have firsthand experience."
Okay. All right. That's Jen Hodgson, Western Standard reporter that we have exiled to Ontario for the duration of the campaign. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
Probably go get some. Oh, you got to file a story maybe, but then you got to go get some sleep. It's 2:00 in the morning where you are.
Already filed my story.
All right. Then sleep. Sleep it is.
All right. All right. Thanks for having me on, everyone.
All right. Just a little update. So my friend who was counting advance polls, that was Calgary Centre. So that's just been counted. So those will probably start to show up in the database pretty soon. Calgary Centre, Conservative Greg McLean still got a 5-point lead. So looking good for him. Could go sideways, but looking good. Calgary McKnight with George
That's a
Chahal.
good spread still.
It's a pretty good spread
For 9 polls or 11 polls
Yeah.
left.
Yeah, so that one's not a lock for the Conservatives yet. Looking good.
It's probably advanced.
Yeah, Calgary Confederation, 1%, 0.9%. 1.1% separates Conservative Jerry Meenixon from Liberal Cory Hogan.
So who's got the upper hand?
Cory Hogan. Yeah.
Yeah, they tend to do better in the advance polls too, so
Yeah.
it doesn't look good for
And
them there.
special ballots. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see the way that goes. And
Does anyone live in Confederation? Okay, so you have another Liberal, like we can complain to each other.
Yeah. And Pierre Poilievre is closing the gap, 3 percentage points behind Liberal Bruce Fanjoy now. There's not been new polls coming in for a while now, though. Like that's
Well, in that writing, those clowns did that long ballot crap. So I mean,
Yeah, it's like 90
counting when
something.
counting votes when you got 90
Yeah.
names on
Yeah.
there because
It-
of those idiots, it's going to make it.
Grandma's
slow.
putting her glasses on, going through them all. And
In Confederation, the Liberal leader was actually running against Smith, Premier Smith. All the literature was against basically Premier Smith's sovereigntist.
well, she's right.
Sovereigntist.
Yeah.
Independence.
Okay. Well, we don't know Poilievre's running, but we have a pretty good idea
What's
of,
gonna happen?
of pretty much everything. The Liberals will at most likely take 2 seats in Alberta. They had much higher hopes for
Yeah.
Alberta, and
But were they deeming 6, 7?
Yeah, 7.
so
Love that guy.
No,
that
they were
Tony
talking up to
interviewed.
8.
Yeah.
Some Liberals were saying publicly they were saying they had a realistic chance at 8. They have 1 for sure, possibly 2. That's it.
And
the
one
ND
NDP.
and 1 NDP. NDP was at 2. In Edmonton, they're down to 1. Saskatchewan, total
1.
conservative sweep, except for the Churchill.
It's like such a big red thing, though.
Yeah,
It really
yeah,
stands out.
yeah. It really here. I'll show the map. Thanks, Northern Saskatchewan, for like messing with the map.
Yeah.
I like nice, clean maps, and you really mucked that one up. Thanks a lot, Northern Saskatchewan. That's a weird riding. Like so few voters actually there. But ridings of that massive geography, you give some allotment for that.
Yeah.
And then I guess Churchill here. That's always been a Nikki Ashton, longtime NDP MP. It hasn't been called yet. I don't know how that's not been
No,
called.
I don't know.
140 of 181 polls in, and the Liberals at
So it's
40.
a Liberal seat.
That's probably going Liberal. Nikki Ashton is longtime NDP MP for the area, likely going down.
She won't be missed.
Yeah. So let's here, take out the map for a minute. Actually, no, put the map back in. I'm just going to show you all Toronto and Ontario. So Conservatives picking up some NDP seats in the Northern Ontario, like Timmins area. That is like NDP was religion up there. That was blue collar union workers. NDP have fallen to 10% in Timmins. No.
Don't believe it. Yeah.
Timmins.
I'm okay with it.
Like those are steel workers.
But weren't those
They're
the
the
ones
most
that all
conservative people
endorsed?
of all.
Yeah, I was going to
They
say,
like- they like
with
to
the
make a
unions
lot of
that
money.
endorsed
They're
Pierre, I'm
conservative.
pretty
Yeah.
sure that
They're
that.
really changed.
About a dozen seats in Ontario.
Sudbury.
Wow.
Look at Sudbury.
That's another one.
Oh my God. Sudbury used to be NDP, Northern Ontario Heartland. NDP are 8%. That's the
It's
end
just embarrassing for them.
of the NDP as a major force in Canadian politics.
Well, when the NDP changed, I mean, those are labor ridings. Those are union guys. These are lunchbox people who don't want to hear about a guy pretending to be a woman. They're sick of the woke crap too. They want to. They're worried about their jobs. They're worried about their mortgages,
Feeding their families.
And for years, the NDP that was their labor representation was too busy off on these stupid social justice crusades.
NDP. Jesus, the NDP got a single seat in Ontario?
Doesn't look like
I'm not seeing it. London, they used to win seats around there. Gone. Windsor, all conservative. London, liberal and conservative. Hamilton, Centre, NDP in Hamilton Center, 28.8%. That's
Steel Town.
That's Gotterdammerung of the NDP. That's the end. Holy hell. Not a single NDP seat in Toronto. It's almost all Liberal. Conservatives pushed in on the margins. You can see them kind of poking in, but not obviously not getting there, not touching the water. They're gone. I don't see a single NDP. Where are the NDP seats?
They're all in BC.
Oh my God. They kept that one in Montreal. That's okay. Well, I don't know Montreal politics. I can't explain that. Is that might be the only seat the NDP has in the East. All the other seats, there's one in Winnipeg Center. Winnipeg Center,
Edmonton,
Edmonton, Strathcona, and
Some Island. Oh, there's one in Lower Mainland.
So
right there.
Courtney, Alberni. That one's still not secure though. They probably hold it, but maybe not. And then one Vancouver East. Whoever's Jenny Kwan. Never heard of her. Okay.
With like all the she's a drug
drug
lover.
Drug lover.
Okay.
Yeah. They're just all gone.
But they came to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. So let's talk about the governing scenarios here.
Oh my God, I thought you were gonna say it's bedtime.
We're gonna go to bed real soon. But just technically, yeah, they could work. The Liberals could work with the Conservatives. That'd be a mega majority together of 312 seats for about 5 minutes until the Alberta and Saskatchewan MPs defect and form an awesome bloc.
Yes, we would encourage them to do.
Yeah, they could work and form a comfortable majority with the bloc. That's 100. So you need 172 seats.
Based on his speech, that is his play. Like so hard. Oh, I thought his speech about like if you were listening to what he was saying in French.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Then
I think he's gonna
he
play
has two
Bloc.
realistic options: Bloc or NDP with Elizabeth May. That would because you need.
There's a third option. He goes it alone and just does it on a case-by-case basis, which is pretty much how Harper did it in 2006.
I think it's unlikely he does a formal deal the way Trudeau and Singh did. I don't think that's happening. But you need a general dance partner. Harper was able to mostly govern with the NDP, sometimes with the Bloc, and rarely once in a while with the Liberals.
Well, that's what you do in minority government. Every day you're thinking that this could be the time when we go to a snap election. We're going to lose confidence and we'll be off.
But he has two real dance partners here: the Bloc, which is a clear majority, or the NDP, which would give him only 173. If these numbers hold.
Well, if he could get, don't forget he's going to provide a speaker as well.
A speaker. So now you want
Now he needs
a green.
the green.
Now he needs the green. He needs Elizabeth May.
Oh, she can't be a speaker. She's not.
No,
No,
a speaker, but you need her vote. So you need to buy her off.
Sorry, I just
she can be bought.
Yeah, but that's a lot of that's a huge FU to Alberta if those are your coalition.
She'd have a cup holder.
Neither of both of these are a recipe for tragedy. Any thoughts on which of these kind of generally two options, working with the Bloc or working with the NDP and the Greens? Any thoughts on which of those is more incendiary?
The Bloc's more incendiary to the west, but I mean the NDP's not exactly appreciated either. I mean they're a rump now. There's nothing to them.
I think we've just said what we think of the NDP. To actually then run the government with their help, especially after all that Jagmeet Singh did for us in the last 2 years, would be pretty unpopular.
I'm not sure
I still think the way
the NDP would be hesitant to work with the Liberals. Like they were just punished terribly for
didn't
it.
he not come out and whether he's the leader or not anymore, he said, don't trust a Liberal. And that resonated in lots of NDP, the bleeding orange groups.
Who do you even do a deal with? They don't have a leader anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, who gets to make these decisions
Yeah,
for them? Like, who's in this negotiating room? I think.
Well, they're going to elect an interim leader, probably.
Well, yeah, thanks. But like, I just mean,
They'll have don't get too sassy with me. Come on.
I think if I was
doing this, like, and hearing what he said in his speech and the French components about a distinct society and some of the cultural things and the official language, like, it spoke to me that he had basically done what he did in the English and French debate and said two different things when he was talking in English and French, and that his play is the Bloc. It's the only safe thing for him.
Do you think he can govern for 12 months? Regardless of who he makes an alliance with?
You know what? I actually think the Conservatives won't push for it because we need to re-strategize and reposition Pierre or whatever that looks like. I think that there's, 3 months of either probation for what happens within the caucus, but also the criticisms of Pierre, I think, were just in the fact that he didn't show that he could be prime minister-esque. And in 12 months, you probably dealt with the Trump stuff. So
we're going to work towards wrapping up here. I think
Yay.
it's getting pretty late. I'll just let people know in the comments. We want to hear from you. I'm seeing a lot of it already in the comment section all night. But we want to hear from you guys in the comment section. Does the West want out? Is that the answer? Or you continue to slag it on and
Heather McPherson will be the interim leader. It's actually not the worst
she's probably the only one whose name I can remember. I don't know the name of a single other NDP MP.
No.
Okay, but anyway,
Yes,
let
James,
us
we
know
did
in the let us know in the comment section. Does the West want out? So okay, let's kind of go around to final maybe kind of final thoughts. No, we don't even have your camera working. Sorry, I would go to welfare Wolf, but his
I
camera's
would
not on.
just say, watch who he puts in the cabinet. Watch Jabot, watch Freeland, watch Champagne, and what portfolios they get, because that's going to determine what the direction of the government is.
All right, Nigel, final thoughts for the evening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is not a new thought. We've written this several times, but here's the proof. There's a very different mindset back in Eastern Canada. I don't think that Pierre should slink away feeling like he's failed. We've gone from 99 seats in 2015 to 121 in 2019 to 119 in 2021 to 147. And that is building. It shows growth. There's a direction there. Next election, it goes over the edge. But we got to wait and see what Mr. Carney actually decides to do with the victory that he's got. And he has the choice between doing things that satisfy Western aspirations or just talking about it and doing the complete opposite. I fear that. And if that's what happens, we're, like Ted Morton said, we've got some really interesting times ahead of us.
Cory, your final thoughts on the election tonight?
I don't give a shit what happens in Ottawa anymore. I've been through this. I'm 54 now. It's been the same story. It's been the same story for my parents. Central Canada, buggering the West. This is a scandal-plagued government that doubled the debt, that has been an international embarrassment, that somehow they cut the head off and stick somebody else on, and Toronto said, oh, cool, we'll give you another crack at it. No, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. We got to look out for ourselves out here because they're not going to look out for us out there. You keep playing that game, but you're playing us on with a stacked deck. And, I wish the best. I know Polyev means well, and there's a lot of good conservatives in Ontario, but we're not going anywhere this way. We're just running on ice and sliding. So, no, I'm looking at what we can do in the West ourselves. There's no sense wasting more energy and money trying to win the East.
Erika.
I think Carney's going to have to pivot one way. He's got to pick his team in the next 30 days. So I think he's going to try and play nice and play very stalwart-esque, but I don't think we should look kindly or expect anything from him. So
Amen.
Onward and upward.
Jabot goes back into energy. That's
it. Yeah. All right. We tried. But honestly, I don't think a conservative government actually fixes the critical problems. I think the problems in Canada are so deep, so structural, they're baked into the Constitution, that the West is just never going to get a fair shake, no matter who's elected. the Conservatives would screw us less than anyone else. And they would at least say thank you for the money they take. They're at least appreciative of it. They don't want to stop us from developing our resources. They want to be able to milk the West. And they say thank you for it. That's appreciated, I guess. But, you know, Poilievre promised no change to equalization. Harper could make changes to equalization substantially because it's required to build a national winning Conservative coalition. Still not enough. The East just doesn't get it. And they've just voted to keep doing what we've been doing. And I feel like Alberta, Saskatchewan, bunch of BC, I feel like we're tied to a drowning man who's intent on diving deeper. And at some point, you just got to cut them loose. Let them, they've made their choice, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Wish them the best.
Interesting way you put that, Derek. You know,
I'm still trying to understand how a
it's as if
dying
you
man dives
think
deeper.
that they are thinking about us.
Dying, not dead.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
It's as if you think that they are even thinking about us.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think they thought that there's a country west of Mississauga.
They don't.
All right. Well, it's been a slice. We've had some really stellar guests. We've been booked really solid. I've actually felt a bit bad sometimes getting everybody on airtime. But thank you all. Nigel, Cory, Erika, Sean, John, Dave is gone. And our reporters, Jen, Jared, James, Oldcorn, and all the guests who joined us. I thank all of you. I'm humbled by the huge number of people we've had watching us, following along tonight. When you could have selected the big state-supported networks, you've chosen to spend this important evening with the Western Standard. I can tell you that we have a mission ahead of us as I think it's fair to say the largest Alberta-owned and operated media organization in either Alberta or Saskatchewan. We have a mission of providing a voice for Western interests and concerns that get overshadowed by the Eastern-owned corporations. You're going to have a lot more to hear from what we have to say in the coming days, weeks, and months. And I hope that you'll be with us. We've taken down the paywall during this election because so many of you stepped up and donated so that we could make the Western Standard free for every voter in Canada to read. That paywall goes back up maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. But we need your support. If you're not yet a member of the Western Standard, we need you to step up and support homegrown, independent Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC, and Manitoba Western media. Go to westernstandard.news before you go to bed tonight. Click on subscribe. It's only $10 a month or $100 a year to get you full access to all Western Standard content, and you'll be helping to support the West's leading independent voice. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, and God bless the West.